Welcome back, everyone. This is your host, the DN WhatIf, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku is unknowingly adopted by 7 special ghosts? A special shout out to the original creator, Kalopsiaa. Please make sure to show your support by checking out their work from the description. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The first, Yoichi Shigaraki, actually does love his brother still. Before their quirks manifested, they were really close. AFO used to read superhero manga with him. Even when they drifted apart, the first would always find mysterious copies of his favorite manga on his doorstep. Zero tolerance policy. If you cross him, he knows where to aim eyes. AFO knows this the best. He is a baby. Will listen to your problems and try help out as best he can. Since he isn't much of a talker, he has dirt on everyone he's ever met. Yes, even you number 3, nobody is safe. Occasionally got into trouble with the police during his teenage years and was known in the force as the kneecap breaker, due to relentless attacks to the knees if you were being a jerk. Memolord. That's it. That's all. The second? He was actually the first childhood friend along with all for ones. They were a part of a group of neighborhood scamps that would hang out at abandoned buildings and construction sites. He still remained close with both of the Shigarakis even through the war. He didn't want to choose between his 2 close friends in being a hero or villain, so he settled for the middle ground, vigilantism. That way he didn't have to fight either of them. Well, that went down the drain. He didn't even accept OFA knowingly. When All for One started to rise in power, the pair made a blood pact to remain friends no matter what happened. Next thing he knew, his other childhood friend is hunting him down and his quirk had been enhanced. A small part of him hoped AFO wouldn't kill him, however he did. Without a second thought. Yeah, he's a bit salty about that one, even in death. The biggest crackhead, always the person to spike drinks at parties and lace the door handles with super glue. He's actually happy he's a ghost because of the opportunities it comes with. He's ready to haunt a bitch, read, FO. The third? He met the second under the most mundane of circumstances. He was a teenager, going through his angsty phase, listening to her at a bus stop when this grown-ass man comes crashing through the glass bus stop, making the shards rain down on the both of them. They both were sent to the emergency room, went their separate ways and reconnected again 4 years later when the second was being held at gunpoint with his sickly friend. He still isn't sure if he regrets saving them or not. The angsty phase translated to just adult exhaustion over the years. If AFO didn't kill him, he would have died early from sky-high blood pressure anyways, so he isn't particularly miffed about dying in blazing glory. He likes peace and quiet but can shout really loud if he's pissed off. Anger problems? Maybe. Only time will tell. Just get this man some aspirin. The fourth, Hikage Shinomori. He was raised by the Hero Commission, like Hawks, after his anti-quirk mother abandoned him on the streets when he's 6. He never forgave her for the years of abuse she subjected him to, all for something he couldn't control. The commission raised him to be wary at all times, which resulted in his extreme paranoia about the most trivial of things. Even though nothing in death can harm him, it doesn't stop him from worrying about others, especially Midoriya. Can empathize with Midoriya and his anxiety and often knows when Izuku is particularly scared or nervous about something. A scary-ass man when he's pissed off. He doesn't shout or scream. Instead he murders you with the coldest damn glare. Conveys the message, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. He always scouts ahead of Midoriya to check for danger, even if it doesn't help. It was something built into him. Yeah, it doesn't help. The fifth, Daigoro Banjo. It took him a while to get a good grasp on the quirk. Black Whip often went AWOL, consequently flinging objects, and on one occasion his master, into the next city over. It was sorted out eventually. Showed up late to his battle with AFO, he slept in and paid the price with his whole life. Now preaches always being on time to anyone who would listen. Everyone just laughs at him though. He likes to believe his death was more epic than it actually was. Religiously bullied his successor, the sixth, for being short on a daily basis. This led to many scares of him joining forces with AFO, even though, in reality, he was just at a bar getting piss drunk as a rebellious teen. It was definitely not funny. He was mostly an underground hero, helping out vigilantes when he could, though he occasionally appeared as a limelight hero. He immediately hit it off with the second, and now they're both partners in crime, much to the other's despair. The sixth, an aggressive shorty. AFO had the actual audacity to make fun of his height during their battle. The villain only won by a centimeter after that. He pulled some cheap tactic and only just got the kill. When the sixth died, he didn't go out hearing the same drabble as the others. He went out hearing an out-of-breath sigh of relief. He's honestly really mean to literally everyone except Nana and Midoriya. Of course he tolerates the other users, but he just automatically bullies everyone else he meets until they either leave him alone or become friends with him. The youngest, clocking in at 17 while also being a pansexual disaster. He's a little stupid, having dropped out of school really early to focus on defeating AFO. Doro insulted his neck once during training. The neck was never seen again. He really admires Best Jeanist after seeing one of his action figures in Midoriya's bedroom. Has the attention span of a dead goldfish. It's amazing how he can zone out in almost any situation and completely miss some important information. This was a habit that was hammered out of him during training but made a spectacular comeback in death. How did you die then? The second whined, pretty miffed at everyone's glorious deaths aside from Daigo's, of course. All for shit, said he missed a hit since I'm so small and he couldn't properly see me. I was pretty pissed and almost had him, so, feeling cocky, I responded with a stellar, yeah? How's the weather up there, you oversized turd? He was smiling fondly as he recounted the event. And? He countered by striking me with lightning using a quirk and said, honestly, pretty stormy. It would have been funny if I wasn't having a seizure. Oh. The seventh, Nana Shimura. The mother of the group. Always trying to keep the peace between the other users despite being the newest user actually fully present. She mainly joins forces with the first to help solve problems. She likes to talk to Mist Might in hopes of her words reaching the real thing. It's more successful than anyone is aware of. Nobody believed that she was capable of going toe-to-toe with All for One until they played Look the Other Way and she basically slapped Doro back into the living world. She thinks Izuku is really cool and would love to meet him personally to train him even if it were for only an hour. Shame it's impossible. Guess she'll have to stick with training the guys just as ruthlessly as Torino. The eighth, Yagi Tashinori. Mist Might? Just a soulless sock puppet that continues to tag along with the other ghosts. Technically a placeholder until the real thing dies and leaves behind the land of the living. Though his connection to the actual living All Might is indisputable and could really come in handy one day. The first was confused. The second was supposed to be enjoying a mimosa in heaven. The third was certain he died. The fourth was wary. The fifth wanted to know what the fuck was going on. The sixth was still in a daze. The seventh was staring in awe. The eighth wasn't fully there. One for All was certainly an interesting quirk with many secrets and such, but a power to this degree? It was completely unheard of. The power to resurrect the dead should not exist, to put it simply. If you were to ask any sane user of One for All what death was like, they'd tell you it was nothing. They'd tell you they forgot about the internal blackness the very second they blinked back into the living world. Then if you asked the second user, he'd say it's totally bonkers, but it feels great to think again. The other users don't claim him, we don't even know him. The early morning sun poured over the horizon, lighting up the beach with caramel hues, only just spilling into the modern city that sat quiet behind the newly awakened users. Distant sounds from the 6 a.m. commute were barely just in earshot of the group of dead people on the beach. It felt nice to them, being able to hear everyday buzz without the piling fear of an immortal criminal out to personally destroy your entire bloodline. It was like they were in the back seat of the car called life. Is that Toshi? Nana gasped, striding towards the pair of other actual living people stood on the beach. One was a tall, burly man built like a full wall. He was towering over a tiny kid who looked like personified bush, and holy crap was he ripped too. The sixth scoffed, pulling up his neck guard, deciding these people weren't worth craning his neck for. The sad saga of shorties. It is him. Geez, he's giant. The seventh laughed. It was so contagious it got the other ghosts chuckling too. And this kid? When I was his age, I was eating ice cream on the sofa binging trashy reality shows. That elicited a few snorts which soon dissolved into full-on cackling. It's nice to finally meet you all. The first smiled softly. I'm glad my power brought together such a colorful group of people. I know this is a strange situation to be in, but let's do our best to get through this together. Same goes. The fifth hooped. I can't wait to watch over this kid, he seems like Hoot. He spared a quick glance at the kid in question who was currently choking on the floor while the eighth hovered over him like a nervous mother. He laughed nervously, murmuring a quiet, he took the hair route. The second's face lit up like the New Year's sky as he shimmied over to his childhood best friend, pulling him into a tight embrace. The other grinned right back at him, accepting the hug so fiercely it knocked both men to the floor. Soon the others joined in, crying into their predecessors and successors alike, people they thought they would never see again. We made it in the end. The fourth murmured and the others were inclined to agree. I don't mean to ruin the moment, but what about that guy? The sixth murmured wetly, his finger extended towards a floating entity that, if you squinted, kind of resembled Nana's protege. Its face was shrouded in a gold mist, features completely deadpan as it hovered close to the pile of sniffling dead heroes. Nana blinked at the apparition, deep in thought. That definitely is Toshi, but Toshi is right there alive and trying to perform the Heimlich maneuver on his own successor. She hummed thoughtfully. The best guess I have is that this ghosty ghost is acting as a placeholder of sorts for when Toshi himself actually joins us. The last part was said quieter as the woman winced at the thought. Yeah, I don't think you have to worry about him biting the dust anytime soon. The dude is more jacked than literally anyone else I've ever known. Daigoro huffed. Tall. Goddamn, he is so tall. Isn't he great? Nana beamed proudly. He was still scrawny when I bit the dust, but look at him now. She suddenly took on a darkly serious expression. I wish to pinch his cheeks. Do it, girl. Don't have regrets in the afterlife. The sixth smirked. Oh look, buff baby green is leaving. Bye dude, have a great life. Oh wait, is that a starfish? Look, it's a starfish. And we lost him, you always do this? Daigoro said blankly, stopping his protege from running over to the distant starfish fondly. I doubt that starfish wants a ghost hounding it, bro. The ghosts continued to chatter, unaware of how Nana was trying and failing to reach All Might. Rah, what the heckity heck, it's like I'm on an invisible lead. Come on universe, just one pinch. Now that you mention it. The fourth mumbled. It's as if we're being dragged on an invisible tether connected to that green kid. Ah, that's what's happening here. Please explain for the less intellectually gifted. Thanks. The second said with love topped off with sarcasm and served in a deadpan. This green boy is the ninth. The fourth stated simply, ignoring how the others balked. And one for all has simply cultivated enough power to bring our spirits back into consciousness. The third rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I see. It feels as though I died yesterday, yet I'm aware that a fucking huge amount of time has passed. Excuse my French. So we're attached to a minor? The second shrieked. I got brought back to life to be a pedo? Yikes, imagine. Couldn't be me, never me. The sixth yawned. Perks of dying young, I guess. He finished with a shrug, snorting at the disappointed looks shot his way. He's kinda cute though. At least I could legally drink alcohol when I died. The second retorted. The sixth laughed mockingly. You think I didn't drink? I was 16 and being hunted down by an old-ass supervillain. That's a lot of stress for me. When I died I had to pass down the quirk to best friend who was a year younger than me at the time. Nana waved. Hi, I am the best friend. Wait, that's so cute. The first gasped. Best friend dynamics are always the best, I would know. He finished with a fist bump with the second. Friends are for losers. The fourth and third said in unison, nodding at each other briefly. I don't know, you two sound like besties to me. Nana snickered, earning a glare from both men. Go on, just admit it. The only thing I am comfortable admitting to is the 3 murders I committed. The fourth deadpanned, making the woman choke. Or maybe it was 17, I don't remember. How could you go from 3 to 17? Honestly. The third sighed. You're all too much. I suggest we spread out and recharge our social battery before we end up committing a ghost crime or something stupid like that. I definitely feel like you're speaking for yourself there, Threesome. Can I call you Threesome? I'm gonna call you Threesome. Thanks. The sixth snorted. Spread. No. You know. The fifth, Daigoro Banjo, started as he continued to skip behind the green-haired boy. If I knew I would be a ghost when I died, I would have been a lot more reckless when I was alive. Maybe go skydiving. The second perked up at that. Skydiving without a parachute? He grinned. This seemed to make the other male gasp in happiness before they had a lengthy conversation about daring activities they should have done. Nana Shimura, or the seventh, was trailing at the back chattering up a storm about her protege being the #1 hero, gasping every time they went past a TV with all might on. She was gaining an unhealthy habit of pressing her face against the glass before being dragged away by the invisible tether Izuku Midoriya had on the users. The first, Shigaraki, was happy to listen to the excited lady, often chiming in with laughter at the fact this grown woman was the equivalent of a puppy. Though he couldn't deny the feeling of dread ebbing away at his mind. All for one. His freckles are suspiciously symmetrical. The fourth observed. He was currently examining the world around him as well as the teen identified as the ninth. Although nothing nearby presented an immediate threat, you can never be too careful. So what? Are him and his symmetrical freckles going to end the world? The sixth asked with a snort, looking wistfully at the clouds above. You never know. The third simply rolled his eyes at the other's antics. He preferred Mist Might, dubbed by Nana. Sure, he was a mindless sock puppet with legs, but that's fine, great even. At least Mist Might isn't loud and annoying. The group of ghosts were forced into the boy's tiny apartment while he went to go shower. Luckily the tether didn't make them join him in the bathroom, however. Now they were all awkwardly sat in the main room waiting for something mildly interesting to happen. At least turn the TV on. And how do you propose I do that, 5? I don't know. I was certain we would have gained our ghostly powers by now. The bald man whined. I can't even sit on the couch without passing through it. 7 seems to be managing just fine. That's because she's amazing. The sixth shot back, sticking out his tongue menacingly. The fourth was too busy snooping around the kitchen to join the conversation. There's knives here, he could stab someone with these. Of course there's knives in a kitchen? Are you okay? Wisp Might stood idly behind the couch with the third, who looked close to sobbing ghostly tears. At least you're chill, Wisp Might. At least you're chill. The sound of rushing water abruptly stopped, and after some shuffling, Izuku Midoriya emerged from the bathroom fully dressed smartly in his uniform. He seemed to carrying a bright blue tracksuit. His eyes lingered on the sitting area where the ghosts were hosting their meeting, if you could even call it that. Though he quickly shrugged it off without paying any mind, stuffing the obnoxious blue tracksuit into his yellow backpack. Yikes, nobody told this kid that blue and green is never to be seen. The second coughed, taking an imaginary sip from his imaginary tea. Poor kid. That's the ugliest tracksuit I've ever laid eyes on. Daigoro agreed with a swift nod. Shigaraki, the first, said solemnly. However, solemnity soon turned to agitation as the later users looked at him as if he grew an extra head. Quirks were destroying the memes. I swear down. He mumbled. The fourth hummed as he closely inspected the boy. It seems he must be training. It makes sense since he just received the quirk and hasn't used it properly. Sadly, he was cut off by an excited Nana Shimura. Training? I love training, it's been too long. Death makes the joints ache, you know. Come on, Izuku, let's liave. She bounced, trying to gently shove the greenette out the door. Sadly, she only phased through him. Though the way he shivered afterwards went unnoticed by the users. The band of ghosts followed close behind Midoriya as he walked down the busy streets of Mizudafu towards his destination. The teenager was emanating an intense nervous aura which was suffocating the others around him. He's probably nervous about using one for all for the first time. Completely valid. The sixth mumbled, copying the greenette as he fiddled with his fingers. I can't even imagine how powerful it's become. Heck, when I first used it, Black Whip went bananas. Daigoro hummed. His eyes turned glassy as he recalled the memory. I ended up tossing a trash can into the next city over. The fifth user snorted. The second perked up tremendously at the story. Seriously? The most I could do was give someone a bloody nose? He cried, though an undignified snort escaped his lips. I couldn't throw a punch even if I wanted to? Shigaraki laughed. I punched my brother once at school and got a detention. I say he shouldn't have stolen my juice box. Ha, it's funny because everyone here has punched your brother at least once too. The third snorted. This was the most emotion he had displayed yet. Except exhaustion. The group continued to walk, still making idle chatter as they walked. After a couple more minutes the greenette stopped, looking triumphantly at the building in front of him, an action copied by the other users. No fucking way. The sixth wheezed. He hasn't even. Seriously? What is Toshi on? I knew we should have checked the date. Nana gawked. All of the users from the fifth onwards were panicking while the others looked on in confusion. Are you guys okay? It's just a big building, it can't hurt you, whispered the second, placing a condescending hand on Daigoro's shoulder. This building is you ancient dolt? The bald man exclaimed. What's a UA? The third mumbled, sending the sixth into a screaming episode. Nana had gone over to Mist Might and started shaking him back and forth violently, shouting about how irresponsible he was being. UA is the top hero school in the area. It's really prestigious and is a pain in the ass to get into. It was still pretty new when I was alive though. The sixth answered, having calmed down from his little moment. Nana stopped shaking Mist Might for a second to smile at the earlier users. And the green bean is going to tackle the entrance exam without having tested out the quirk, she said through gritted teeth before shaking the apparition once more. Toshi. I thought. Better. Somewhere inside you. All Might shuddered immensely. The second tapped his chin thoughtfully. So what you're saying is? He started with a smile. This child is absolutely fucked. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I wonder if he'll just combust. The fourth murmured as he tried to calculate how powerful the quirk had gotten over the years. He has to stay safe. The greenette sucked in a breath before marching through the gates, a determined yet goofy smile strewn across his freckled face. This is going to be messy. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack in raw excitement, head whipping in every direction as he spotted new and interesting quirks to observe. He caught some strange looks in return after realizing he was blatantly staring at some people. Though he wasn't the only one in complete awe, the earlier users of One for All had only been subjected to the more weaker quirks during their time, such as the glowing baby. Coming across mutant-type quirks was a whole new experience. You that guy totally had a bird head, right? The second squealed despite his deep voice. He was excitedly swatting Daigoro, who held a small grin at the former's reactions. He has no lips. How will he get a kiss? He was promptly smacked upside the head by the third, who was valiantly trying to keep a straight face. The fact this place looks exactly the same as it did before I died. The fifth smiled reminiscently. More technology, but still the same wannabe hero high school put together by a rat and his dream. Wait, what? Nana choked, trying to stand still, but Midoriya was basically power walking. How old is Nizu, because he's still running this school as far as I'm aware. I'm sorry, did you say rat? The fourth coughed. Does he have an immortality quirk or something? No. It's intelligence. What the hell did they inject into this bear? Bear? I thought you said rat. The fourth once again went ignored. The sixth chuckled fondly at the confusion of the older users. You'll just have to wait until Greenie meets him. Well, if he gets into you, I know he will. Nana exclaimed with a fist pump. Toshi may be a muscle brain who is sending this kid to an exam without any practice. It's not like she was intentionally insulting him. But I'm positive he taught him something. Anything. The group of apparitions were about to send their ghostly threats at Mist Might in hopes of them reaching the real thing when the fourth suddenly froze. This kid's anxiety just spiked. It was true. The group had all been too busy arguing about Nizu's species to hear the gruff, "Out of my way, Deku," that was shot at the greenette by a certain angry blonde who was swiftly marching up the pathway. Huh? The sixth scoffed, his chin pointed outwards and eyes gleaming with condescension. Who's this brat? He looks like the second had a baby with a firework. He patronized to the boy who couldn't see nor hear him. Deku? Is that this kid's name? The second raised an eyebrow, pointedly ignoring the double-edged insult the sixth spewed. Why didn't we even try to learn it? The last part was a mumble. Who names their kid Deku? Doesn't that mean useless? The first hummed, taking a quick glance at the sixth, who was trying to scorn this random blonde kid who just appeared. He found it slightly funny how overprotective he was of this Deku already. Doro made a grunt of acknowledgement as he pointlessly restrained the much shorter sixth user. Maybe his mom hates him? No. The fourth hissed. My mom hated me and I have a normal name. His glare was cold as it cut into Bakugo's very soul. This brat's just being a dick. Nana was desperately trying to maintain the peace. Oh? What is your name, Mr. Fourth? The male in question just sighed deeply as a way to calm his icy anger that had been gradually building up, hands massaging his temples. He was sure that if he was alive right now, he would have a head-splitting migraine. WOULDNTYOULIKETOKNOW. The name he spoke came out as a painful static that rang in the ears of the ghosts, making them all double over, grasping their ears. Even Izuku's shoulders shot up defensively, his hands moving to cover his ears at the unheard sound. Bakugo shot the greenette an incredulous look before walking away with a scoff. Izuku looked on bewildered, the white noise that filled his hearing only just starting to clear up. Back with the merry band of ghosts. What the mfuck was that? The sixth spat. He had his index burrowed in his ghostly ear as if he were attempting to dig out the ringing. Doro was absently flicking his own ears. I think I went deaf. I'm just hearing shosu. You know? Sadly I do. The fourth sighed. It came out of your mouth, Satan. The second yelled accusingly, wincing as his own voice bounced around in his skull. There's too much happening at once. Nana yelled over the commotion, her face steeled. The others knew to shut up. They would never disobey Nana when she was in mom mode. We need to calm the hell down and talk about this later. The others nodded fearfully. She continued with a sharp eye. Because right now the most important thing is this kid and his entrance exam. I'm sure you all noticed, but that noise, it affected him too. The third felt his breath hitch in his throat, eyes widening with a newfound realization that seemed to sweep across the other users like a line of dominoes. We can still affect the living world. That's what you're saying, right? That means we can totally help out. This is great, right, Satan? The second gasped, violently shaking user number 4. You're mistaken if you think I'll let that nickname stick. And what did I say about getting ghostly powers? Doro muttered under his breath with a pout. The group of 7 heroes were practically vibrating with happiness, embracing each other in warm hugs of pure euphoria as they conspired the different ways they could help this Deku's development. They were completely underestimating how strong their shared quirk had gotten, but that's a story for another day. Deku, you are not alone. The first smiled, placing a ghostly hand on the greenette's shoulder. Suddenly, all of Izuku Midoriya's nerves washed away in an unexplainable sense of warmth. All his doubts about the exam that were once raging like a monster in his brain were now like docile dogs. He could manage. He was not alone. It's great we've established we can help, the sixth said slowly. But how do we warn this kid that he's on a beeline towards a rock? Ah fuck. Midoriya was headed obliviously towards a rock. What do we do? The second shouted, sounding suspiciously like Kermit in his stress. Someone with more than half a brain cell should think of something. The fourth knitted his brow tightly together, absently tapping his chin as he hummed. This was his thinking routine. It would have worked better if he was sat on an ancient rock, but standing works fine too. I'm thinking. He's thinking, people. Doro hyped, clapping his hands loudly. Think faster, he's about to break his nose. That's how you get bullied, you know. The third scoffed. The fourth continued to hum, scrunching his face up tightly before returning to his normal neutral expression. Nope. I got nothing. Maybe I should deafen him with my name like the fourth did? Nana asked hesitantly. She received nods. Okay, my name is Nana Shimura. Well, that didn't sound like static to me. The sixth deadpanned. Maybe the fourth is just Satan. What the fuck? God? Are you trolling us? Doro yelled at the blue sky, sneering at the clouds as they shifted condescendingly. Nice to meet you, Shimura-san. The first laughed. I'm who knows, not me, Shigaraki. I want what the universe is on. The second snorted, getting 6 unimpressed glares in response. Oh, would you look at that? Greenie took a tumble. The other 6 users promptly let out long, agonizing, strangled cries. He looked strangely happy about this. The third deadpanned sourly as he watched Deku fall to the floor wearing a strained smile. He's going to be the second death of me, I swear. Dun dun do. A wild child appears to save the day. Woot woot. The second cheered, bouncing around the greenette's floating form. And he's totally floating without being in space. That's whack. You can go to space? I thought that was like the bottom of the ocean. You just know it's there. Oh, you poor superpowered baby. The first mumbled softly, placing a hand on the 6th short person's shoulder. You know nothing. He whispered in an uncharacteristically patronizing tone. No way you haven't been to the bottom of the ocean with your quirks. Come on. The third scoffed. It's scary down there, man. Have you seen the mutated shark creatures that are built like a Jenga set? Daigoro retaliated with his tongue poking out his mouth tauntingly. You are getting distracted, boys. This child has an exam in approximately 5 minutes, and yet you're here discussing the ocean. Nana glared, entering full mom mode. I'm disappointed. Here I thought my mom died hundreds of years ago, Madame Bruh. The second muttered, earning a silencing glare from the mother. The group fell into silence as they shamefully trailed behind the greenette who had just had his mind blown at the wonder of the female species. Ah, puberty! The ghosts followed Deku all the way into a grand-looking room which housed hundreds of separated desks, each with a thick-looking booklet sat on top. The greenette nervously shuffled around the individual desks, trying not to hold eye contact with the other students for too long. He took a second glance at the piece of paper in his hand which told him his seat and examinee number. There was so many people and every seat looked exactly the same. People were beginning to give him funny looks, and who boy, this was a mistake. At least he's not the only one dumbly standing around. That yellow-haired kid sat in the wrong seat 7 times now. Daigoro tried to see the optimistic side but was told to keep looking by Mama Shimura. Deku was about to leave, cry or die when a frog-like girl tapped his shoulder, identifying herself as his seat neighbor. Izuku had never let out a louder sigh of relief. The pair of green heads traversed the sea of desks and Quirk teenagers towards the back of the grand hall, finding their desks just as Snipe, Midnight and Ectoplasm began to introduce the written exam. Deku wished he could have said thank you to the girl, but silence was mandatory for the test. He smiled at her in hopes she could decipher his immense gratitude. You may begin your papers. The best of luck to all of you, and remember. Midnight smiled sadistically, sending a shiver down Deku's spine made of anxiety and raw excitement. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Ectoplasm and Snipe harmonized, throwing their fists into the air. Deku really thinks he needed that as he opened his exam. Halfway through the exam. The answer is B. The 6th whispered to nobody in particular. Oh. It's C. What type of hero would pick B? The 3rd scoffed, initiating an in-tease staring contest with the other man as they whispered insults to each other. Who's going to tell them the answer is A? Nana whispered before reeling back with a confused expression. And why are we whispering? Last time I checked we were on a different plane of existence. We don't want to distract this Deku kid, if he can magically hear us. The 4th explained in hushed tones. Nana nodded in understanding. Oh, I gotta look at his ID, and it said his name was Izuku Midoriya. The 1st said quietly with a small smile. When he was alive he was only a civilian, which meant he wasn't much help on the heroics exam. Cute name for a cute kid. Daigoro nodded. So that dandelion-looking kid was just being a douche? Guys. Look. The 2nd yelled. He was stood quite far away from the rest of the group, testing the boundaries of this tether. I made it 2 rows of seats away. I think if we keep pushing this tether it could break. That's lovely, Tuzi. Nana smiled brightly, however her expression soon shifted to something darker. But lower the volume, Thachim? I have no doubt you could break dimensions with your sheer volume. I was a vigilante. I don't see why you can't just push someone annoying off a roof. Doesn't matter if they're good or bad. I hear gravity is cruel. The 2nd replied, blatantly ignoring the mother's wrath emanating off of Nana. Just go back to pushing the tether, huh? Daigoro snorted. I'll help. The third and sixth paused their argument to peer at Izuku's paper. If the answer is A, why is this child going for D? User number 4 cracked his knuckles, a metaphorical light bulb above his head. Alright, let's just all yell the answer and see what happens. He was obviously a bit unfocused when Tuzi was yelling. So like, the sixth hummed. The fucking answer is a Midoriya. Get it together. Daigoro chanted repeatedly. A as in asshole, like your blonde fiend. Pick the vowel, my boy. The vowel? Izuku was sure the answer was D, however he has the sinking feeling that isn't quite his gut, that's telling him to go with it. This whole test was rough. At one point he zoned out on the word beach because it looked like bitch. He put his pen to paper, frowning with determination as the ink leaked out of his pen in the form of a tick right in the A box. He really hopes he did right in listening to this not gut feeling. Daigoro grinned, stretching his arms out excitedly. Look at us go. Let's see, next question. You see a child standing in an alleyway, what do? He narrated, his grin falling with every word. What does that even mean? Come on. The third grunted. It's not that deep, you obviously helped the child. The answer is B. But the child could have a knife? The sixth stated like it was the most obvious thing on the planet. And why assume the child needs help anyway? I used to hang in alleyways as a kid. The answer is C, walk away, ain't your business. The fourth blinked at the boy 3 times, trying to decipher whether he was being genuine or not before ultimately deciding the sixth user of One for All was a certified dumbass. There are many things wrong with what you just revealed. I do agree the child might be carrying a knife. Why would a child be carrying a knife? Nana pressed with a frown. The answer is probably the same reason a child is alleyway lurking in the first place, Miss Shimura. The second chimed in, sagely nodding as he spoke. From experience, I say you should always assume everyone and thing wish to shank you. From experience? Daigoro distantly muttered. Even a child? A young innocent little human? The seventh continued, paying no mind to Daigoro's quiet alarm. She was basically on top of the second's toes at this point, the pair having moved closer as the argument progressed. The second cackled humorlessly, saliva gurgling in his throat briefly before he spoke again with growing volume. I see you haven't spent long around children. Because, Ms. Shimura, children are genuinely spawns of Satan himself. A child would pick up a knife and chase you around the city laughing like a witch. Nana frowned at the man she was essentially butting heads with before backing down with a sigh, replacing her frown with a gentle smile. Did a kid actually chase you around with a knife? She asked softly, trying to conceal how funny she found that particular image. Once or twice. The second grinned back lightly. Ah, that's cute. The third remarked dryly, interrupting the sweet moment of blossoming friendship with an unheard record scratch. But we didn't agree on an answer. We just assumed this hypothetical scrappy brat had a knife. The sixth puffed out his cheeks, sauntering over to where Izuku was sat to check the options under the question. Call the police or pro-hero. B. Help the child yourself. C. Walk away, it ain't your business nosy. D. Detain the child effective and immediately. This seems like more of a personality test than an entrance exam. The boy said sourly, though his expression quickly brightened. However, option D is very enticing. User number 4 sighed. I think we should just let Izuku decide on this one since everyone is so incompetent when it comes to morality. There was a lull in the conversation while Izuku quickly scratched down an answer. He chose B. The third blatantly had to restrain himself from heckling the others. The sixth squinted at the new question and then grinned again. This one is the easiest yet. He scoffed at the way the other users scrunched their faces up in doubt. Genuinely. It's 7 by 7, that's it. That's the question. And the answer is obviously 56. No, it's 49. Did you even get an education, young one? The first asked sweetly. The sixth gagged. Not the E word. So you definitely didn't go to school then. Never bring up the S word around me. It's triggering. This question definitely isn't simple. The second shouted. It says, make sure you consider all the variables before answering under the answer box in small print. Sneaky rat man. Everyone ignored Nana's distant call of dog. The third's ever-present frown deepened as he strided over to Izuku's table. What variables? The question is actually, what is 7 by 7? The ghost tried to pick up the test paper out of habit only for his hands to go through the desk. Shit. He quietly cursed. Hear me out? The fifth hollered, getting everyone's attention. 7 times 7 of what? That's the real question. 7 accounts of arson multiplied by 7 accounts of fraud? 7 dads multiplied by 7 moms. I cannot wait to see where you're going with this point. In one of those questions, you've committed 49 crimes, whereas in the other one it cancels out since you technically have 0 dads in Midoriya's case. 7 multiplied by 0 is 0. The second burst into laughter while the third tried to walk away, only to be stopped by the tether much to his disappointment. Nana simply blinked at the fifth, trying to decide what the best course of action would be following such a revelation. That made 0 sense. The fourth deadpanned, disappoint lacing his voice. And Daigoro was inclined to agree. The rest of the written exam went like a fever dream. Izuku felt that he switched to autopilot halfway through, which is really strange. He closed his exam paper with a sigh, pocketing his pencil as he glanced around at the faces of the other examinees. He saw faces ranging from gag-inducing confidence to the weak knees type of fear. And well, Izuku could relate to the latter on a spiritual level. He snapped out of his small disassociation episode at the sound of a chair grinding against wood. His nice seat neighbor from earlier was leaving and Izuku was mentally hyping himself up to thank her and make it not come across and squeaking. Thanks, why you know for, earlier? He trailed off at the end, his brain ultimately deciding to abandon ship before he drowned in the sea of embarrassment, so long as this dignity. Not only that, but he's pretty certain his voice jumped up 8 octaves. For the second time that day, Izuku was about to cry, die or fly, off a cliff and die. However, saviors keep on saving, the girl smiled wryly at him. Don't worry about it, I'm Tsuyu Azui, but call me Tsu. I hope I see you at the start of the semester, Karo. With that she hopped away, not literally but still. On another plane of existence though. Wasn't that sweet? Nana cooed, trying to pinch the greenette's cheeks only to fail miserably, although that didn't deter her in the slightest. The fuck is a Karo, is it like slang? The third grumbled, pinching his nose. Do I need to get down with the kids? I think you should stay away from kids. The second snorted, elbowing the other man mischievously. He barely dodged the annoyed swat that was on a crash collision course with his face. Daigoro wheezed but continued to search his mind's archive of hip slang words that he had accumulated during his time in the land of the living. Nope, I got nothing. I'm always open to adding new cool kid words to my mind bank though. You are all insufferable. The fourth grumbled, taking up his protective position beside Midoriya as the boy began to stride out of the exam hall with about as much confidence as a person who wet themselves in front of a live audience. Tragic. The ghosty gang followed Midoriya's wobbly footsteps to yet another great hall, except this one had rows upon rows of comfortable-looking seats accompanied by a strip of continuous desk. A massive screen was projected onto the back wall where one present mic stood confidently, itching to make a show out of the practical exam. Izuku slid into his assigned seat, thinking how this one was much easier to find. All he needed to do was follow the sound of popping explosions because, he has to sit next to Kaken, Joy. Not this fucking fuck munch again. The fourth roared with such intensity Hen was bound to break the barrier between life and death. Let's not assault a child maybe? Forehead? Third side. Fuck you, I'm dead and essentially above the law. The second chose this moment to chime in with his own thoughts. Technically he isn't wrong. Good luck strangling him, ghosty. That was thoughts and feelings with the third. Over to you, Nana. Let's not murder anyone yet and focus on kicking robotic ass. Robots? The first gasped under his breath. I love robots, they're so small and cute like Walt. Everyone minus the second looked at him like he was on crystal meth. Okay, I don't know what the truckawali is, but robots are big and scary. The sixth murmured with a frown. There is simply no way you could make robot big and scary. I made a robot called K3V1N at school and he was my bestie. The second scoffed. I'll believe it when I see it. Enter Tenya Ida, spitting something about hero ideals and singling Izuku out. And well, that just would not stand with the Ghosty Gang Gucci Gang. How many children must I fight for the happiness of my child? The fourth hollered yet again. He was being wound up further than a jack-in-the-box. You've already adopted this broccoli. I mean, same but already? Daigoro returned with an equally as loud shout. This kid is literally a blue square. The second stated blankly. He just simply said it and moved on. Let's go haunt his bloodline. School trip? What did I say about not murdering anyone yet? We have an exam to take. Jog on. Nana laughed, already walking away with the kid. The others didn't realize until they were yanked along by the tether. I'm sure it'll go swimmingly. The sixth smirked. It was not going swimmingly, in fact. We're drowning, and this kid can't swim. The sixth reaffirmed frantically, looking around at all the other kids absolutely decimating the exam. The robots are big and scary. Is nothing sacred in this diseased world anymore? The second yelled in pure anguish while the first just stared around at the clusterfuck around him in awe. The fourth had long since stormed off as far as he could to kick a nearby robot in its metal shins but was failing at an admirable level. Not only that, but Nana had taken to abusing Mist Might once again. Daigoro had decided to teach this kid who couldn't even see him how to fight. Seriously, how stupid. This is all the reasons the third chose to disassociate at this current moment. Izuku was about to be done in by a robot when an angel came in the form of a French belly button laser. Moi, I love you, wee wee. The sixth cried happily, blowing kisses at the boy as he left. The fully conscious members of the ghost gang began to ferociously tease each other, and soon teasing turned to fist fighting. Fist fighting that was interrupted by a low rumbling of the ground. An earthquake? The fist questioned, breaking out of his stupor. Not that it would last long. No, that would be the, Daigoro tried to explain but was cut off by the spectacular appearance of our special guest. The zero-pointer that's ridiculously big and dangerous and murderous to boot. What kind of fuckery is this? The second was Raji at this point, probably on the brink of murder, and his eye was definitely twitching. Yeah, we're fucked. Tactical retreat? The third deadpanned, pointing towards the entrance. Tactical retreat. The others agreed simultaneously. They mildly disliked the feeling of other people running straight through them. Each of them started running, however they eventually hit an invisible wall because Izuku wasn't running with them. No, he was running the opposite direction, towards the robot bringer of destruction, and now all the other users were being dragged backwards with him, across the floor. If I was alive, I'm sure this would be immensely painful. The third said blankly. Why is he doing this to himself? The fourth wailed despairingly. I can't protect you like this, kid. You couldn't protect him anyway, dead guy. Shut up, he's trying to save the girl from this morning. Nana smiled. Like a true hero, I knew Toshi picked well. The sixth huffed, rolling his eyes. Yeah? With what power? One for all. The first breathed as the boy crackled with green lighting before shooting upwards into the clouds to face the zero-pointer. I forgot about that silly quirk. The sixth hummed. The ghosted heroes watched in shock and awe at the power and speed this weedy, meek kid just produced. Why, you don't think we'd be dragged up there with him, right? The second stuttered out. They were indeed dragged up into the sky. Wind whipped past their ears, tether keeping them at arm's length. Not that they were complaining since they got a front row seat to the show. Okay, maybe they complained a smidge. But Fukin neck, my ghost neck just broke. Daigoro shrieked, patting his neck with his hands frantically. Is my head even still attached, genuinely? No, put me down, I'm scared of heights. The second actually cried hysterically, squeezing his eyes shut. You're just scared of falling. The third replied, crossing his arms as he ascended upwards. He was probably the least affected in the group. I'm scared of it all, threesome, babes. I missed flying. Nana gasped, spreading her limbs into a starfish position. Her face was painted with the brightest smile that made the sun seem dim. Izuku pulled his arm back, green static still dancing around it, and with a singular swing the giant robot was blown backwards, faltering with various explosions throughout its metal body. The girl was safe too. Yes, go baby green. The girl hooped. A true hero. Nana restated warmly. We're falling, oh shit, oh fuck. The second sobbed borderline screamed. We are literally already dead. The fourth looked at the two unbelievably. Yes, we are dead, but Midoku isn't, and I don't fancy him joining us just yet. I don't know, he looks like he has good crack. The sixth retorted. His limbs are soup. SOUP. I'm sure he'll be fine. How did you even become heroes? Izuku continued to fall, racking his brain for a plan, all the while seven ghosts argued for the umpteenth time that day. His brain came up dry. When he said he wanted to fly, he didn't mean fall slowly. Thank you very much, Buzz. Yet again his savior of the hour was a girl who puked rainbows after giving him a nice bitch slap. The ghosts responded to the slap with more yells and cheers, but you don't need to know that. The greenette knew he was passing out. The telltale signs of black spots on his vision confirmed it. However, as he fell into unconsciousness, he could have sworn he saw 8 concerned adult figures kneeling over him. Izuku thinks he's finally losing the plot. Izuku Midoriya is convinced he's being haunted. Maybe he could brush off flickering lights and strange noises as the apartment settling. However, the apartment block has been around for many, many years. He thinks it's already settled enough. No, what he can't brush off is the figures he's seen loitering around him. It started after he liquefied his bones and almost croaked it after the entrance exam. Now, out of the corner of his eye, he sees things. His poor mom must think he's insane after he went to her crying about 3 strange men playing rock, paper, scissors in the corner of his bedroom. He wasn't exactly thinking rationally, and now he's got at least a month of therapy. Peachy. But Izuku knows what he saw, and what he saw was a plethora of gorgeously buff men and one woman. He doubts he could make that up even if it's his brain playing tricks on him because of the trauma of spending 10 years without friends. He really hopes for his sake that this is a ghost problem rather than a him problem. In any case, it's definitely a tomorrow problem. That and many other things like Kaken and Yue. Izuku Midoriya has a lot on his mind, but right now it's time to sleep. Closing his notebook, the boy resigned himself into a peaceful slumber free of worries and full of dreams. But guess who doesn't need sleep? Ayo. I'm calling a ghost meeting. Izuku's asleep. The second clamored, clapping his intangible hands together. These ghost meetings had become a nightly custom while they weren't guarding Izuku's safety with their unlives. The other 7 ghosts immediately stopped what they were doing and flocked to their meeting spot. The empty patch of floor in the middle of the greenette's room, atop of a circular all-might rug. Honestly, it was the only place they could huddle without someone being halfway through a wall. Yes. The girl hooped. How's everyone's ghostly powers been coming along? I, for one, can now jiggle curtains. The man looked way too proud for such a small feat, but the others decided to let him have his dream. In reality, the group of dead heroes had been working on strengthening their connection with the living world. So far there had been little progress aside from the cliché shit like flickering lights. Seriously? Jiggling the curtains? The third deadpanned with a scoff. It's great to know that if this kid was dying you'd be having the time of your life fondling some curtains nearby. Nah, I know fondling is not the correct term. The sixth snorted. The fourth shook his head disapprovingly. So far I believe that Izuku has had moments where he can actually see us for a brief moment. I know for a fact he saw Fiverr, Sixpack and Tuzi having their stupid rock-paper-scissors tournament, reminding everyone 'twas I who won that. The second interjected, getting ignored. I agree. Nana nodded. We definitely made eye contact for a second the other day. I almost ran and hugged him, but he probably would have passed out. Aizu passes out when the neighbor's cat jumps from any height above 1 meter. The sixth hummed, getting distracted in typical fashion. Oh look, speak of the devil. Hi Matsi. Sixpack, the adults are talking hush now. The third grumbled. Midoriya has school tomorrow, so I'm sure we can figure something out while he's with his friends. Mon, I haven't been to school in ages. The first breathed nostalgically. I remember always getting my brother detention for the things I did. He slightly winced at the memory. Oh God. Is that why he hates me? The rest laughed at the first's frantic mumbling, something he picked up from watching Izuku study quirks. However, the laughter was cut off by a sharp gasp courtesy of Ms. Shimura. "We have school tomorrow, which means an early night is required. Everyone get to sleep, 3 seconds. No arguments. I'm pretty sure we can't sleep. We're kind of a bleh," Daigoro murmured, drawing an invisible line across his neck with his thumb. "Not with that attitude, you can't. Night-night." They didn't sleep. Well, the sixth somehow managed it but refused to spill his technique to the others. Now, I haven't been to school in a bit, but I vaguely remember it starting early in the morning. Around 9 a.m.? That's funny because it's 8:45 and this child is still asleep. The third heaved a humorless laugh. "How do we wake him up? Should I slap him?" The second shrieked. "He can't be late. I was late for school once and I'm stupid as hell. That's probably genetics, but whatever." Daigoro smirked malevolently at the group, taking confident strides towards the all-might-themed curtains. "Fear not. I have just the power for it. Yas, fondle those curtains, bro." The sixth hollered, louder for the people at the back. Daigoro frowed at the wording once again. "Jiggling. Jiggling. He corrected with a shout as he faintly ruffled the curtains, allowing traitorous rays of sunlight to snake through the tiny cracks the fifth was creating. Immediately, Izuku jolted out of his bed in a singular, knowing motion. One spared glance at the clock was all he needed to shift his tardy ass into sixth gear. He quickly gathered his belongings into a yellow backpack and slipped on his uniform before bolting out the door, unknowingly dragging 8 apparitions with him. The ghosts didn't have to run alongside him. The tether would have done well enough keeping them close to the boy. However, there was something exhilarating about weaving in between traffic and pedestrians towards a distant goal on a short time limit. All 9 of them made it to the rundown-looking school just minutes late if the empty halls were anything to go by. "The boy is violently muttering again," the first said softly. "Probably 'cause he's late, I'd be shitting myself too." Daigoro snorted, distantly recalling his tardy arrival to his final showdown with All for One. The second was still reeling from the run to the building, heaving non-existent breaths out of habit more than anything else. "He shouldn't worry. The pant. They abolished corporal punishment long before my own time." The hero decided to lay down. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, he'd regret jinxing that one. Izuku effectively threw open the door to his classroom, looking slightly winded and sweaty. Countless pairs of eyes immediately flitted towards him, all their attention focused on Izuku primarily. The fourth's eye twitched before he instinctively stepped in front of the boy. "This is the worst feeling. It's giving flashbacks, man." The second chittered nervously, though he got no response. His fellow users had gone deathly still, trusting the fourth's feeling of impending wrongness. Stifled laughter broke out amongst every student aside from the angry blonde-ass goblin from the other day. He rolled his eyes before directing his focus out the window once again. "Small mercies. It's not that funny," the third mumbled darkly. "Everyone does it, yet they're acting like he slipped on a rotten apple in the assembly hall in front of some important COs. Now is no time to speak from traumatic experience, dude. Let me guess, you were too busy crying over your epic failure that you forgot to come in?" One kid grinned evilly. Izuku sucked in a breath, opting to ignore the jab and head to his seat. He really is useless after all. Now that would not fly with the dead Izuku protection squad, no chance. Oi, just because it's true doesn't mean you can point it out. Plus your hair looks like a soggy mop, and don't even get me started on. The sixth continued to rave beyond that cutoff point, but I simply don't have the word limit. "I see, there's an obvious hierarchy in this hellish classroom." The first tooted. "I'd say it's time to revoke kneecap privileges, don't you? Fucking demonic brats, I'll tear them in half." The fourth growled. He was still in front of Izuku, scouting around for danger as per usual, which is how he caught the outstretched foot ready to trip the boy over. Without really thinking, he channeled all his rage, and boy was there a lot of it, into making himself corporeal for just a second. Just to get Izuku to bump into him and stop to look down, because the fourth will not tolerate his kid getting embarrassed. It worked, thank God. Izuku felt as if he has an invisible wall or maybe a desk, so he peeked downwards in light self-consciousness only to see someone's foot. Lucky, maybe fate decided to give him a fucking break for a day. Yes, the light class teasing is a break. Class officially began shortly after, leaving the deceased heroes to their own devices. The teacher was obviously picking on Izuku more than the other students, whether intentionally or not, promptly the fifth to linger around him and totally not try poke his eyes. Not him. Never him. Nana had assumed the role of trying to aid the boy, whispering answers in his ear in hopes of it reaching, all the while Tuzi messed on with Bakugo Katsuki. The second user without a doubt had the best grasp of their ghostly powers, yet here he was using it for evil, managing to pull at the blonde's hair constantly. The fourth was doing his best to swipe loose sheets of paper off other students' desks. It only worked every so often, but it was definitely worth the confused grunts. Similarly, the sixth was humming as he scratched at the chalkboard. It was a double-edged sword when it eventually worked, but again, worth it. All of the boys' classes flew by without any more confrontation. Whispers of Midoriya's guardian angel were a common thing to hear, if only they knew it was plural. Even at lunch, when three boys approached Izuku looking for confrontation, were driven away by a sudden cold shift in the air. Yes, Izuku Midoriya definitely thinks he's haunted. When Izuku got home after a dreadfully long day, he was ready to crash onto the couch and pass away for personal reasons. He was not at all mentally prepared for his mom to come rushing home from work with a letter from UA in her hands. "Oh, it's here!" the second yelled, beckoning over the other ghosts from where they were talking or thinking. "The weird acronym school letter, UA? It's arrived!" Nana practically shrieked, shooting into standing position in excitement. The users watched with bated breath as Izuku decided to open the letter in solitude. The ghosts didn't want to invade his privacy, so they paced with Inko outside the boy's room. He definitely got in. The sixth hummed, phantom punching the air. "Did you see how he decimated the zero-pointer?" "Yeah, but it's a zero-pointer for a reason, six-petal daisy." The third grunted, flicking the other in the forehead. A discussion broke out among the 7 conscious ghosts, a discussion only broken up by the opening of a door. Izuku's door. For the second time that day, all eyes were on the greenette, and what did he do? He smiled, and it was a telling smile that oozed pure happiness. He passed. That's for sure. Without a second's delay, all 8 ghosts rushed Izuku, tackling him into a tight embrace while his mom cried in the background. And maybe the boy couldn't feel the hug yet, but one thing is certain. He stumbled slightly under the added dead weight of 7.5 ecstatic heroes of a time long gone. Izuku, in that moment, felt decidedly warm. The first thing Izuku did when he got his acceptance letter was run to the beach to meet his teacher. When he arrived, the hero was in his true form to not attract any attention. That's fine, Izuku knew about this form. But the ghosts did not know about this form, and well, they reacted about as well as expected. Did he just call that skeleton All Might? All Might as in Seven's boy? The sixth scrutinized, peering at the emaciated man in front. He did. The third confirmed simply, in shock himself. The second used a ghostly finger to poke the man's ribs. Wasn't he like really buff a week ago, or am I on drugs? I think we all took the same drugs and, oh my god, he went buff again. That's weird. That's new. Why? Doro panicked. God, he really is buff though. I'm very jealous. Not the time. Oh, we're running now? I wish I was this famous. The second sighed wistfully. I only ran from the police, not fans. Vigilante work in it. Nana fainted. She just fell down. I didn't know ghosts could faint, but she did. The sixth snorted. Must be because her successor is built like the stick man. At least he's a tall stick man though. A whole 7-foot stick man. Damn. I'm envious now. Doro sniffled. Keep talking short stuff, he could step on you. I hate you. It didn't end very well, as you could probably tell. Izuku woke up on his first day of UA bright and early. The wind was doing that thing where it pushed his curtains around a bunch until a beam of sunlight was shining directly on his face, which was usually annoying, but today it was welcomed. After all, he simply couldn't be late on his first day. The whole apartment was a mad rush. His mom was hastily trying to whip up a filling breakfast, and she must have opened a window because his notebooks were conveniently being flung in the general direction of his bag and oh, it's probably the ghost problem. The rational side of Izuku's brain sneers at the very idea, but honestly, there was quite literally no explanation. Maybe he could chalk it up to insanity if it was just him who noticed this stuff, but it wasn't just him. People at school went from calling him a useless Deku to a possessed Deku, and that's definitely an improvement in his opinion. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. He stepped out of his bedroom clad in a new, stylish, sleek gray uniform topped by the chunky red tie that was definitely tied like that intentionally. It's a recent fashion statement, everyone's doing it nowadays. It's not Izuku's fault the rest of the world is living in 2021. Inko served him a special breakfast with a bright grin that conveyed her unyielding pride, and Izuku thinks he's never been happier. Even as he waved his mom goodbye, he couldn't stop smiling. Because today was going to be a great day and absolutely nothing would change that. He totally forgot his lunch. Doro wailed as the group walked outside. We need him to go back. He won't die if he doesn't eat for one day, you dumb oaf. The sixth tooted, giving the oaf a whack to the arm because he sadly couldn't reach his head. Would be nice if you bent down next time. The first leveled them both with a disappointed dad look. Just because he won't die doesn't mean he should skip lunch. That's how you end up short. He said, the last part staring into the sixth's eyes. Low blow man, Tuzzy hold my earrings right now. The second was about to contribute to the escalating conflict when his hand was suddenly full of ghostly earrings. Although a better term would be silver studs, the point still stands. Oh shit, would you look at that? You were wearing earrings when you died, cool. Man, I wish I pierced my ears too. Doro whined. I would have totally pulled it off. Sure, Baldy. Before the bickering could escalate even further into a brawl or God forbid another rock, paper, scissors tournament, the train grinded to a gradual halt and Izuku along with many others slowly filtered out the doors. Yue was in sight now. It was hard to miss as it stood prestigiously atop a lush green hill accentuated by the bright rays of sun that bounced off its glass exterior. The third had questioned whether it was a fire hazard, specifically with the surrounding forest, but Nana waved him off saying anything was possible now. Oh really now? Anything is possible? The second mocked. Then tell me, Miss Seven, why haven't I seen one poster advertising a hotel on Jupiter? The fuck is Jupiter? The sixth unwelcomely chimed and suddenly all eyes were on him, especially the earlier users. Don't look at me like that. Why, you're joking, right? The first asked, voice laced in a genuine concern for the other's sanity, awareness, brain. Even the second nodded aggressively next to his friend. Come on, Browski, it's the best planet under Uranus. Hey, Uranus. The sixth snorted. Doro was inclined to agree. I know, it's funny every time. Tuzzy continued after a breathless wheeze. But seriously, didn't you learn this at school? The sixth user leveled the older with a deadpan stare. Do I look like I went to school? Ever? His tone was dead serious, ha pun, speaking his words with a cold type of conviction that induced disappointment rather than fear. The first put a solemn hand over his mouth. Not even kindergarten? He whispered, fearing the answer. Kindergarten is for losers. You're all losers. Imagine being a loser. User number 6 spat confidently, puffing up his chest and raising his chin in a condescending manner. Oh no. Doro wheezed. He covers up his lack of brain cells with a bad attitude. Typical teenager. Not Izuku though, never my son. I am perfectly an adult, thank you very much. Nana, don't look at me like that, you were younger than me when I died. The teenager hissed at his own successor. The woman just laughed heartily at his antics. And you're just the same as I remembered, master. She then went on to ruffle his hair, which did not go over well seeing as he tried to bite her hand. Remember, you were all short once too. Yeah, but unlike you, we grew taller and made it to adulthood. The third scoffed, joining Nana in the head pats. It's okay, young one. Don't deny the affection. I am an adult. The sixth roared, tiny but mighty, swatting away all the hands that had started patting his head. Don't make me double kill you, I'm sure hell is hot. The others laughed as Izuku walked into the giant building that was Yue. gripping the straps of his backpack nervously. After a minute of aimless wandering, the greenette began to mutter uncontrollably. 1A, 1A? It's just a theory, but I feel like he's looking for class 1A. Again, it's just a wild stab in the dark. Whoa, the second started, cut off by a jab to the ribs courtesy of user number 3. This place is built like a maze and the Teen Titan Tower, whoa. The first gawked. It's the excessive windows bring me back, I used to watch it with my brother. The third scoffed at that. Bet his favorite character was Trigon. I'm pretty sure it was actually Starfire. I liked Trigon though, he was a pretty rad character in my opinion. Yeah, okay, I didn't see that one coming. Izuku found his own way to the classroom with absolutely no help from his so-called guardian angels, since half of them were fanboying over Teen Titans while the other half made fun of the other kids, much to Nana's disappointment. Only the fourth remained beside Izuku, vigilant as always and ready to detect danger. Standing outside the door to the new class made him visibly stiffen and move closer to the greenette. Protectively. It's not as bad as the other school, it shouldn't be, but there's a man around the corner leaning against the wall. He's listening. Okay, wow, are we sure his quirk isn't clairvoyance or some shit? The sixth snorted with a raised eyebrow. Can we just go through the big door? I want to roast some kitties. The fourth bent down to make eye contact with the shorter boy. Like you aren't a kid yourself, but sure, it's safe. Good job you can't talk to strangers. I've had it with you lot. I am a man. Walking into the classroom made Izuku instantly wish a hellhole would open up and claim him to be Satan's jester or something along those lines. All because the two scariest people Izuku had ever met were having a screaming match. The users had a similar reaction too. Oh, not fucking Bakugo Ratsuki. Why is the blue square here? Why is he approaching my child? Get the spray bottle, hiss hiss begone. Oh look, he's being nice, what a sweetheart. He's just a rule-following baby boy. Ida fan club. Oh man, I would have missed playing with Bakugo's hair a bit, so in a way I'm glad he's here. But if he comes near my boy, death is annoying. Please, you're the one who makes death annoying. Shut. The fourth tried to yell but was cut off by the door sliding open behind Izuku to reveal the slapping savior from the entrance exam. Her appearance only made the other users take their excitable shouting up a notch. The fourth was going to shout again, though he didn't have to. A yellow-looking caterpillar had appeared on the floor just outside of the door. It was strange enough that it effectively silenced both the living and the dead. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. The caterpillar man started, still lying on the floor. The fourth admired his skill to capture everyone's attention so effortlessly. This is the hero course. He continued, taking a gulp of something before rising into a standing position. The sixth leant over to the second stealthily. Is this something that happens at school? Honestly, I'm not a fan no matter how cool the entrance was. He whispered to the other. This is a first for me too. The second whispered back. But I agree, that was a awesome entrance. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Caterpillar man continued, shedding his yellow skin. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. The caterpillar stepped out as a tired homeless man. God, I feel threatened. The second whispered loud enough that the others heard. Not to stereotype, but it's his kind that took my first credit card and put me in debt. That is just so rude. He just needs a nap, Nana chastised, though it turned into more of a question. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Daigoro gasped along with the class. So, he isn't some random hobo that got lost? Coulda fooled me. The first was in shock. The second was eyeing this Aizawa dude skeptically while keeping grip on his imaginary wallet. The third had tried to get as far away as possible. The fourth admired Aizawa more than anyone before. The fifth had began scoping out the class. The sixth was kicking the people taller than him, standing by a purple grape kid to feel powerful and tall. The seventh was standing by Izuku with a smile. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field, Aizawa said, pulling a gym uniform out of his sleeping bag. Why did he even have that there? Was it a pillow? The fourth gasped, eyes shining in admiration. I think I'm going to love this guy. The other users gulped, feeling tense all of a sudden. The atmosphere weighed heavy with anticipation and anxiety until Well shit. That girl is pink. I told you, I am not going in the changing rooms, forehead. The sixth hissed defiantly, trying his best not to phase through the wall or door of the boys' changing rooms. The fourth rolled his eyes in frustration. And I told you don't have a choice. A changing room is one of the places you're most vulnerable at. It's perfect for a villain to jump you. Why do I feel like you're speaking from experience? The first asked nervously. Because I am. The fourth stressed, flashing Shigaraki a glare making the man put both hands up in surrender. Why are you so pressed about going into changing rooms anyway? It's not like you're much older than them. Isn't he like semi-ancient? He died a good 80 years ago or something, right? The second piped up. And I'm super old, that's whack? User 4 shook his head adamantly, turning to address the group as a whole. No, when we died, our consciousness effectively fizzled out only to be regained a couple of weeks ago on that beach. So mentally, you're still the same age you died. 6 is being dramatic for no reason. Everyone pointedly decided to ignore the second's distant cry of, oh goody, I'm still 26. But that means I can't be a really ancient sexy vampire, damn. The sixth sighed in defeat. Look man, my heart just wouldn't be able to take it. Heroes in training are always so buff and attractive and I just couldn't go through that as a dead man. Daigoro placed a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder. I know what you mean, son. I taught you well. The pair fist bumped with a quick chant of abs. The others simply stared at the two in disbelief before the third made a sound akin to a groan. Why don't you two just wait out here, and oh look, Izuku's already out. Wasn't that the most useless conversation we had? Oh thank God. The sixth breathed. Ayo, where's the grape kid? I need to stand next to him for personal reasons, you know. We definitely know. You aren't slick shoddy. The second snickered, earning a swift kick to the knee joint. Yikes, sore spot. The Ghosty Gang Gucci Gang followed Izuku and the class out onto the field with varying levels of excitement. For example, the second was practically vibrating at the size of the field while the third tried to fend off an ethereal migraine. Aizawa was already waiting on the field, clad in his musty hero outfit rather than the obnoxious sleeping bag. The class all huddled together before the man, listening tentatively to his every word. However, that was soon broken when he announced they would be participating in a quirk assessment test. The class as well as 6 out of 7 ghosts yelled in unison. To his credit, Aizawa looked completely unfazed, like he had to deal with something similar every day. So cool. The fourth whispered in awe, receiving 6 frazzled and unbelieving looks. You've changed, man. I thought you of all people would be able to recognize how bad this is. Forensic. The second yelled in growing hysteria. Nana shook her head solemnly. He's been blinded by his admiration for this homeless-looking hero. Kids, I feel like you're a similar age. As they were arguing, Bakugo was called up to the front and instructed to throw a ball as far as he could using his quirk. It was the telltale sonic boom of his explosive quirk that snapped the users out of their shameless squabbling. Die. He shouted savagely, flinging the ball far, far away. Die. The 6 users balked along with Izuku while the fourth continued to fanboy, seemingly unaffected by the first's incessant shaking. My poor son is going to break so many bones after this one. Daigoro sniffled. At least the stakes aren't too high. The second shuffled over to the explosive blonde who was now looking pretty smug. I'm Bakugo and I am just simply a prodigy at life as a whole. He mimicked. I have half a mind to trip this bitch up right now. Do it? The sixth shamelessly heckled. Embarrass him on the first day, ruin the street cred he's trying to build. Alright, how about this? Whoever comes last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Aizawa grinned wolfishly, unknowingly sending 7 ghosts into anaphylactic shock. Yes, this broke the fourth out of whatever fanboy trance he was in. Expulsion? The 7 ghosts yelled out. Izuku winced, though if that was from anxiety or the sound is up for debate. Oh nah, expulsion isn't as fun as it sounds. The sixth blanched despairingly. I would know. Aizawa's borderline evil stare turned directly on Izuku, who flinched again. The ghosts were positively freaking the fuck out and Nana was about to ghost faint again, the third not far behind. Oh fucking Kaken on a bike. Look at that twerp's evil look. What if I went on a murder spree? The second raged. Shit, okay, this is bad, very bad. The fourth cursed silently. Aizawa is still really cool though. But Izuku can't control his quirk yet. Why didn't 8 teach him better? How do we scrape past this? He went from homeless man to psychotic and territorial homeless man that bites if you get too close. Doro wailed. School sucks, I don't make the rules. Please stop speaking from experience at the worst times. I'm just saying that if we get too close he'd chomp. Threesome. Then we'd get a tetanus shot even though we're afraid of needles and create a big scene at the doctor's, then get banned after punching a volunteer in the nose, effectively breaking and disfiguring it. God, what the hell happened to you? The third shrieked, making a move to silence the fifth user but ended up being stopped by the sixth, who was muffling his own laughter. No, let him continue. I'm intrigued where this'll go. Then you have to pay for the surgery, which leaves you flat broke and unable to buy an alarm clock. Consequently meaning you sleep through your fight with All for One, and oh boy does he make you pay for being tardy. Now I'm dead, leaving my short successor who was going through a sexuality crisis all alone. The sixth took that chance to silence his master with a roundhouse kick to the chest. Yeah, I draw the line at exposing me, thank you very much. Nana grabbed both of them by the collar of their shirts. Let's get going, it's almost Izuku's turn for the dash. Keep the arguing to a minimum. She smiled quite threateningly. I was older than you once. The sixth hissed at the women. Not anymore though, sensei. Test 1, 50-meter dash. How to fail successfully with the ghosts. Okay, huddle up. Nana instructed. We need to figure out a way to assist Izuku in the best way possible. The second nodded. He's up against Ratchan, so as much as I hate to admit it, Izuku will probably lose without using a quirk. So what do we do? Embrace our inner cheerleader and give it our all? The third scoffed. When he was met with a contemplative silence, he instantly frowned. No, that was a joke. This is why I don't do humor. Stop thinking about it. Damn, looks like discussion time is over. Doro grinned wolfishly. Come on folks, let's do a pyramid structure with sixpence on the top. We can even make pom-poms out of our raggedy hero suits. True to their word and without a fear of death, the users quickly assembled into a pyramid-like position that definitely wouldn't be safe for the living if the way it was swaying was anything to go by. The sixth was balanced at the top, shouting orders with his hands cupped over his mouth. All right, you worms, let's give Aizu the best encouragement we can from the other side. Yeah. The others yelled back, some more lackluster than others. Gimme an I. Gimme a Z. Z. Gimme a U. Gimme a K. F. Gimme a. Oh wow, he already finished the race. Damn, we didn't even finish. Anyway, what does it spell? Aizuke? The others chanted back, quite confused. Aizuk D. The sixth started, but he never got a chance to finish because the third, who was an integral part of the base, decided to walk away, consequently making the whole human pyramid come toppling down. He sighed aggressively. Let it be known I have a mild dislike for all of you. The second snorted from his position on the floor. Noted. At the end of the running track, Izuku was having an existential crisis bordering meltdown while Bakugo glared at him like the greenette pissed on his kids at Christmas. That wouldn't stand with the ghosty Izuku protection squad, who immediately picked themselves off the ground and rushed to embrace the boy. Please, if you don't let Tuzi kick Bakugo at least once, I might have to do it myself. The third grumbled, showing his first act of his parental side. It only takes a second to trip him up. The second agreed. Only if it's accidental? Nana replied with narrowed eyes. Test 2, grip strength? Actually failing for real with the ghosts. There is no way to help him here. The third grumbled. And no, before you suggest it, I will not cheerlead again. Phooey. Suddenly, Doro lit up, gasping with such velocity that if he were alive he would have passed out. I have the best plan, Dia. We have ghostly powers, and what does that mean we can mess with? Kaken? The second shouted with a raised hand. Well, yes, but actually no. We can mess with technology. And what is Izuku holding? The second raised his hand again, speaking with the confidence of 1,000 people. A grip strength test thingy. I don't know, these are pretty futuristic. Again, you have spirit but yes no. He's holding technology. Oh wow. The fourth shouted sarcastically. You do have a brain cell or two swimming around in the empty space that should be your brain. Ignoring that dash. So you're saying if we all collectively channel our thoughts onto the grip test, we can rig his results from the land of the dead? Nana hummed thoughtfully. I like your thinking, high five. The group went completely silent as they intently focused on the grip test that Izuku was desperately squeezing. However, their thoughts were eventually interrupted by Izuku crying out in shock, preceded by his muttering about how he thought his score would have been higher. The sixth laughed nervously at that, turning to the older users. Why you don't think we accidentally, lowered his score? What? No, we couldn't have. Our plan just didn't work, right? Right? Daigoro insisted. Nana sank to her knees with a wail. If he gets expelled, we are partly to blame. She suddenly perked up, glaring at Mist Might again. However, the blame mostly falls with him. In the teacher's lounge, All Might shivered violently. Yes, let's keep ignoring how we essentially sabotaged our shared sun. The fourth smiled threateningly. Test 3, standing long jump? Failing but not completely with the ghosts. Izuku readied himself at the end of the sand pit, arms behind his torso ready to leap. Summoning all the force he could muster without creaming his bones, he leaped, swinging his arms forward for extra propulsion. It appeared if he was going to get yet another average result, however, just before the greenette could start his descent into the sand, something slammed into his back, sending him that little bit further. Landing on his butt, his mind briefly wandered to his guardian angel, and even though the idea of it was still stupid, Izuku couldn't help but mutter his thanks to whatever the heck just body slammed him across the sand pit. Though, his back really hurt now. Did I do it? Did he go flying? The sixth asked frantically, peeling his face out of the sand where he landed after jumping into Izuku. I definitely heard something snap though. The other users, who were observing from the sidelines, just slightly grimaced in response. Daigoro placed a hand over his eyes and looked away, sucking in a breath and muttering a shaky yikes. What? The sixth pressed, making his way over to his friends. Did it fail again? Damn it, I really thought I aced my ghosty shit. Nana shook her head, placing a hand on her friend's shoulder. No, it definitely worked, but it worked a little too well. The second piped up. You timed it wrong, so Aizawa basically just skeeked forward instead of falling. Like B-whoopsiep. His words were accompanied by hand gestures that resembled a lowercase n that ended in a horizontal line. The sixth leveled the man with a glare. That made absolutely zero sense. Use your words, man. These kids think Izuku's possessed now too. The third clarified plainly. And they wouldn't be wrong. Test 4. Repeated side steps. Failing by default with the ghosts. Okay, that's cool, but look at my grape friend go. The sixth hollered. Show em your moves, best friend. He animatedly pointed towards Mineta, who was killing the test, bouncing from side to side at the speed of sound. Yeah, get it I guess? Daigoro nodded approvingly. What a creative way to use his quirk, and wow, he's looking at that girl's cleavage now. Ha! The sixth swiveled around to face Mineta, who was basically being himself. I'm gonna ignore it because I really need to be around him. Life would be easier if you just accepted the fact you are and always will be short. The third snickered. Can't grow when you're dead? You won't be laughing when I kick you. The first wore a strained smile as he attempted to pat a panicked Izuku's back, who honestly, at this point, looked like his soul had fully left his body. You are so lucky you don't see this. 9. Test 5. Ball throw. Actually succeeding maybe with the ghosts. All 7 users watched the ball float into the stratosphere with shared awe, collectively cheering when the result came back as infinity. They had already decided that Uraraka was nice since the entrance exam. Izuku had returned to borderline meltdown mode, this time seemingly unresponsive to the dead hero's comforting. Aizawa handed him the ball with an unreadable expression, and Izuku and the ghosts made their way into the circle. Izuku, don't use your quirk, baby, please. Shame, the Izuku in question couldn't hear the pleas of the deceased because the greenette wound his arm back, charging up his quirk. The users were desperately trying to figure out how to limit the impending damage. The fourth felt the familiar buzz in the back of his brain and his eyes widened. He quickly made a move to spin around and survey the area, only to lock onto Aizawa, whose capture gear was levitating up and sprawling out. Suddenly it made sense. Izuku wait dash. Then everything went black for the ghosts. From an outsider's perspective, Aizawa activated his erasure quirk and 8 apparitions seemingly poofed out of existence, though nobody knew that. With Izuku's quirk erased, there is no anchor for the heroes of the past to hang on to. So they simply disappeared, and the ball fell short at a measly 46 meters, much to Izuku's abject horror. To make it worse, the greenette suddenly felt subconsciously more alone than ever before, even surrounded by his new class. It was one thing after another, because then he got one of the worst lectures in his life that ended in those soul-crushing words that he heard almost constantly before he met All Might. You cannot be a hero. Those 5 words hurt every single time. As he was being lectured, Izuku could only focus on how cold he felt. Ever since he got One for All, it always felt like he was being embraced in the world's warmest eternal hug. It was a warmth that helped him through his old school, that reminded him he was strong. But that warmth was gone now, replaced by a frozen chill. It was sad really, he hadn't even made the quirk his yet, he was already so attached to it that he made up a feeling of warmth to distract him from the coldness of reality. And in a blink, they were back. Ah, what the fucking fuck? They appeared again, still in the circle that Izuku was pulled out of, confused and full of energy. Where's Izuku? 7 heads frantically spun around in a desperate search for their green kid that they had come to love so much over the past few months. With the hobo, Doro shouted, pointing towards the pair. In less than a second, all 8 apparitions were stood protectively around Izuku, eyes sharp and wary, glaring down the man in front of them. Why does Aiza look so sad? What did this fucker do? The 6th ground out. Not so cool now, is he? The 2nd said coldly, hands on the greenette's shaking shoulders. I don't know what he did, but I didn't like it. The 4th stepped in front of Izuku, separating him from Aizawa, and sighed with a pinch to the bridge of his nose. This is partly my fault. This man is Eraserhead, a hero with a quirk that erases other quirks. I remember Izuku mumbling about him. Oh, it totally is, Doro said, shoulders sinking in comfortable relief. I saw the drawing of him in Zuku's notebook. I couldn't tell it was him under the musty homelessness. Who knew he was a low-key douche? The 6th dropped his protective glare, bursting out into laughter derived from the adrenaline that seemed to be dwindling now. Oh man, I thought someone exorcised us or something. He took a breath. So he just temporarily erased us and said something fucking mean as hell to Aizu? At least it wasn't on purpose? The first tried to reason, though it fell flat against the tension in the atmosphere. Okay, I know you're all angry, but it's starting to affect the temperature, so maybe meditate? Nana's eyebrows furrowed at that. The temperature? Her eyes were drawn to a small cluster of students who were shivering slightly, aggressively rubbing their arms. She thought nothing of it until a small white flake fell blurred past her adjusting eyes. Snow. She mumbled, in awe. Wait, that's actually so fucking cool if we did that. The 2nd gasped. This isn't just a coincidence, right? 3? The 3rd held his hand out to try and touch one of the dainty snowflakes, huffing slightly when it failed. Considering the fact it's April, I'd say it's highly probable we did this. Nice. Though it's no blizzard, just sleet if anything, it really is an interesting development in this whole not resurrection thing. The 3rd continued. I suggest we practice this more after school. I agree. Also, we should definitely hold our Ghost High Council meeting when we get back to discuss the whole erasure incident. And how to protect Aizu from fucking dickwads. The 6th spewed, looking directly at Aizawa as he handed Izuku another ball. I think I discovered something different? Doro shouted. The others turned to look where he was previously standing only to find he wasn't there. No, he was stood much further away. Further than the tether usually allowed. Did you break the tether? The 3rd asked excitedly, allowing more emotion than usual to spill into his voice. Can I distance myself from you clowns now? Daigoro chose not to be offended and went straight to explaining. It's definitely not broken? I think it just relaxed a bit, like those retractable leads for dogs. I think it went from a maximum 2 meters away from Izuku to 4 meters. And that, the third said, tears welling up in his ghostly eyes, is good enough for me. Adios. With that, the man grabbed Mist Might and went to the other side of the bubble. Okay, rude, but Izuku has his second attempt at the throw? The first one obviously flopped, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out how. The sixth hummed, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Nana, when he throws the ball, bat it as hard as you can with your hand. Use your quirk to float up there so it doesn't look as awkward as the long jump. The fourth whistled, putting a hand on the other's head. You're pretty smart for a kid that didn't go to school. I'm impressed, young one. The sixth smirked triumphantly, meeting the older man's gaze. Please, you're talking to the user who gave all for one a run for his money and only lost because I sassed the boomer too much? The fourth heaved a light laugh, removing his hand after ruffling the boy's black hair. All right, positions, people. I know you didn't just call my brother a boomer. Oh, I did. And I'll do it again. The sixth cackled heavily, taking his position next to Izuku, who was once again winding his arm back. His eyes met Nana's and she nodded in determination. This time, there were no telltale red veins of one for all creeping across the greenette's arm. However, they were spreading across one singular finger. In a move none of the ghosts saw coming, Izuku charged up one for all in his finger, letting the ball roll off it and blasting it into the distance. The ball shot right over Nana, who was suspended in midair. She watched Izuku with stars in her eyes. Guess he didn't need our help on this one. The fourth grinned. God, he's so cool. The ghosts rejoined Izuku, making a circle around him as they celebrated with a terribly choreographed dance, continuously gushing about his awesomeness. And they were right, because he isn't useless or worthless or defenseless or quirkless anymore. He isn't less, and Izuku Midoriya refuses to be anything but more ever again. Plus ultra, as they say. So, the second started, unsure of himself but serious nonetheless. We definitely need to discuss some important shit. All six ghosts nodded vigorously, trailing behind Izuku as he found a table to sit at with Ida and Uraraka. Nana was happy the boy had found some good friends. The fourth intercepted the lead of the conversation as per usual. Yes, there's definitely something strange afoot. You mean how I told you over and over again that we'd get ghost powers and you were like, oh, that's not how real life works, but guess what? I was right, and this is my win. Daigoro ranted, finishing with an action that looked suspiciously like an imaginary mic drop before trying to strut away triumphantly. He hit the end of the tether pretty quickly. I wouldn't call them ghostly powers, more like supernatural abilities. The third hummed, his voice only barely heard as he continued to distance himself from the others with Mist Might. Ghostly powers doesn't really suit it? Daigoro blinked at the third, then blinked again at the rest of the group who were once again nodding vigorously. After one more blink for good measure he exploded. It's the same thing? He probably would have continued raging if not for the second putting a cold hand over his mouth, effectively smothering all the distasteful words coming out of his mouth. No, I get that the whole ghostly powers is important, but that's not what I was talking about. In response he got a gallery of raised eyebrows egging him to continue. Daigoro seemed happy enough with the second's hand over his mouth. The most important thing about today was all the kick-ass quirks. There was a groan from the sixth who promptly bashed his head against the nearest table. It didn't make a sound, yet it was easy enough to imagine. We get you're an antique, but seriously? He added another bash for effect, making the first wince. Hell yeah, I'm an antique. Expensive and falling apart. Came the retort from the second, finished with a hair flick which ultimately failed. Are you doing okay there, Tuzi? Daigoro questioned carefully, deciding he was finished with his tantrum. The second smiled brightly, eccentrically putting his thumbs up. Never. But I'll feel better when we discuss how cool that pink girl was. Like, imagine being fully pink, with horns. She's an icon already. Don't forget the red and white dude. He reminds me of a Teletubby. The first added sagely, the later uses gaped at him mystified. What now? They're like, how do I describe this? The first hummed, only to be cut off by an overexcited user number 2 who basically pushed him out of the way. It was a kids' show and the characters were these humanoid alien things that came in different colors like red, green, etc., but their faces were a circle of what appeared to be human skin that held soulless black eyes. They also had big ears that would allow them to hear your breathing no matter where you hid. I believe the red one was Pa, and he looked like he had jaundice. It was the first's turn to push his friend out of the way this time, probably using more force than necessary. Don't forget the antenna on top of their heads that came in different shapes and probably allowed them to talk to the baby son that was most likely God for them. Also, I agree, Pa needed to lay off the alcohol. The users from the fourth and up blinked at the two men before collectively looking at the third in a silent plea for a denial. Eyes were blown wide when the man groaned and nodded with his head in his hands. You forgot to mention the hands built like mittens? Well shit. The sixth exclaimed with a mouth pop. You just perfectly described my sleep paralysis demon. Puh, did you say its name was? Sounds better than my fuck face. And you're saying that Hell's Cape was aired on TV for the eyes of innocent children? The fourth grimaced. No wonder you turned out how you did. I'm guessing the show was discontinued before I was born, thank God. Ignoring the blatant insult. The show got a reboot in cartoon form when I was a kid, which was less creepier, before it was cancelled to make way for a new Quirk show. The third sighed. It will forever haunt my dreams though. The sixth nodded with a hum, placing a comforting hand on the older man's shoulder. And my dreams too apparently. You are not alone. His attention was quickly captured by Todoroki briskly strutting through the cafeteria towards a table at the back. There he is, the Ice Prince. Do you think he's into dead people? Do you think he realized how bad that sounded? Daigoro whispered to the fourth, who groaned like he forgot to save a piece of work before impulsively closing the whole thing. In short, he sounded like he wanted to take a page out of the sixth's book and acquaint his head with the table. There was a detached gagging noise that came from the second's general direction. The man himself was leaning against a table looking very faint. What in the necrophilia are you asking their sixpence? He pressed with a frown. To his credit, the 17-year-old looked a little lost before his face went through all 5 stages of grief in a split second. Denial. What? I didn't say anything to do with that. Anger. What the fuck you? How dare you put words into my mouth? Bargaining. Please, I didn't say that. I didn't mean it like that. Depression. Oh my Kakin, Ice Prince probably thinks I'm a real wacko. There's nothing left to haunt for. Acceptance. Look, I know how that sounded and I'm so sorry I was ever born. Man, that went over like a blockbuster movie starring you, directed by you and featuring you. Daigoro blinked, still not quite sure how to respond to whatever the fuck that was. Don't forget the guest appearance of Ice Prince on the receiving end of unrequited love. Sighed the first forlornly. It's okay, son, we've all been there. Can you even call it a guest appearance? Nana hummed absently. I'd say it's more of a sad mention of his name without consent so he gets sued. Sixth looked at her like he expected better, his mouth hanging open. Lunch was nice. Everyone was overjoyed to see Izuku laughing in a cafeteria rather than fending for his life basically. While Izuku talked about the morning's quirk assessment test non-stop between bites of food, the users continued their tirade of bullying children for something they could not control. Yes, when put like that it sounds atrocious, but we all know it's true. Don't look now, but here comes God herself. Yeah, I saw you create a bicycle, Miss Ma'am. Walk on, I guess. Is his quirk really called hardening? Isn't that a bit? I hope he doesn't say that to little children. Technically we all have a quirk like har. Finish that sentence, I dare you. Oh look, there's my best friend. Hi best friend. Your best friend is the ugliest baby I've ever seen. See, I wasn't lying. Even worse, the 7 of them didn't even feel a lick of remorse, Daigoro going as far as to say what they don't know can't hurt them. The second wiped a tear at the wise words before going off in a tangent about how awful Katsuki Bakugo was as a human, dog and lifestyle. It was in the middle of this tangent alarms blared and students startled. As always, the earlier users weren't as fazed as the others who had gone quite pale at the sight of people fleeing the cafeteria. What? Did lunch rush burn the toast? The second joked with a dismissive hand wave. Sixth genuinely had to hold himself back and not break the man's hand while yelling about how bad the situation probably was. The younger stuck with just yelling since he could try break second's hand later. I get it, I do. You are old. Which is why I am going to say this once and you're going to understand it. The world changed. Alarms actually mean something most of the time. It's not a useless fire drill you can ignore in favor of camping out in the bathroom. We speaking from experience again? The first, second and third all blinked at the teen before completely blue screening as they re-evaluated everything they've ever known. Second was sputtering nonsense, the third made a detached noise of recognition and the first simply went unresponsive. We lost them. Doro face-palmed. You really altered their whole perception of reality like that? He snickered, turning towards Sixth who was donning a shit-eating grin. Someone had to, was the boy's mischievous reply, causing the two to dissolve into ugly cackling despite the Sixth's rant about how important alarms were. Rightfully feeling like the only sane ones left, Nana and the fourth quickly sprung into action, getting as close as they could to the window with the longer tether. It was still difficult to get a good visual on the commotion at the gate since Izuku was running with the crowd to evacuate, much to the fourth's dismay. From his shaky vantage point, both he and Nana could see what appeared to be the media trying to barge into the school. Nana deflated in relief, saying something about how she thought it would be something worse. The fourth couldn't hear though, not really, because he was conditioned to know when things weren't how they appeared. This whole media break-in felt so sickeningly wrong that it made his brain buzz relentlessly. Ayu. Fourth, east, south, west. Is anyone home in there? The fourth blinked back into focus, his brain still warning him tirelessly about near danger. It seemed in the end, Nana was the only one focused completely. She looked worried as did the other users who seemed to have snapped out of their own trances. Shaking his head in attempts to calm that buzz, the fourth straightened. Sorry, what's the situation? Perhaps the man should have been a bit more concerned when a whole child ran straight through the second, who violently shivered. As you can probably tell, these teenagers suck at evacuating. The second said shakily, still reeling from being ran through. Back in my day, this would not stand and we'd have to stand on a field in the winter getting lectured about the proper way to evacuate. Back in my day. The sixth quoted animatedly, barely suppressing an eye roll. Okay, boomer. Stop saying that, Doro cried. The fourth frowned, eyebrows knitting together as his brain whirred. Should he tell the others about the true nature of the break-in? Surely underneath all of their chaotic tendencies and obvious issues, they were heroes. Heroes worthy of one for all. Yes, he could tell them, he trusted them, he truly did. He opened his mouth to speak out, however he caught sight of the sixth using his pinky finger to dig for gold, the appendage basically disappearing into the chasm that was the boy's nose. All while the fifth tried to dodge children and second tried to heckle Bakugo from the land of the dead yet again. The fourth decided he'd keep this information to himself. Kakin. You're lucky the media broke in or else I would have driven my foot into your ankle while you carried your lunch so you'd trip in front of the whole school. Nobody wants to follow a loser who trips over air. Second hollered. Experience? It's why I have issues. The whole school called him Spilled Milk Guy for 3 years. Even when we graduated, the school printed a personalized certificate that said most likely to cry over split milk. It was glorious. The first recalled wistfully, the users, except the fourth, were so engrossed in the story that the stampede of children was momentarily forgotten. It was difficult not to compare them to typical old dears talking about the good old days. A loud thwack broke the 6 ghosts out of their reminiscing session. Acutely aware of their surroundings in a split second, it was difficult not to notice Ida pressed against the wall above the doorway looking suspiciously similar to an emergency exit sign. The brunette definitely caught the students' attention, shouting about it just being a media break-in. Ridiculous yet effective as the stampede quickly calmed down to a controlled evacuation. The media can't tear through reinforced gates though. That nagging voice chirped annoyingly. The fourth paid it no mind as he had all those times before he died. Instead opting to join the others as a distraction. How do we get Ida down though? The sixth snickered. A lot of the students had already left, leaving Ida on the wall. It was a good plan which worked but His gaze wandered to the blue-haired boy and he promptly broke down laughing. Uraraka and Izuku came bounding over to the doorway, now able to move easily since the hallway was relatively empty again. "Ida, your plan totally worked, so smart." The brunette cheered, Izuku nervously hovering beside her with a dopey smile. "I never would have thought of that, I'm so glad." She finished by clapping her hands together, and it was the telltale pink glow that let all know she fucked up. For a moment nothing happened. Uraraka released her quirk accidentally and everything went scarily still. After that moment of stillness, Ida essentially peeled off of the wall, landing on the floor not so gracefully in a nasty-sounding face plant. Both Izuku and Uraraka stared at the unmoving body of their friend in silent horror, eyes blown wide and mouths hanging open. "Aida?" Izuku prompted quietly. He was lucky he wasn't hearing the howling laughter of the dead. Immediately, answering the concerned call of his classmate, Ida picked himself up off of the floor, relatively unharmed aside from a bloody nose. He assured his friends he was fine, but that didn't quell Uraraka's mortified Spitfire apologies. "Netflix doesn't even compare to this. Man, I wish I had popcorn." Daigoro wheezed and the others were inclined to agree, even the fourth who was grinning like a madman. The three friends were ultimately the last of the students to reach the evacuation point on the field, but if any of the teachers noticed, they didn't mention it. All of the classes were lined up in rows while teachers counted up the kids to make sure nobody was skimping out in the bathroom or something. The normally happy-go-lucky teachers like Mike were still smiling, but the fourth could tell they were strained, and that put him on edge even more. Not even minutes later, the principal popped out of Eraserhead's scarf and apologized for the inconvenience, congratulating everyone for the smooth evacuation before addressing some other meaningless things while he had the school's attention. "The fuck does he mean, smooth evacuation?" The second mocked sourly. "That's the principal?" The third asked, unsure. His voice was low, as if he didn't want to be caught speaking while a teacher was talking, which he didn't even though he was a bit dead. "Isn't he a bit small?" "Oh. Who knew the third user of One for All was siziest? Why can't small people rule the world, huh? The sixth yelled, getting up in the man's personal space by standing on his tiptoes. The older user shoved the boy away with his hand easily. "You're short, yes, but that thing is minuscule, microscopic. Shouldn't he be foraging for nuts in the forest anyway? Now you're being speciesist. Boomer. Genuinely stop." Daigoro wailed again. "Though this is my first time seeing this esteemed principal, and honestly, I was expecting more than Nibbles the hamster. I feel like I could step on him," the first said in a detached tone. The others looked at him for more context, but the man was lost in thought. With a collective shrug, they turned back to the rat principal. The rat principal who was looking the users dead in the eye as he spoke. The sixth bit his lip, cringing backwards. "You don't think he heard all that, do you? I don't fancy double dying at the hands of a sewer rat," he whispered to the others, not breaking Nizu's intense eye contact. "If you don't want to double die, then maybe stop insulting him? Just a suggestion though," the third ferociously whispered back, also not wanting to move out of the rat's line of sight. "Don't worry, guys." The second breathed triumphantly. "I was the staring contest champion back in the day. I guarantee I won't blink for another 5 seconds at least." He blinked. "Don, I'm rusty." "Arg. Of course he can see us. He's an animal, a very smart animal," Daigoro murmured, still quiet but loud compared to the silence wrapping the field like a blanket. Everyone waved to Nizu. "If you appreciate the afterlife." Hesitantly, the users agreed out of fear for their unlife and waved to the principal, who grinned a predatory grin before finally looking away to finish his speech. Even the third waved, and he wasn't vibing with the afterlife. He just felt naked under the rat's gaze. "Not to worry, students. A level 3 break-in is no cause to dent your education, so school will continue as normal. Please follow your homeroom teacher to your classroom and await the next lesson." With that, Nizu disappeared back into the folds of Aizawa's scarf. The teacher approached his class sluggishly, and the fourth could almost see the headache the man undoubtedly had. He could also see how Aizawa was more alert as he walked back into the school. Fourth could now confidently say that the break-in wasn't the media but something much worse. The teachers knew that too. "We have heroics next," Nana chirped, The excitement was rolling off her in waves. I'm pretty sure Toshi is teaching too. I can't wait to see how he's grown properly. The fourth plastered on a small grin, allowing himself to melt back into the jovial conversation about the next class. His brain continued to blare that something wasn't right. I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might boomed cheerfully, coming through the classroom's door nothing like a normal person. Immediately, the tension from the earlier break-in melted away, leaving nothing but excitement and joy. Nana slapped her knee comedically, choking out half a laugh. Comedy gold, you've got me rolling in my grave, Toshi. Keep it up. That last part was spoken more like a threat than a cheerful exclamation. Still, that didn't deter the sixth from looking at her weirdly. What part of that was funny? I'm not even alive and I'm feeling the second-hand embarrassment from this man. He shivered. I prefer Small Might. Small Might looks like a faint gust of wind could blow him over though. The second added unhelpfully, earning a glare from Nana. What? You can't assault me for being right? The third groaned loudly, hitting his head off of the invisible barrier the tether created. He looked like a French mime. I don't want to play hero again. I did it for a good 20 years. Daigoro raised an incredulous eyebrow at him before shrugging. Just sit out then? How do I do that then, mole man? If anyone could break the laws of the universe itself just to rest, it would be you or Aizawa. The bald man shrugged at the third, holding the latter's eye contact for as long as they could in an accidental staring contest neither of them wanted to lose. Staring contests happened often between the ghosts. Most of the time they were pretty tame, but there was always a sore loser. It was the third who caved first, squeezing his eyes tightly shut as if that would make the world around him disappear. I suppose you have a point? He sighed. AMD Daigoro made a disconnected sound of triumph. Combat training. All Might yelled loudly, startling the ghosts who were only really used to Aizawa and his one-tone voice. They each looked up to get a lovely view of All Might flexing his muscles. The sixth gagged, covering his face with both hands. But why is he doing that? Where is his restraint? I'm so embarrassed. If you've got it, flaunt it, I guess. Nana chirped, copying her students' movements. That's what I taught him, attaboy. Stop before I cry. The second flicked Bakugo on the forehead from his position atop the boy's desk. He went feral. Damn, look at that face. Curiosity got the better of the others, and soon they all found themselves gathered around the blonde's desk. Truly a face only a mother could love. The third said sagely. I wouldn't even bank on his mother loving him honestly. Nana frowned at the group of snickering men, most of whom were actual adults. Sure, she could understand Six-Pack making an off-handed insult directed at the viscous blonde since kids were kids, but the others? Do you find enjoyment in bullying a child? The older men blinked at her, once, twice, 3 times before collectively blurting out a blunt yes, and continuing to hound the explosive teen, poking his cheeks and pulling his hair. To his credit, Bakugo probably didn't even acknowledge it further than an off-handed swat. Deciding they weren't worth her time, the seventh user turned her attention to All Might, who was still happily talking, waving around a small remote that he ended up pressing after his lecture. Part of the wall opened up to reveal 20 cases, digitally numbered. Izuku clutched his backpack tighter and the ghosts grinned. I'm having some wicked déjà vu. The third sighed as he watched the sixth hold back the fourth. Didn't this happen this morning too? It did. The first hummed. The sixth shot them a venomous glare, both arms wrapped tightly around the fourth's leg. If foreign stopped trying to get a good look at the kiddies getting changed, then we wouldn't be doing this again. Earlier it was necrophilia and now it's pedophilia. The first said simply. I want out of this group, I'm too innocent to be here. When we first manifested you said you were glad to meet us, don't switch up on us now. The sixth yelled, still clinging to the fourth's leg relentlessly. The first blinked, tucking a strand of white hair behind his ear. Then he smiled. It wasn't a nice smile though. It was the type of pitiful smile you'd give someone after steamrolling their dog. I take it back, he said all too innocently. Honestly, it felt like an arrow through their non-beating hearts. Sniffling, the sixth released the fourth's leg with a huff and flopped onto his back to stare at the ceiling. Has anyone told you that you're super cruel, onesie? In response he got that fucking smile. You'd be surprised. With a creak, the changing room doors were pried open by Class 1A, who were now fully donning their hero outfits. One girl, the pink one, complained about the doors needing oil, and from down the hallway a red-headed boy shouted his agreement. Izuku was nowhere in sight, meaning the other users got a good look at the class's hero costumes and they judged. The sixth finally picked himself up off of the floor to inspect the students closer. His expression was neutral as he glazed over every suit critically. Spinning on his heel, the Ravenet concluded, "Never before have I seen so much spandex." "Oh my Kaken!" The second gasped, shaking the first excitedly. "They have proper super suits?" Not like forehead and his Tarzan fit or six-pack's oversized coat he was probably planning on growing into. "Watch your tongue, dinosaur." The sixth snapped. "This," he said simply, gesturing to the oversized coat in question, "is fashion, or it was. Apparently spandex is all the rave in these trying times." "Tragic? He's wearing armor." "Shit, so is he." The second continued to rave. And there really is too much skin-tight shit, holy hell, but Kaken has big SS grenades on his arms and that?" He was interrupted by the sixth scrambling to get a better look at a familiar half-and-half boy. "Ice Prince got more icy. I wonder if he's cold. He could totally borrow my coat, it's big anyway." The boy ignored the distant call of hypocrite and continued to gush about how cool he looked. Nana pulled a face. "I think he looks stupid, like why did he have to freeze half his body? It'll melt soon anyway, right? Plus it looks super constricting. Can he bend without the ice breaking? Why is he turned into a cyborg?" Everyone blinked at her. "In short, I bet Izuku looks the best." Silence lingered for a little while longer. It was Daigoro who found his voice first, though he looked unnecessarily self-conscious in his own hero costume. "Sure, I agree. I trust our kid's ability in fashion." There was another creak as the door was once again opened. Granted, it was after what sounded like a tiresome battle, a vicious back and forth between the stubborn door and Izuku Midoriya. Eventually, it relented, and out stepped the one and only green-haired boy. And he was wearing the absolute ugliest piece of fabric known to man. It was like an assault on the eyes. Green clashed with green in a horrific display of colors that should genuinely be kept away from each other, since it went over like a full-on war crime. And if that wasn't bad enough, the bunny hood existed. Yes, its whole existence was bad enough. For once, every single one of the ghosts was stunned into silence. Izuku happily skipped down the tunnel to join the lesson and meet up with his friends, but it didn't change the fact he was a walking, talking act of fashion terrorism. Not even All Might's presence could rectify this catastrophe, as sad as that is. Suddenly, the second burst out into fits of giggles. That quickly escalated to breathless squawking as he slowly descended to the floor in hopes of pounding his fist against the cobble. Tears leaked from his eyes, and that's when the other users were shocked back into awareness. Tell me, if the Lord truly existed, why would he allow that to be made? The fourth said curtly, his gaze glazing over the second's shaking, crumpled form. He wasn't disappointed in Izuku, he could never. But this damn kid was walking along a thin line with this absolute fuckery. Joining in with the aggressive squawking, the sixth threw his head back and howled, waltzing over to Izuku with the goal of poking the green bunny ears. Were they filled with stuffing or something entirely new? He just needed to know. From the corner of his eye, the sixth could see the first and third with a palm firmly over their mouths, trying to disguise laughter as poor meditation. Hell, even Mist Might shook as Nana caught the real thing, barely concealing a snort. Izuku seemed to like it though, and well, that's all that really matters though, isn't it? It still needs to be burned, eaten, and shat out off a cliffside. The sixth smirked crudely. It wasn't impossible to protest to that particular sentiment. So, Daigoro piped up, louder than necessary, though to give him credit he was winding down from cackling like a witch on meth. "Battle training, huh? Who do you want to scrap with?" That seemed to quickly sober up the second, whose eyes immediately snapped in Daigoro's general direction, almost glowing with bloodlust. "Kaken. Okay, because that wasn't unsettling. Why would you want Izuku to fight Bakugo?" The first questioned. The snide remark didn't go unnoticed by the sixth, who simply snorted in response. "The blonde bomb likes hurting Izuku, remember?" "Yeah? And I like hurting Kaken? The sixth raised an eyebrow at that. Oh, so it's child abuse now? Feeling unsafe, scared and disappointed. Post status. Gracefully spinning on his heel, the boy turned away from the older male. It's not child abuse, it's training, duh. This is a good learning experience for Kaken. Maybe he'll understand how to not be a utter prick. A sickly sweet smile spread across his face as he spoke, the words almost betraying his expression. Plus you're all acting like I'll break his arm or some dumb shit. You, my friend, are walking on some thin ice. Fall and perish once again. The third spoke under the Lioa of good advice. But when has the third ever said something helpful anyway? Plastic rubbed against plastic as All Might aggressively shook the box containing the lettered ping-pong balls that would decide fate. Turns out fate liked to kiss the second's ass, seeing as All Might immediately pulled out Izuku's and Bakugo's designated balls. It was a fated battle between men, as Uraraka would put it. Of course, Bakugo was also overly pleased to be able to beat up Izuku and get an actual grade for it. With that being said, the blonde eagerly marched over to the building where the mock bomb was waiting, Ida berating him as he hurried after his partner. From afar, Izuku sighed fearfully as Uraraka bounded her way over. All right, huddle up, Nana instructed. The others quickly gathered into a tight circle around Izuku and Uraraka, who were having a strategy meeting of their own. How do we help Baby Green win? She said when everyone stopped shuffling. Isn't helping him cheating? The third asked, after a beat of contemplative silence. The others turned to him, cocking their heads curiously. Did they seriously not understand? Like, 5 dead heroes, 1 dead vigilante and 1 dead civilian with a bloodlust like no other would be helping him attack. The second blinked slowly at his successor. Well yeah, but we're dead. Yeah, what's All Might going to do? Tell us off for being bad ghosty ghosts? The sixth mocked childishly before dissolving into muffled snickers. That honestly makes it more unfair. In the end, he was ignored in favor of the fourth announcing their battle plan, while the others chattered excitedly in hushed tones. It was at that point when the third decided to opt out of everything and lie on the floor. Back to the fourth. Currently, we can only use a fraction of our supernatural abilities. Ghostly powers. That fraction includes being able to move light objects, interfere with technology, act as a hindrance to others who aren't Izuku, and finally push Izuku himself around with enough concentration. I am also certain we are visible in the corner of his vision at some points. Are you saying we're shit at being ghosts? Daigoro asked blankly. There was a snap as the fourth clicked his fingers. Precisely. It's nothing practice can't fix though. In short, there isn't much we can do today aside from annoy Bakugo and help Izuku dodge some blows by pushing him. We have to trust his ability to wield the quirk. Sounds good, but remember we made it snow earlier? The sixth piped up. If you really want to make a fool of yourself and try make a blizzard indoors, be my guest. Nice. Honestly, Izuku was shitting himself as he and Uraraka quietly crept through the abandoned building you just seemed to have on hand for whatever reason. Toes were curled and their breaths bated, each little sound setting them on high alert for the rabid angry child that was no doubt following the scent of their fear. Cold air danced around the eerily silent corridors, and if Izuku didn't know any better he'd say the air was trying to lead him to safety or whatever. Izuku found himself thinking of his guardian angel quite often, but if such an entity existed then he'd be facing against someone nice and not at all murderous like Mineta. A little guy Izuku could maybe stand on. But no, he was going against Kaken, which spelled disaster in 7 different languages. Came an angry shout as an even angrier blonde rounded the corner, hands blazing as he charged straight at Izuku with a manic grin. The greenette didn't even have a chance to recite his last will and testament. Heavy footsteps pounded against the floor, only barely audible under the grating sounds of popping explosions. But then it just stopped. Every sound, aside from a heavy thump that seemed to echo across the whole building. Fearfully, Izuku dragged his gaze downwards from where Kaken had just been running only to find the blonde face down on the floor. Kaken tripped and face planted. Somehow, Izuku could hear distant cackling and it simultaneously scared him and made him want to bend over laughing too. All the sounds started up again all at once as Kakin peeled his face off the floor to reveal a single stream of blood cascading down his face, over his lips and off his chin, and a scowl that would make most just die on the spot. There was a part of Izuku on the inside that was howling with laughter at the ridiculous red blush dusting the blonde's cheeks. However, in general, Izuku felt like he was about to be brutally assaulted. "Uraraka, go now," he shouted while Kakin picked himself up off of the ground, angrily dusting himself down before turning that bloodlust onto Izuku. Yes, he was definitely not making home today. Uraraka nodded determinedly before jetting down a random corridor in search of the weapon. Again, Izuku inwardly snorted as Kakin decided to calmly walk towards him instead of running like a bull with rabies. His childhood friend was spitting out some pretty demeaning words that Izuku couldn't really bring himself to take to heart. Kakin snarled and Izuku saw the hit. Coming before the former could even think to raise a fist. Specifically his right fist, the one that had been used to torment Izuku for the best of 10 years now. The infamous right hook. When it did come, Izuku seized the cold metal of Kakin's gauntlet and poured all his strength into flipping. Kakin hit the floor again with yet another satisfying thump. Izuku took that opportunity to run far, far away, chanting the mantra, "Not today, Satan," in his head on a frantic loop. Cold air continued to swirl around directly in front of Izuku, and he thought there was no harm in trying to follow the mysterious, cold breeze of oxygen. That sounded like he was insane, but he isn't. The air really was leading him somewhere, and he isn't going to continue justifying himself for fear of being deemed metal unstable by someone. Heart hammering in his chest, Izuku continued to follow the path where the temperature was seemingly lower than average. To the air's credit, it hadn't led him straight into Kakin, which counted as a win in Izuku's book of staying alive for Christ's sake. And Izuku quickly halted that train of thought because jinxes did in fact exist and they were out for vengeance. Hopefully he's stopping thinking about how great it was that he hadn't run into Kakin yet, on time. All you ever do is run, you damn nerd. Well then, even a blind person could have seen that one coming. Don't let the calm demeanor fool you. Izuku was once again shitting himself as all that confidence from earlier slowly drained away. Light flashed a burning white against his vision, and Izuku briefly wondered if he should risk it all and walk into it, since he'd rather be anywhere but in front of Kakin right now. Even a erupting volcano sounded therapeutic compared to whatever the hell this was. Turns out that white light was actually one of Kakin's explosions he caught with his face. The pain barely registered itself in a starburst-shaped mark across his nose underneath all the adrenaline. Like a scared little mouse, Izuku chose that moment to test his luck and try and run again in hopes of regaining his bearings. Luck had never been on Izuku's side though. Kakin grabbed a fistful of loose green fabric and yanked Izuku back towards him, knocking straight to the floor after aggressively kicking the backs of his legs. A very painful jelly leg. There was barely any time to think as the black and orange of Kakin's boot came down upon him, slowly filling up his vision. It was at that point, Izuku decided to roll for his goddamn life. You'd think the greenette was rolling down a steep decline with the sheer speed he rolled away from the boot. But he wasn't, he was rolling across a flat floor, gaining enough velocity to throw himself back into standing position. It really felt like he was at the rolling mercy of like 7 other people, and not because Izuku himself wanted to keep rolling. If Izuku thinks of the word rolling one more time, he'll show Kakin who the real bomb is. Eventually, Izuku gained enough power to leap into a prepared fighting stature from lying on the floor. It was a cool move Izuku will definitely name later. Kakin grinned manically as he continued to strut toward Izuku. With your stalking, you probably already know, but my quirk lets me secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from the sweat glands on the palm of my hand and make it explode. The blonde raised his gauntlet and pointed at Izuku, grinning even wider as the horrifying realization of this shit-pot situation dawned on the greenette. If they made this the way I asked, there was a click as Kakin cocked the gauntlet, revealing the silver trigger pin. Then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them and, bending his knees slightly, the blonde planted his feet into the ground and pulled the pin theatrically. Explode. He finished, dropping his gruff voice to a deadly whisper. The consequential burst of angry yellows and oranges charging towards Izuku didn't particularly register in the boy's brain until its deadly heat was licking his face. Sure, he recognized this was not an ideal place to be, but his legs had just decided to blue screen apparently. There was nothing he could do but burn, since the fire wasn't just going to apologize and turn away. Izuku was resigned to his fate. Goodbye All Might, Uraraka, Ida, shit, even goodbye Mineta at this point? Something painful collided with Izuku's side, sending him flying out of harm's way and into a convenient corridor, similar to the one Uraraka scarpered down earlier. Whatever it was that rammed into Izuku was heavy. It came in fast and it came in hard. He wouldn't be surprised if he had a broken limb because of it. It felt like he was hit by a whole freight train. Delusionally, Izuku could try and say that it was the force of the explosion that knocked him back, but if that was the case, he'd be whisked away out the window like a dainty fairy that was also an alcoholic and plummet to the ground below in a nice splat. However, there was no time to ponder the supernatural, not when Kaken was still out for his ass. Uraraka. Izuku gasped through the shared comms, heart pounding, high on adrenaline thanks to that near-death experience Kaken gifted him. Each breath was more of a strangled wheeze which told Izuku he definitely cracked a rib. Technically he didn't crack his rib. It was the mystery air, but there's no way he'd ever tell anyone that. Where's the bomb at? He eventually gasped out. Uraraka's side crackled and every other word was muffled to the point of it being intelligible, but it was enough for Izuku to make out the words, 5th floor, window, Ida, and something that sounded like a cheesy villain monologue. From those few words alone, Izuku was pretty confident on the location of the bomb. If he was wrong though, well then the thought of throwing himself into traffic would become far more appealing than Yususel. Ignoring the distant sounds of Kaken yelling that were become less distant with every second that passed, Izuku ran like a man whose life was in serious danger. He supposes that's exactly what he was, to the place he strongly suspected the bomb to be above. There was a single problem with the location though, it was a dead end. And Kaken was now blocking the only exit. The window was always an option, but yikes, that was a big drop. In conclusion, Izuku was forced to use it. He was going to use one for all. Kaken occasionally stumbled as he closed the gap between them, hands still popping. He was spouting something about how Izuku was looking down on him, something so utterly untrue that it made the greenette want to break someone's nose. And well, Kaken was right there. So, in a colorful display of raw power, Deku and Kaken leapt at each other, eyes locking with swirling emotion. Izuku's arms sparked green. Kaken's palms glowed orange. Kaken is amazing. He always has been, which is why Izuku needed to use it. In the end, Izuku was hardly aware of the epic column of air pressure that rocketed into the sky, taking part of the building with it. He was barely conscious for Ida's distant yet frantic shouts and the sound of Uraraka vomiting rainbows. He wasn't at all conscious when 7 figures rubbed his back reassuringly. Firstly, it felt like his eyes were glued shut. Izuku just couldn't open them. Scratch that, he couldn't move full stop. Secondly, he felt really floaty and not at all in pain, which was quite pleasant actually. Thirdly and finally, there was a cluster of overexcited voices not too far away from where he was lying. Did you see how Kaken just fell? One of them cheered. Izuku wasn't even going to question the nickname right now. He fell a whole bunch. Another voice chirped. And that makes me happy. Yeah, but it was a close call when we literally had to roll Izuku away from the angry Boom Boom Man. I'm never going to let Threesome live down yelling, "Roll for your pathetic fucking lives" after waking up from hibernation. Another, younger voice cackled. It sounded like he got hit soon after. The real close call was when all 7 of us made the decision to body slam him. We broke the poor boy's ribs. A female voice berated lightly. I didn't know you 6 also came up with the exact same idea as me. Usually my genius is unparalleled. The first voice said triumphantly he definitely got hit afterwards. Really, Izuku couldn't understand much of their conversation and he felt like he was being split in half all of a sudden, which was a complete contrast to earlier's floatiness. He was probably falling unconscious again. However, from beneath the haze in his brain, Izuku could make out the sound of light footsteps moving closer to him. A kinder, different voice spoke. You're not there yet, little one, but you will be soon. he said, and all the other voices halted their meaningless chatter to yell encouragement at the greenette. It was nice to drift away to more people who believed in him. Izuku Midoriya woke up in the infirmary with a monster headache and a light heart for some reason. It was a warm Saturday at Dagoba Beach, a nice reward after the absolute roller coaster of madness that was the first week at UA. The afternoon sun harshly beat down on the sand, making Izuku's steps even lighter than usual in hopes of avoiding burns on the bottom of his feet. In a way, the hot sand was an advantage since All Might was ruthlessly sparring with him. Even in his small form, the hero was a force to be reckoned with. While Izuku was essentially getting the shit beat out of him, 7, maybe 8 if you squinted, ghostly apparitions watched on lazily. They couldn't feel the searing heat of the sand, so each of them were content to sit and observe. Mostly at least. The third fell into the sand on his back with a drawn-out groan that lasted several seconds longer than it should have, but he needed to get the message across to the others. "I wish I was dead," he said once he was finished whining. His voice was deadpan once again. "That's edgy." The sixth replied simply, more focused on picking at his cuticles than anything else. "Technically you are dead, so congrats, I guess? I mean, I want to be dead again. If there's the other side I can pass on to, I'd like to announce I'm ready to go. God? Mother? Anyone?" As he called out to the still air, he outstretched his arms to grasp at the clouds. Normally, he'd get a reply from someone other than the sixth, but honestly, they all looked just as exhausted and out of it. The younger boy sighed, blowing his nails before shifting his whole body to look at the third. From his cross-legged position, the sixth looked like a therapist. "You'd be so much happier if you got some sleep, my guy. Shame the dead can't sleep then, isn't it?" the third said, narrowing his eyes. "If I could, then you'd never see me again. You are one of the reasons I'm happy I died young." "Who hurt you, threesome?" "Oh, you know, a supervillain called Fucker for one. I am the one and he was the fucker. He chased up and down the country a few times and even scoured Rome just so he could find me." A cheeky grin momentarily flashed across the sixth's face before it quickly disappeared again. "Sounds romantic," he eventually said in a bland tone that could rival the third himself on a bad day. The third in question didn't even dignify that with a response, instead closing his eyes and grumbling. After a few minutes of peacefulness, where the only sound was the melodic washing of the distant waves as well as Izuku and All Might's erratic yet focused breaths, the sixth spoke up again. "I do know a way you can go to sleep, though," he said seriously. The third cracked a singular eye open to search the boy's face for any tell of a lie. To his credit, the boy's expression was stone cold and serious, which threw the older hero for a loop. "Still, the little shit shouldn't be trusted. I don't believe you." With that, he closed his eye again. "Man, I literally go to sleep every night. You all watch me drift off, so I don't know what you're chatting about, honestly." The short goblin protested. "We all know you don't actually sleep. Even I could keep my eyes closed for 10 hours. You aren't special." There was a humorless, disbelieving huff of air as a response, and suddenly the small form of the sixth was towering over him with a deep scowl and childish pout. He crouched down just a little way from the third's shoulder. "If you don't believe me, I'll have to make you," he said simply. "Completely close your eyes and try and block out all of your surroundings." The third didn't see the point in not trying, so he complied. "Good, focus on the darkness and honestly let the magic happen." "Okay." The third was expecting something a little more professional, but that was stupid of him. Still, he kept focusing on the encroaching blackness that kept shifting fluidly until it somehow reached his ears. Honestly, he isn't sure how the dark could reach one's ears, but that was the only way to describe it. Everything began to feel super far away, and a familiar weightless feeling settled across his body, rendering him completely out of it. Darkness took the shape of something that definitely wasn't sleep. Was it a dream? No, not a dream, but definitely something similar. Everything was still dark, but it wasn't the type of dark that was associated with blindness. The third could still see perfectly fine. It was as if he was in a floaty dream room in which the walls, floor, ceiling, and everything in between was painted a solid black. This was definitely something important, not a fucking nap spot. The third yelled into what appeared to be the void as the need to strangle a young boy became more and more compelling. "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" He kept yelling, pacing around the dark area, and in a way it was strangely therapeutic to cuss out the world. In the distance, a curling mass of blue mist manifested, standing out against the deep black of literally everything else in the general vicinity. Various shades of royal blue swelled and outstepped the sixth, donning a light and relaxed expression that was basically asking for a punch in the face. His form looked solid enough with a glowing teal outline. Obviously, from the way he was jovially humming, he didn't see nor expect the third to be in the same dream world. And in a moment the third isn't particularly proud of, he leapt and the younger boy ready to break his nose or something. The poor boy didn't even see it coming until two large hands were around his neck, violently shaking him. In any other moment it might have been funny, and while it was still comical, the sixth didn't break down laughing like he normally would. Out of pure reflex, the sixth brought his knee to his attacker's crotch area and he struck, like a bull with rabies. There was an immediate growl of pain and a subsequent jab to the throat which caused the younger's eyes to screw tightly closed though his arms kept blindly swinging. I. That was Nana's angry mother voice. Against his better judgment, the sixth pried his eyes open to meet the simmering brightness of the sun. The pain in his throat was nothing more than a memory. Sprawled out on the sand just in front of him was the third, hands covering his eyes as the pounding feet of Izuku and Yagi got closer. What the hell? Nana glared again. From behind her, the other ghosts emerged looking concerned if not a bit amused. Yeah, come on, I disassociate for one day and all of a sudden there's a ghost brawl I wasn't invited to. Daigoro huffed. Heaving an absent breath out of habit, the sixth looked down and glared at the hero who just basically attacked him. The child abuse on this bus is astronomical. I thought you were a hero threesome, for shame. The man in question sat up and blinked owlishly at the younger boy, seemingly struggling to find the correct words to express his rage. I'm so pissed off at you right now. He eventually yelled, making the observing ghosts blink in shock. Why didn't you think to tell literally any responsible adult about the fucking pocket dimension, you ugly-ass dwarf? First of all, good sir. The sixth gasped out almost immediately. I am not a dwarf, so never disrespect me in such a way again. Secondly, how was I supposed to know it was a motherfucking pocket dimension? I thought I was hallucinating like usual and it didn't really click until my hallucination of you started choking me out. Lastly, what responsible adult? All of you are a mess. The second coughed awkwardly. There's a lot to unpack there, buckaroo. Pocket dimension? Care to elaborate? The fourth asked stoically, looking directly at the third while pointedly ignoring the angry squawking of the sixth. He got a nod. While we were prating about on a night, the sixth was genuinely falling asleep and somehow transferring his soul into a void-like world. He just taught me how to do it, and fucking Christ, I was slightly angry that he didn't tell anyone, so I might have jumped him a bit. Slightly? A bit? The sixth shrieked, rubbing his throat. Fuck you, I'm glad you felt it when my knee met your balls. He finished by childishly sticking out his tongue, which the others ignored. The first cocked his head to the side slightly and pointed to himself. Can we try that? I want to visit a pocket dimension where I can kick someone's shins and hear them cry in actual pain. With that he dropped to the floor, laying on his back and awaiting instructions. Teach us now. And that was how all 8 ghostly apparitions ended up blipping into the vestige world for the very first time. With solid bodies and colorful ghostly auras, the group set about to discover more about the void-like environment. After gushing about the different colors they each represented, the group split off. Time didn't seem to exist when all 8 vestiges were in the pocket dimension, but from an objective standpoint they knew it probably took hours for them to search for a whole lot of nothing before regrouping somewhere amidst the suffocating blackness. Maybe it's a collective hallucination? The sixth suggested offhandedly. Now you know what it's like to live in my world. Ignoring your blatant cry for help, I'd like to ask what you did in this world on your own for all those nights you spent here. The fourth hummed quizzically, running 2 fingers up and down his twin scars as he thought. Obviously a habit he picked up in the afterlife. Oh, I used to use my brain to summon anything that came to thought. He smiled as if remembering something wondrous. And I see this is another important detail I should have told a responsible adult. From the way Nana was holding a growling third back by his collar, The sixth assumed he was right. The second gasped and gripped him by the shoulders with stars in his eyes. Summon something with your brain right now. He ordered simply. The sixth blinked and immediately felt a glowing red blush crawl across his face. I can't think of anything now you've asked me. He protested weakly, dragging a hand down his face. Go on, the first thing that comes to mind. Doro prompted eagerly. The younger boy nodded, taking a step back and inhaling deeply before closing his eyes tightly. Nothing happened for a single second, then all hell broke loose. A swirling of mist appeared. It was gray this time. And out walked. What? Chaos immediately broke loose at the sight of those tight white curls and square jaw that belonged to the man that killed most of them. The third looked absolutely scandalized as he gasped, "Fucker for one," while backing away defensively along with the others. All for one immediately started to attack. Why was he the first thing you thought of? The fourth yelled, dancing around the sharpened bones mixed with electric blood current that was being shot out of the fucker's fingers. Is he on your mind 24/7? Get a hobby. The third, now broken out of his daze, shot the sixth a look and deadpanned a snippy, "How romantic." Despite the many panicked and angry shouts of his predecessors and singular successor, the sixth couldn't help but cackle a bit. He always had the problem at laughing during the worst situations. He'll never forget the time Nana told him her dad died and he snorted. It was mortifying and painful thanks to her killer uppercut she gladly delivered him straight after. "Don't laugh you knock of F leprechaun," shouted an outbreath Doro from amidst what looked like yellow fog, which was probably poisonous or something, who knows. "Can we double die in here or do I inhale?" "Inhale for the crack, bestie," the second replied distantly after being flung quite far away from the main group. He decided against returning to the fight and took to cheering on everyone else from afar instead. "Ya dodge those floating knives, six-pack. Keep laughing and get stabbed." In the middle of the chaos, the first stood a little awkwardly next to his brother. Was it really his brother or just something concocted by the sixth's brain? He sure looked like his brother, and by the fact the first was pointedly being allowed to stand near him strongly suggested it was the real thing. "A brother?" He tried meekly. He didn't get a verbal reply, just a light bump to the shoulder. "So this is where you pests have been hiding?" All for one announced malevolently, not relenting in his attack at all. "I was a fool to have thought I'd be rid of you pains." There was a distant scoff from the sixth, a child who never feared death in the first place. "Okay, sure, old man, don't you have a scarf to knit? A leg of lamb to defrost? Nap time perhaps? Careful, young one. Your footwork has gotten sloppy." A telekinetic knife lodged itself in the boy's shoulder, and although it definitely hurt, he didn't cry out in pain. But he definitely did cry out, "I can't wait to put you in a home. Plus all of us are already well dead, so I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish here, man," Doro said simply, grinding to a skidding halt as he emerged from the yellow fog breathlessly. "Seriously, what is poisonous fog gonna do? I don't have lungs." All for one blinked, scowled, and then ceased his attacks, dubbing an exhausted sigh, slumping into the first side out of habit. It was something he used to do after he got into a fight at school before quirks were even a thing. "I suppose you're right." Silence returned to the vestige world as its new inhabitants locked eyes with one another judgmentally. The second marched back over to the main group, straight up to All for One, his old childhood friend who had the gall to murder him. "I have some words for you." He smiled, deceitfully calm. The other took enjoyment in the way the villain shuddered. "Like, Ayo, where do you get off killing me? I thought we had a connection, bestie. Not only did you figuratively stab me in the back, you felt the need to do it literally too. Thanks. I hope you choke on an olive, you piece of shit." The other users clapped without saying a word, and All for One squinted. "Rude, but I can't say I didn't miss you." The second's face softened at that before slapping a frown back on. "Although I'm not quite sure what's going on, it was enjoyable to flawlessly decimate you all at once and prove I am the best still." That raised a cacophony of protests from the users all at once. All for One grinned heavily, not hearing a single word being said. The fourth clapped his hands, silencing the group after a good few seconds of resistant sulking. "So, are you the real All for One?" "Of course I am," the supervillain replied simply, rolling his eyes at the other's suspicion glares and raised eyebrows. Well, you obviously didn't bring an entire human into this vestige world. I'm a soul, just like all 8 of you shitheads. Think about it. Oh, that makes sense. Daigoro chuckled. Anyway, back you go to your body. This is our hangout spot and you're uninvited, so take your villainous ass out the door, baby. Nana nodded. Yes, by being here you've already learned too much. It's bad enough you now know about our existence. Her brow creased in worry and the 6th was immediately patting her shoulder, standing on his tiptoes. It's okay, at least he doesn't know we haunt Izuku in the living world. He cut himself off by biting his lip before trying to saunter away with a sour expression. His escape was busted by Daigoro's black whip and he was forcefully spun around to face 6 darkened faces of his peers. All for one howled with laughter, and if the 6th wasn't feeling so threatened he might have joined in regardless. You were definitely my favorite user, such a joy to fight. Maybe the 6th shouldn't have been so flattered by that, but alas, he glowed bright red. The 1st leaned into his brother's shoulder. You're acting suspiciously nice right now. It's like when we were at school again, it's nice. The others were inclined to agree with hesitant nods. What? You expected me to be a heartless monster? How hurtful of you all. You were definitely a heartless monster when you removed my kidneys. The 3rd grumbled, hand instinctively rubbing against his side. The 1st and 2nd gasped and looked at all for one in disappointment. It was a bad day? Weirdly in sync, all 7 coherent users placed their hands on their hips and glared at the supervillain who sighed and relented. Fine, I'm not this nice in the living world, of course. Being alive for hundreds of years isn't very good on the brain, along with some other issues to do with my face. So you're the same Dick we remember in the land of the living? That's one way to put it. He sighed, rubbing his temples. No matter how much hardship the body goes through, the unique essence that makes one human will not change, which is why I am as my brother remembers before the time of quirks. Daigoro hummed, nodding along to what the man was explaining. Are you saying that deep down, you're a good person whose perception of reality was warped by piles of stolen quirks and the stress of time? A misunderstood hero who lived long enough to turn into the villain but desperately wants his soul to be saved? The funky hero dissolved into blubbers and dramatic hand gestures. All for one blinked. Oh no, I've always been a bit evil. Even before quirks? He has. The 1st and 2nd agreed instantly, and Daigoro bit his lip and turned away in hopes of preserving his dying spark of dignity and pride. With that being said, this has been quite the enlightening experience and I can't wait to mold my plans around this new development. The users all gasped in unison, equally scandalized. I hope to see you soon, friends. There was another puff of gray mist and the personified soul of all for one was gone, leaving the users to gape in silence. The 3rd stiffly turned to look down at the 6th before robotically chopping the boy on the top of his head. You boy, are a fucking moron. I am, aren't I? How did this happen? The 6th yelled through gritted teeth. Shards of broken glass crunched under the weight of his boot and a light breeze gently ruffled his hair. Yaoyorozu was dead weight on his back as he struggled to traverse through the forest of black tendrils and smoke without dropping her. She was taller than him, which was definitely the thing lowest on his anger priority list. Definitely. Distant rumbles and shouts shook the floor as various battles raged on in the center plaza, wherever that even was anymore. Saying the USJ was a forest of black and gray was no overstatement. None of the users could afford to pull any punches against the invaders, which led to an overflow of power that flooded what was left of the dome. Though the goal was to protect the students from the villains, there was no way to be mindful of all 20 scattered teens, which lead to a lot of injuries, hence Yaoyorozu on his back. The 6th thinks that someone is definitely going to blame him for this outcome. Obviously, the attack would have happened either way, but had he not spilled the beans to all for one, perhaps the scale of it would be significantly less. Well, the butterfly effect is a guilty man's greatest ally, so technically this is really the true fault of onesies' parents. If those 2 menacing brothers were never born, literally none of this would have ever happened. Maybe if One for All and All for One never existed, he'd still be alive with Nana, a DILF and a MILF perhaps, living their best lives. He's obviously deflecting blame at this point, but who really cares? The main priority was protecting the kids and getting them out of the shattered dome of death. Harsh sun glimmered in between the strings of black and plumes of smoke. Yaoyorozu shifted in his grip, looking down at him with half-lidded eyes. Finally feeling the rush of true fresh air, the sixth stepped over the foundation of the dome, ducking through a gap that definitely wasn't a proper door. "Who are you?" the girl asked in a choked whisper, consciousness already fading once again. Her carrier chuckled humorlessly, lowering her body down onto the lush patch of grass just outside of the relatively confined chaos in the remains of the... He turned to her as her eyes began to droop closed and smiled as softly as he could. "Call me N, I suppose?" Yaoyorozu passed out, and N, the sixth user of One for All, made his way back into the spider's web to search for more students, smoke relentlessly pouring off him. He sighed at the true sight of what the field trip had become and felt the need to ask again. How did this happen? The bus of rowdy teenagers did nothing to quell the fourth's thunderous mood. Their meaningless conversations grated on his nerves against the strong feeling of wrongness that plagued him since the break-in. Nothing had set his quirk off, but the events of the past week had continually planted a seed of doubt into his mind. After all, he didn't need his quirk to have a bad gut feeling. Sheesh, this class really didn't hold back against Kaken. The second chortled. "A personality like a flaming dumpster? I like it. This Kaminari dude gets it." Really? The fourth didn't understand how long-serving pro-heroes, both living and dead, didn't feel the unbalance centered around their destination. Something major was going to occur at the USJ, and there was no way to stop it. No way to warn Eraserhead, no way to contact Nizu because of the stupid tether. This class was screwed, and nobody but the fourth had any idea. Pulling to a stop revealed a completely glass dome, cloudy and reflective to hide from any prying eyes. Which made what was coming much worse. The place was surrounded by a dense forest, and there wasn't another building for miles. A single entrance and exit too. As the class filtered excitedly off the bus and into the building, the fourth couldn't help absorb every detail he could about the place. The ridiculously long staircase, the stupid fountain, each zone. Hey, Earth to forecast. His eyes snapped up at the annoying voice of the sixth, and he saw a different hero, one in a spacesuit, giving an animated lecture to the students who had calmed significantly in order to fully pay attention. "What's got you frowning, man?" "Well, he supposes there's no point in hiding it now. Something is about to go drastically wrong in the next 10 seconds. He replied, completely deadpan, eyes catching the way the stupid fountain began to splutter for seemingly no reason. "Start counting, come on." 10, 9, 8, 7? The younger boy reeled back. "Excuse me? What? 6, 5? You best be joking, asshole." The third growled lowly. "For 3. I don't think he's joking. When does he joke? That's like a cat starting to bark. It just doesn't happen." Daigoro frantically rambled, eyes flickering to the door in acute paranoia. The fourth continued. 2. How long have you know about this for? There are children here. Nana ground out. Why wouldn't you say anything sooner? We could have stopped it. 1. The fourth could only watch in cold resignation as 3 warps of swirling purple manifested at the building's plaza, giving an entryway to over 100 manic villains donning predatory smiles directed at the students. He turned to Nana, expression dark. "No, we couldn't. This was set in stone from the moment of the so-called media break in last week. The users were barely aware of Aizawa jumping into the fray and 13 ushering the students towards the door. The only door. They were too caught up in their own argument. It's best to just ride it out." The fourth sighed. "We wouldn't be able to help any." "Bullshit," Nana roared, taking an offensive step towards the man. "There is absolutely no way I'm sitting here while these low-life villains hunt a class of children. So either get your ass in gear and help, or you will not see the next sunset. For that you have my word." The fourth searched her face for a moment, his own lips pulled back in a scowl. It was when he opened his mouth to respond when it happened. A student's startled yelp, then another and another. Turning around revealed small pools of bottomless purple mist swallowing various students. There were about 8 different warps gliding around the area, taking away the children who weren't conscious enough of their surroundings, all under a hood of darkness. With a curse, The fourth swiveled to look at Nana again and perhaps hatch a plan since the woman was so dead set on breaking the laws of the universe to protect a group of children. However, when he turned, the face that stared back was one contorted in aborted fear. Nana herself was halfway through a warp, grasping for Daigoro's hand in a failing attempt to bring herself up to solid ground. Time seemed to slow as the pair barely brushed fingers before it was too late and the seventh was gone. Daigoro cursed loudly, time returning to normal. There was a panicked rage behind his eyes as he tracked the other warps. He was tense as he asked, "This tether will keep us close together, yeah?" Their response came in the form of what could only be a sonic boom that shook the very earth itself, the sheer force of the sound creating spindly cracks in the USJ's glass dome. The fourth felt his non-existent bones rattle and shrieks of terror rang out from all sides of the building. Nana had yet to be dragged back to Izuku, who was doing a decent job at dodging the warps, though it was clear he wouldn't last for long against their persistence. The same could be said for the other students who had yet to be taken away. "That sound just now," the first said in a quiet voice. "It was the sound of Seven's tether to Izuku breaking, wasn't it? That's why she hasn't come back." The solemn silence was all the response needed to confirm that theory. It wasn't even a moment later that the moving warps were back. Like sharks drawn to blood in the water, the third narrowed his eyes at their sporadic movements. "So you're saying that to break the tether I have to jump in one of those magic portal things?" The others glared at him in warning. This was no time for jokes after all. However, their looks were more like a dare to the third user, and well, he had never been one to turn down a dare before. Grabbing a fistful of Mist Might's wispy form, the man readied himself, calculating the next moment one of the portals would cross his path. Into the unknown, right? He threw Mist Might in the hole first and looked back at the other users. "So long, fuckers." Diving into the warp head first caused another astronomically loud snap to reverberate around the dome, the cracks crawling further. The sixth swallowed bitterly, blinking at the spot from where the third had just been. "I knew he hated us, but this is a bit fucking extreme." The second didn't look particularly perturbed at his successor's actions though. Instead he was grinning wolfishly as he locked eyes with the fourth, who also seemed to be similarly amused. The two obviously knew the third well enough to know he had some sort of plan, and the others were willing to put their faith in the pair's trust. The sixth just hoped that threesome wouldn't actually run away with Mist Might. After all, the fucker shared custody over Izuku, dammit. The fourth clapped his hands together loudly to catch the full attention of the other users, who were now settling into a more resigned panic without two of the three responsible adults of the group. "Listen," he grunted. "This might seem like a shitty idea, but trust me when I say it's the only way to achieve under 5 deaths. The others leaned in attentively. "We jump into one of those warps and figure it out from there. You're meant to be the smart one, dude. The fact none of you have any ideas makes mine the best one, therefore." Tracking a nearby warp coming closer, the fourth swiftly slammed his boot into the younger boy's stomach, sending him toppling over backwards into the bottomless portal. "My idea wins. I quote my predecessor when I say, 'Into the unknown,' right?" With that, he let himself fall backwards into another warp. Begrudgingly, the other users did the same, and Izuku finally stumbled into a warp of his own after an accidental misstep. The following twang of the snapping tether was enough to send glass raining down upon the UI. Izuku's mind was whirring with 1,000 thoughts as he plunged into the cool water of the flood zone, falling not so gracefully along with very sharp and pointy shards of broken glass. He had no clue what caused the roof to shatter, but whatever it was could stay the hell away from him. It's one thing having unwelcome villains drop in on a field trip, but when the forces of nature choose to assist in the carnage? That's when you run far away. But then it turns out you can't even run. Because those villains have you boxed in, so you're forced to stare nature in the eye as it bellows and shatters more glass. Nothing about Izuku was calm. Not his mind nor his trembling hands when he came face to with a shark-like villain who seemed a little too okay with murdering him. Shamefully, Izuku blue-screened at the prospect of dying in a flood zone of all things. However, he was soon shocked back to awareness when a heavy weight struck his shoulders with enough force to send him even deeper into the water. It was both a good and bad development. Good because it meant the shark villain ended up zooming right over him. essentially into Azui, who was happy to hand out a clobbering. Bad news, because Izuku definitely did not have the lung capacity to be this close to the bottom of the reservoir. Also, Izuku is getting real sick and tired of invisible forces pushing him around. Sure, it's helpful most of the time, especially with getting him out of possibly fatal situations, but holy shit, it's always so painful. Like a whole person just dropped out of the sky and landed on his head, even the water couldn't soften the blow. His succeeding yelp of pain granted him a lung full of bitter water that tasted so blatantly artificial it made Izuku's stomach churn. Though that could also be due to the onset drowning, Izuku didn't know. It was his first time going to a watery grave and he was kind of nervous. Black spots mottled his vision and Izuku was only barely aware of something tugging him upwards. Was it Azui or his so-called guardian angel? Probably a mix of both. After finally reaching the solid ground of a boat, the reality of this flaming dumpster fire of a field trip set in. There were villains everywhere, roaming around every inch of what used to be a closed-top dome. The water of the shipwreck zone was positively polluted with the plotting bodies of at least 50 villains. If it was this bad in the shipwreck zone, Izuku didn't want to imagine what the land zones were like. The thought made him shiver. He hoped everyone was alright. Something that felt a lot like a slap jolted Izuku away from his poisonous thoughts. He jolted at the sting and found Azui and Mineta looking at him expectantly, their hands glued to their sides. Ah, it was infamous guardian angel again then, the one that seemed to do more harm than good. Sorry, he said sheepishly, wringing out his wet gloves. I zoned out a bit. What were you asking? The villains couldn't kill All Might, right, Midoriya? Tsu's just light-headed from the water. Mineta whined. I'm literally a frog, Karo, and call me Azui? Izuku paused at that thought. Killing All Might? It sounded like a bad joke in passing, but taking a look around at the state of the USJ, Izuku couldn't help but actually consider it. An army of villains plaguing all the metaphorical corners of the building plus whatever those monsters in the plaza were, a hulking inky beast with an exposed brain flanked by what looked to be clones of the original. There were obvious differences between the three of them, but Izuku hoped he'd never have to find out what exactly they were. But that raised the issue of Mr. Aizawa taking on all three. Objectively, he didn't stand a chance. Anyone with working eyes could tell that their teacher had leapt into the fray fully expecting death. It was obvious in the way the man held himself, fueled by reckless abandon in attempts to get his students out. It was quite touching. Izuku didn't know teachers did that. Midoriya. Mineta's shriek as well as Azui's startled blinking clued Izuku in on the fact he probably said that aloud. Suddenly the invisible force didn't want to stop his muttering, huh? You don't really think that Mr. Aizawa will? It's an educated guess. Just look at the plaza, listen to the sounds. Both Mineta and Azui followed his gaze to the plaza in question. Not much could be seen, but the speedy blurs and shrieking yells were enough to give some sort of picture in one's mind. There's a good chance Mr. Aizawa isn't making it back. Not unless we help. Mineta reeled back and Azui tilted her head curiously. To help him we need to help ourselves first, she said calmly. Izuku admired that. Do you have any ideas, Midoriya? Karo? Well, we can assume that the mastermind behind this attack doesn't know what our quirks are. If they knew, Azui would probably be in the conflagration zone. Those warps back at the staircase were sporadic, more focused on swallowing everyone rather than accuracy. Plus, the villains in the water haven't made a move to advance on us yet. A large hand made of water sliced straight through the boat before Izuku even finished his sentence. Water flooded the lower decks, pulling the whole thing down. Izuku cursed his rotten luck. The universe really hated him. Okay, never mind, come on. Izuku should be good at thinking on his feet, calling every bit of knowledge from the darkest depths of his mind. Izuku tried to conjure something reminiscent of a plan. He hoped his guardian angel had his back. The sixth was shitting himself. Why he of all people landed in the same place as Izuku was truly a horrible joke. It should have been someone responsible like Forehead. Or Threesome, but that dick took off with a fucking frozen quote as his last words. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since everyone was warped away and Izuku had already almost died 3 times. 1. When that shark villain literally charged at him with murder on the mind. 2. When the sixth himself almost sent the boy's head into his shoulders, goodbye neck. Though, it wasn't like the sixth could have landed anywhere else. The warp spat him out at what felt like ramming speed straight into the water where the child was basically drowning. 3. When yet another villain decided to chop the boat in half, right where Izuku had been standing. The worst part? The boy was too in thought to realize the sixth yanked him backwards by the hair. Really though, the sixth prayed there wouldn't be a fourth near-death experience, but watching Izuku take a running leap into villain-infested waters, the ghost knew that God didn't exist and his praying was futile. The universe was the biggest villain, not fucker for one. Whatever Izuku was planning sent alarm bells ringing in the sixth's head, even if he didn't have whatever fucking spidey sense forehead had. With a startled sound of pure panic, the sixth followed Izuku, throwing himself over the edge of the rapidly sinking boat with the goal of protecting Izuku in mind. Not once did he stop to think, how would I, the dead one, protect the reckless child from dozens of villains? After all, thinking was never his strong suit. He just went with where the battle took him, and today, the battle obviously took him into a man-made lake to fend off kid killers with his bare, unalive hands. Though, it turns out he didn't need to worry. A flurry of air pressure rocketed out of Izuku's newly broken finger before he even hit the water surface, sending both Izuku and the sixth flying back upwards while simultaneously creating a gnarly-looking whirlpool. Like an angel, the frog girl jumped upwards with Mineta under one arm and caught Izuku in her long tongue, whisking them away from immediate danger. The force of the whirlpool lured unwilling villains into its center where they got trapped due to Mineta's quirk. The sixth refuses to say sticky balls, or even think it for that matter. Eventually the water collapsed in on itself, shooting the ball if villains off to the side and rendering them out of the battle. The sixth could only watch in fondness as he plunged back into the drink. Of course Frogger wouldn't catch him, and without the tether. Well, if he was a bit salty about landing sloppily in the water for a second time, nobody needed to know. At least the kids were safe and hopefully heading towards the exit. Again, God isn't real. Panic once again seized him as he caught the sight of the three kids heading towards the Plaza, the epicenter of danger. The ghost had only briefly saw what was waiting there, but he knew it was no place for children. Swimming like he'd never swam before, the sixth frantically tried to catch up to the trio and coax them away. He was meant to watch over Izuku, damn it. Reaffirming the notion someone more responsible should be in this position, the sixth plowed forward towards the edge of the plaza, seemingly a million miles away from the kids he swore to protect. The water made little fuss to the ghost's flailing arms and kicking legs, responding with nothing more than light ripples that made him feel like he was swimming through compressed air rather than water. He probably was. Breathlessly zeroing in on the kids crouched at the water's edge, the sixth couldn't help but think there would be at least 10 more near-death experiences before this hell was over. The third ran like his life depended on it, not letting up on the vice grip he had on Mist Might. Call him what you must, but really, he had a genuine reason for separating from the others, a reason both his predecessor and successor probably caught onto quite quickly. There isn't a particular excuse for why he decided to leave without saying anything other than the fact it would have taken too long to explain. Right now, time was of the essence. Also, he couldn't even stand the thought of one of the others constantly whittering on in his ear during such a high-stress situation such as this. Mist Might and his inability to talk was such a blessing. After being hastily thrown out of a warp, the third found himself in what looked to be the squall zone. A constant heavy downpour coming from who knows where was enough to give that away. However, the hero wasn't focused on that, because the true goal was to make it to the outskirts of the dome, to the wall. Hence the running. He couldn't allow himself to stick around any longer than needed, because if he saw some students he would feel the need to protect them, and that would be a distraction. The ghost had no lungs, yet something inside him was burning. He pushed himself to keep sprinting even when glass shattered and rained down with a deafening noise, leaping over prop barricades and phasing through mock buildings. Rain passed through him, bringing on a strange sensation that he couldn't quite ponder yet, because he absolutely, under no circumstance, could not stop running until he made it back to UA. Yes, his goal was the school. The principal. Someone who could see and listen to him yell about the danger and do something about it. Sending Ida would be a much better move, but with Kurogiri guarding the exit as an immovable object, The possibility of getting the class rep out on time was slim. Earlier, on the bus ride, the fourth had known something bad would happen, which is why he took note of the route they had taken, just in case. The danger in the plaza was a suffocating feeling of finality that oozed and reeked of death. Part of him admired Aizawa for jumping into that with no hesitation. Passing through the wall of the USJ was not at all difficult, but he somehow felt like he was betraying everyone he left inside. The thought made him hesitate. Warning the living heroes at UA would definitely help sway the battle in their favor, but what about the time it took to get everything sorted? To get all the heroes rallied and at the USJ? It only takes a second for a life to end. The third, perhaps knew this better than most. Suddenly his legs felt frozen no matter how loud his brain was blaring at him to keep running. He turned to Mist Might, face crumbling under the weight of his many thoughts. What do I do? He felt childish for asking, voice a strangled whisper. Standing before the towering figure of the misty entity made him feel so small. The yellow flame-like appendages welled up as an answer, all pointing away from the broken dome and towards the school. It said so little yet so much at the same time. The third steeled himself. Right, he had to keep running. There was no time to waste on things as stupid as self-doubt. He was a hero, a damn good one too, unwilling to make the same mistakes as those who came before him. Hesitancy was a killer. We best keep running then. Tightening the ponytail atop his head, both man and Mist readied themselves to start running once again, towards the distant and faint outline of the school. The outside of the USJ was being rigorously guarded by even more villains too, all positioned away from the actual dome and more focused on the road that led to the entrance. So they were expecting a student to flee, or at the very least more heroes to show up. It was obvious these villains weren't as puny as the ones toying with the kids. They were meant to keep help away from the kids. Yet another thing he needed to warn Nizu off. Still, the third took off without sparing another glance. They ran through people and buildings alike, feet slamming down on concrete yet making no impact or sound. People reacted with a slight shiver but quickly brushed it off. However, the closer they got to UA, the less people there was to get in the way. Apparently the hype surrounding All Might being a teacher had died down pretty fast after 3 days of denied interviews. For that, the third was thankful. Getting through the wall surrounding the school was as easy as making it out of the USJ, though it came without the oppressing feeling of guilt. Around Izuku, the third never really paid much attention to how massive the school actually was, and it was at that moment, standing despairingly in the middle of some random hallway, that he had no clue where to look. Hell, fucking hero schools never existed in his time. The thought of desperately phasing through walls and ceilings was embarrassing, but if it needed to be done then he would. Time was of the essence. No matter how tedious the search may be, if it was necessary, he couldn't afford to mull it over. But then Mist Might began to move, yet another act of sentience it had showed since that morning at the beach when all the users blipped into existence as ghosts. Aside from the earlier silent pep talk too, but the third refused to ever acknowledge that again. At first it was a gentle sway towards the left, something the third easily ignored, but then the entity was yanked, phasing through various walls at a speed the third struggled to keep up with. It was as if Mist Might was on another tether. That thought was a light bulb moment. Of course, Mist Might would be connected to All Might too, and if the third could find All Might, he was sure the rat principal would be near. The ghost phased through yet another door, feeling mentally exhausted from all the running and extreme adrenaline, only to be met with a pair of beady black eyes staring at him expectantly. Of course the fucking rat knew. Mist Might hovered beside the skeleton version of himself, floundering at the third's sudden arrival. That thing was getting a bit too sentient for the third's liking though. In a way it was comforting. Ah, welcome. I can't say I was expecting you to show up so soon. The creature hummed. Idly the third noted All Might's concerned looks towards the principal. What do I call you? 3 if you must. His name wasn't important, but the dead hero still felt the need to show respect to the rodent. Daigoro's jittery warnings after their first glimpse at the creature was something he didn't forget. Nor did the third forget how naked he felt under his curious gaze. Nizu took a sip of tea. What brings the third user of One for All here, without Izuku Midoriya or any of the others especially? That definitely shocked All Might, the man violently jolting and sunken eyes widening. There's an attack. The glass dome has been shattered and there are villains everywhere. If you don't help, people will die. Kids will die. In response, Nizu's eyes sharpened as if silently urging him to continue. The third complied. I don't know who's leading the attack, but I can only fear it has something to do with All for One. All for One is dead. The third blinked, confused because All for One was very not dead. He doubted a dead man could infiltrate the vestige world and speak about future evil plans. A dead man would have no future at all. If the heroes thought the bastard was dead, who knows how long he had to rally an army or steal an arsenal of deadly quirks without anyone knowing. I'm telling you right now, Rat, All for One is alive. However, the issue is the current villain attack. So here's what is going to happen. To Nizu's credit, he recovered rather quickly from the bombshell of All for One's fake death. The mammal tilted his head as another silent urge to continue. All Might looked completely lost. And concerned. Very concerned. Perhaps the look on his face would have been funny if the situation was any different. Though he guessed that if the sixth were in his position, the boy would have laughed anyway despite himself. God, maybe he should have told that brat to do this instead of him. My misty friend here is going to stay with All Might. I believe it'll give the twig a power-up or something. Then, you are going to gather as many heroes you can. There's a shit ton of high-level thugs guarding the road and the far perimeter of the dome, so watch out for that. As for me, I'm returning to help my fellow users protect those children. The third mentally prepared himself to start sprinting again, this time alone. Nizu was difficult to read but nodded resolutely nonetheless. Apologies for any damage caused and any damage that will most definitely caused in the near future. He didn't stick around to see the principal's reaction, already halfway out the building running back towards those he abandoned. The fourth made it to the plaza after assuring the kids he warped with were safe. Though they truly wouldn't be safe until the villains were gone, he trusted their ability to fend off the remaining thugs. The situation in the plaza was dire. It was obvious Eraserhead was running out of steam, especially since he was now donning a half-disintegrated elbow. To the underground hero's credit, he had taken down a vast majority of the thugs that roamed the plaza. However, the three monsters were still very much ready to fight and sink their teeth into something in the most violent and brutal way possible. The bigger one hadn't moved and the fourth couldn't decide whether that was a good or bad thing. Then on the other side of the spectrum, the two smaller gray creatures were running around like rabid animals. And they were fast. They looked like overgrown dogs with deadly jaws and sharp glinting teeth to match. Eraserhead had already been caught in their slobbering mouths more than once, only barely escaping. Truthfully, the fourth was at a complete loss on what to do next. He doubted tripping the creatures up would do much to help. After all, this wasn't some meaningless training against Bakugo. From his spot near the fountain, he could see the first at the top of the long staircase, obviously having made it out of the warp frenzy with a few other students. The man was peering over the edge of the top step on all fours, making direct eye contact with the fourth. His gaze looked frantic and frightful, gesturing the hero to turn around. Having no reason to ignore the other, the fourth cast his gaze to the shipwreck zone, where alarmingly, Izuku was squatting with two of his classmates. Too close to the danger. What the hell is he doing here? He yelled, his gaze zeroing in on the sixth who was badly trying to swim towards the plaza, the remains of a sinking ship behind him. The boy looked more relieved than scared in the face of the older scorn. Forehead, please tell me how I could have stopped him from beyond the grave? I'm dying to know. Came the boy's distant yet sarcastic yell. Typical child. The fourth had better things to worry about than babysitting a delinquent ghost as well as Izuku. Shit. 4, you need to. The fourth didn't even have time to process the sixth's hysterical shout nor the younger's complete switch in demeanor because his quirk ticked seconds in advance. His brain buzzed and the fourth was suddenly hyper-aware that what used to be a barely manageable disaster was going to turn into a borderline catastrophe and there was nothing anyone could do. No, ordered the villain covered in hands. His tone was laced in a terrifying amount of finality that made all who heard it flinch. The large beast snapped to attention, eyes rolling into focus and brain pulsing grossly. Finish, Eraserhead. It obeyed, suddenly standing over the frozen form of the underground hero while the two dogs howled mockingly behind it, ready to tuck in. The fourth only barely registered Izuku vaulting over the lake's bank, ready to run into what could only be classed as a suicide mission with gleaming green eyes set with solid determination. Quick reflexes and parent senses alike was what spurred the fourth to catch the boy by his arm and stop him from getting himself killed. Both he and the sixth were surprised when it actually worked, and Izuku jerked to an abrupt stop, his wide green eyes turning onto him. In that moment, when the pair locked eyes, everything came to a grinding halt. Water sloshed around as the ripples in the shipwreck zone calmed, the whispers of the wind spoke of help coming soon and whistled in excitement as if excited to see how the day would progress. Every so often another chunk of glass would fall and shatter into a million pieces, warranting more shrieks of terror from wherever it landed. Those shrieks started a domino effect of sorts. Fear breeds more fear. This field trip was proof of that. Izuku looked startled and made a move to jerk his hand away, but the fourth tightened his grip, leaning in. "Do you want to save them, Izuku?" He emphasized every word, and the greenette's eyes widened even further than the fourth thought possible. "Yes," Izuku replied, voice steely with raw determination. The fourth leaned in. "What are you willing to sacrifice?" "Everything." With a grin, the fourth stood up to his true height and released the boy's arm, casting his gaze to the hole in the roof. "Well then, let us see what we can do." As he said it, brilliant black tendrils exploded outwards, expertly wrapping around faux buildings and gripping to walls, quickly creating the illusion of a spider's web. Slowly descending from the open top of the UFA was Doro in Nana's arms, his quirk wild yet controlled as it sought out students and villains alike. The pair were floating out of the reach of everyone on the ground, smirking and smug. "How's that for an entrance?" Doro bellowed excitedly. The relief the first felt, as Nana and Doro descended from the heavens like two beautiful angels, was almost palpable. But because he was powerless when he was alive, which meant being dead kinda left him worse off than before, and since this purple fucking miasma decided to make it his life's goal to apparently kill a bunch of kids, the first was forced to help them not die using raw willpower and spite against his fuckus of a brother. Oh, his brother! How the first could rant and rave about that fucking rat of a man. The man who he's regretfully related to is genuinely more of a rat than the principal of UA. Now, you may be taken aback by the first's colorful vocabulary regarding his brother. Don't be misconstrued, he doesn't hate his older sibling. He never could bring himself to, even after the fuckfest that was the vault. The supervillain just hasn't left him alone since he found out about the vestige world. "Boy, I made you lunch. The food isn't real and he happens to be deceased. Boy, make sure you get your sleep. Boy, give your older brother a hug. He smells bad, even as a vestige. Boy, your hair is getting so long, have you considered cutting it? Does this motherfucker not get he's dead? Yoichi this, Yoichi that. Yoichi is fucking sick of his brother's babying. It was never this bad when he was alive. The first knows, his brother just feels guilty that his villainous actions lead to his death, but fucking hell. That was over a century ago. Yoichi knows better than anyone how to forgive and forget. If anything, his brother should be groveling to the other users he personally killed, especially Nana and definitely Izuku, since this attack was so obviously planned using his brother's tacky schemes. Life was really kicking his ass, and he didn't even possess it. 13 had gone down faster than his patience since the beginning of this attack, and distantly, Yoichi saw the tiny figure of the fourth carrying Izuku bridal style away from the violent lashings of Black Whip, while the sixth floundered around doing something. It was hard to tell from his vantage point atop the stupidly long staircase. A particularly large glob of acid quickly made Yoichi's already sour mood worsen. Who are these darn kids fighting now? He knew Kurogiri was still monologuing about taking out 13. Yoichi will never not be disappointed actual villains did that. He thought it was just a comic thing, so it couldn't he him. Did a villain from the Plaza manage to sneak up? That would be the cherry on the cake of misfortune for sure. When another glob landed at his feet, Yoichi was surprised to see a hostile look in Mina Ashido's eyes. Beneath a glaze of fresh tears she refused to shed. He was even more surprised to note such a hateful look was directed at him. More acid formed at the girl's fingertips, an oozing purple goo of pure danger that spurred Yoichi into action. Everything was moving a bit too fast and there was no time to gather his thoughts. Why could Ishido see him? Does he really look like a villain? Would that be a compliment? Wait. He tried to appease, trying his best not to get hit by the numerous quirks being hurled his way. The students attacking him did not, in fact, wait. I'm not here to hurt you. Although the students hesitated at that, Yoichi knew how pathetic it sounded. His voice trembled due to the strenuous exertion that put unneeded pressure on his apparently working lungs. What the hell was up with that anyway? Compartmentalize, Yoichi? He ended up saying aloud. He was really beginning to realize how uncut for hero work he was because of this. Thankfully no such profession existed in his time. Frustration was beginning to boil over into silent rage with each attack he dodged. He wasn't well enough to be cartwheeling around a bunch of teenagers. His brother would absolutely decimate him or the kids if he found out about this. His supervillain brother certainly had no qualms about murder. Yoichi's childhood bullies learned that the hard way. Hoo boy. A thought occurred to him. He was the brother of a supervillain. Surely all the scary genes didn't go to his dear brother. He could be scary. Mustering up all his deep-seated rage and embracing his inner brother, the first yelled, "I swear, if you attack me one more time, I will instill the fear of God into you through the use of nothing but watermelon seeds and pure fucking rage." I see you, Ishido. Step the hell down. And that seemed to work well enough. The students were frozen in one spot, looking like deer in headlights, not even daring to blink. Yoichi would be lying if he said he wasn't immensely proud of the evil aura he was emitting. Not that he liked scaring the shit out of children. His brother can keep that hobby. Zero was the first to break the tense mood, dropping his offensive stance ever so slightly. "What could you do with watermelon seeds?" he asked quietly. "You would not want to know, sweet child." That didn't seem to quell the students' worries, probably making it worse instead, so Yoichi decided to backpedal a bit. "Okay, now that I have your attention, can we please form an alliance?" "Why would we ally with a villain?" Ida asked sharply, eyeing the door which was being guarded diligently by Kurogiri still. Typical. One could only monologue for so long, it seemed. "Do I seriously look like a villain?" Uraraka stepped forward hesitantly. "Well, it kinda looks like you broke free from one of those insane asylums, you know?" She gestured wildly as she spoke, full of nerves and obviously clueless on how to approach such an obscure situation. What with the all-white clothes and menacing aura? Yoichi considered that for a second and snorted, noting how Uraraka deflated with relief. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, carefully considering his next words. "If anything, I would be more likely to escape from an actual hospital since my lungs feel like they're about to combust." A sharp pain in his chest brought him to his knees with a suppressed grunt causing Achiko and Zero to quickly run over to try help. Yoichi was pleased they didn't kick him while he was down because that would have been a whole new level of embarrassing. Speaking of embarrassing, Kurogiri apparently watched him collapse and decided to chime in with his own thoughts on the matter. "Are you supposed to be backup? Is this really the standard of heroes these days? Pathetic. Bullying is not cool and Yoichi somehow always finds himself on the receiving end of it." Though it wasn't the worst thing said to him, Kurogiri's statement still made his eye twitch. With a firm shake of the head that was more of a shiver, the first turned his focus on to the kids. "So you aren't here to hurt us?" Zero whispered yelled in Yoichi's ear, sounding genuinely scandalized. "You could have said so, dude." That in itself sent another sharp pain shooting up Yoichi's chest. Another twitch of the eye later and Yoichi found himself rising to his full height, shaking a fist at the villain in front of him. The villain who just decided to keep provoking him as if that was a smart thing to do. "Talk all high and mighty from up there. Just say you're scared of me and move on. Or say it to my fucking face, you misty fuck. My father's vape cloud smelt better than you, goddamn." One of the students whistled behind him. For a guy with a squeaky voice, he's really intimidating actually. Yoichi physically swiveled with unnecessary force that sent him stumbling. All of the teenagers looked conveniently innocent. "Squeaky?" He essentially squeaked. A disapproving scoff from Kurogiri alluded to the fact that this was no time to get offended over meaningless insecurities. That was the sixth shtick anyway. "Really? Then perish, hero." The mist around Kurogiri flared outwards, stretching into a wall of shifting purple behind him. The vortex swirled deceitfully peaceful before around 20 villains charged from its inky depths, their stances low and quirks readied. It felt possible to cut the tension in the air with a knife, and Yoichi could have cried right then and there, on the floor for the whole villain underground to see. He really could have. But he didn't. At that moment, after a series of frustratingly tragic events, Yoichi Shigaraki could only bring himself to get angry. Angry at the world, angry at his brother, angry at himself. The feeling felt like burning. It clawed at his throat and chest with a strong desire to simply hurt. And, of course, the best way to deal with such anger would be violence, right? "All right, children," he said, voice deceptively calm. "Time for a little lesson since your teachers are a bit busy." Stepping forward confidently, the students could only watch in silent awe, their desperate warnings dying on the tongue before ever being spoken. When in a fight, always play dirty. A villain with elastic limbs swung a careless arm in Yoichi's direction. It was easily dodged, and Yoichi took the chance to close in. That means throat jabs. A swift yet forceful poke to said villain's jugular sent them straight to the floor, though the victory was short-lived as another villain quickly approached. Inverting knees, yet another villain crumpled when Yoichi's heel met kneecap in a shocking display of power for such a weedy-looking guy. And most importantly, if the villain you face is male? Anyone could tell what would occur next, even the charging male villain who seemed to try and veer off at the last second. Well, it's free real estate. There was a background hiss from Siro, Shoji, and Sadu while Ida seemed absolutely horrified by what he just saw. Achiko winced in sympathy, and Mina couldn't suppress a giggle from where she was guarding 13. The relived smile on Mina's face was what kept Yoichi fighting. She had been so scared yet brave the whole way through this attack. A smile was something that belonged on her face. All of the ghosts could tell after a simple week. It was a similar thing with the others too, as they gradually started to feel safe enough to cheer him on. Yoichi couldn't help but wonder if he could have actually been a hero, as he harshly yanked the hair of feline-like villain. When the coast looked clear enough, the first paced backwards to join the students. His heart felt like it was about to stop and everything was pulsing, but Yoichi would rather die again than let any harm come to these kids. Blood had climbed up his throat and smudged on his teeth, probably making his feral grin look all the more terrifying. Not that such a thing was bad in the current situation. Maybe Kurogiri would go running home scared? Small mercies, since Yoichi was pretty sure moving another step would send him back to the ghost realm. Yellow eyes narrowed as they appeared to sense that sentiment. Kurogiri knew Yoichi was in no fit state to continue fighting, and the villain was going to exploit that. There were many thoughts flitting through Yoichi's head as the misty-eyed villain lurched forward. Mainly feelings of self-loathing, though the anger still burned undeniably hot. Feet unhelpfully glued to the floor, Yoichi could only watch as his second death approached. He couldn't do anything, and that was a feeling worse than any illness. Helplessness. A loud bang resounded around the USJ as the doors flew open, hitting the remains of the glass walls. Before Yoichi could even blink, a pair of muscular arms wrapped around Kurogiri's metal neck brace, keeping him firmly planted. The students gasped at the new arrival and reeled backwards as a heavy-duty boot teared through the lower half of the mist villain. Low-spoken words were exchanged, and the grip around the metal tightened with a dangerous creak, threatening to break. There was an audible TSK as Kurogiri furled into himself and fled to the plaza. The third stood, proudly grinning, looking disgruntled and awfully sweaty but victorious nonetheless. Even though the students tensed at the scary-looking man, if not looking a little awestruck, Yoichi felt his knees turn to jelly due to pure unfiltered relief, sending him falling to the floor once again. 3. He breathed, his voice raw and scratchy. Uraraka looked between the two of them before relaxing too. 1. The man regarded with a quick nod, switching his full attention onto the group of students instead. "I want to thank you kids for keeping him safe. He's quite an important character, you see." A stern look from the third stopped all protests. It didn't matter if Uraraka thought it was actually Yoichi who kept them safe or if Yoichi claimed he was the opposite of an important character. "Though I'm afraid to tell you that this is all a dream." There was not a single trace of humor on the man's face. just a bone-deep tiredness as he spoke in a concerning tone of seriousness. "Wake up," he deadpanned. Wah, propelling off his heel, the third zipped around the back of each student with a raised arm. Through the use of FA gene, his speed was explosive enough to the point Yoichi could barely track the others' movements, only hearing each kid fall to the floor. "Seriously?" was all Yoichi could say to the sight of 6 unconscious kids. "What was the reason?" "We can't have people knowing we exist, that raises suspicion, one." "Fair enough, right? But this is all a dream. Is actually the lamest thing you could have come up with. I bonded with these kids, dare I say I adopted them. So they're going to wake up like what the fuck?" The third hummed tiredly as he considered the idea before physically waving it off lazily. "I think it'll work out fine. Anyway, are you okay? You look feral but like, the bad kind. Does that make sense?" "Not a single bit. Yuichi thinks it definitely won't be fine, but what can you do? The damage had already been done." "I'm fine, this is nothing I haven't lived through before." He paused, looking the other up and down for a minute, inspecting his bedraggled appearance. "Are you okay though?" "Me? I'm fine, dare I say dandy. Just wondering how we suddenly, came back to life. I don't have a clue, but I'm choosing to blame the sixth for it." "Good choice. I was in the middle of running back from Yua when I suddenly felt like my lungs were caving in. I'm so out of shape. Oh boy, do I know that feeling." The third hummed again, scooping up Siro and Mina's unconscious bodies gently. "Don't worry, they'll be fine, no damage done." He made a move to pick up Uraraka too, hoisting the other two over his shoulders. "There's a ton of villains patrolling outside, but I managed to clear a small section near the forest where it should be safe to put the students." "Like a little safety camp?" Yoichi asked, trying and failing to pick up Shoji. At least the third was courteous enough to assist Yoichi by shouldering the remaining kids instead. If Yoichi felt a pang of envy at the sight of the third carrying 6 unconscious kids, well, that was nobody's business but his own. Heading towards the now very open door to the USJ, the third nodded. "Yeah, it's exactly that. I was going to ask if you needed help defending it in case some stray thugs wandered over, but..." The man paused, turning to look at the fallen villains littering the floor in various states of pain, writhing and groaning with eyes screwed shut. "I think you'll manage." The second hated his luck. "Who the fuck are you?" Bakugo Katsuki yelled, angry sparks shooting off of his palms and stance low, ready to attack. His ever-present frown was deeper than usual, and the second was distantly laughing at the wrinkles this child will have in the future because not everyone could die pretty like the second. "And why the hell do you look like me?" The second stumbled, letting out a cry of pain at the metaphorical blow. "Me? Look like you?" he retorted petulantly. "Don't ever insult me in such a way again, you gremlin." Bakugo sneered, and Kirishima decided to nervously pipe up from where he was stood off to the side, quietly observing the quarrel. "Well, you both do look quite similar actually. But that's pretty manly since you're both dash." "Shut up, shitty hair." "Hush, red child." Suffice to say, Kirishima did stop talking. Putting his hands up in surrender, the red-haired boy backed away from the conflict and focused on the endless flood of villains pouring into the unstable building in the ruin zone. The only plus about this whole situation was that the two fighting lookalikes were taking out villains effectively while also bickering. "What's that even supposed to mean, huh?" Bakugo asked lowly. "You think you're better than me?" The second scoffed. "Of course I'm better than you, defective firecracker." "To your left." Bakugo didn't even blink as he sent an explosion to his left, knocking out a villain who thought she was being sneaky. Kirishima wondered how these two already seemed to trust each other so much. The reed-haired boy certainly wouldn't leave his life in the hands of a stranger who fell out the warp gate face first. Maybe they were related. "I don't need your help, you fucking knockoff." "Why am I the knockoff?" "Because." "Got that?" the blonde yelled. "And why aren't you using your fucking quirk, dipshit? What makes you think I have a quirk?" The second remarked slyly, and Bakugo immediately stalled, his brain apparently buffering. The younger boy's glare sharpened as the haze in his mind cleared. He looked at the second as if the man had declared water was indeed wet. "Maybe the fucking blaster in your arm has something to do with it?" "Just a thought though." The second laughed, loose and carefree. The man really did enjoy messing with Bakugo Katsuki. Call him sadistic, but the look of pure disbelief and growing hatred on the boy's face really tickled the second's funny bone. It left the one for all user to wonder though, how far could he really take this? This thing? He decided to ask, shaking the contraption on his arm. What if this is to make up for my lack of quirk? I would have fucking heard of a quirkless hero. It would have been all over the news. The blonde was starting to look frantic now. The second grinned a little wider as the kid tilted his head forward rather than looking down his nose at the older man. A telltale sign this brat wasn't feeling as superior. Not necessarily. It would have. I would have fucking heard about it because quirkless nerds can't be heroes. They'd die before even getting a license. If it was possible, if a quirkless hero existed, then, fuck. This was fun. Time for the finisher. The second innocently tilted his head to one side, crouching down in front of the upset blonde. What? You don't think quirkless people can be heroes? His eyes gleamed. Kakin? The split second of raw horror that passed across Bakugo's face made the second cackle loudly, freely, heavily. The thugs paused in the doorway as if unsure whether the laughing man was on their side or not. Their hesitation to attack would ultimately cost them their lives. The second knew. What? Bakugo whispered, his gaze firmly fixated on the floor. Finally, the second decided to leave the boy be, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder and smiling kindly. Crimson bore into the second's soul as Bakugo dragged his fiery gaze upwards. I asked you a fucking question, what did you just call me? Perhaps the second chose the wrong kid to screw around with. Kirishima, the blessed boy, suddenly yelled in frustration which prevented Bakugo's angry tirade before it even began, much to the second's pure delight. Both lookalikes followed the redhead's line of sight to the entrance of the room they were all currently fighting for their life in, only to see the influx of murderous villains had increased. A lot. Where were all these fuckers coming from? I think we should start focusing on how to escape rather than fighting now. Kirishima hissed. No. Responded Bakugo loudly. A predatory grin had formed on his face as he diverted his full attention onto the battle. I'll win and kill all these shitty villain extras. A sweet aroma filled the air as the blonde's hands heated, becoming hotter and hotter until sparks bounced up and down and up and down. The second whistled, really looking at the younger boy's quirk. It truly was beautiful. The oranges and yellows were a mesmerizing spectacle of popping starbursts that hissed in warning like a wild animal. Such a bewitching power. Such a deadly one too. The second sighed dramatically as he stepped into place next to Bakugo, though he had long since dropped his defensive stance in favor of a more relaxed one. Seeing the villains menacingly pool in the doorway made a few things clear. Nobody was getting out of this situation unscathed. The second was an absolutely horrible human being. Bakugo's gauntlets were stupidly easy to set off. All three statements were true, especially the last one. Completely concentrated on the villains before him, Bakugo Katsuki failed to notice the way the man beside him eyed the silver pin that sat in his gauntlet idly and unused. Failed to notice the moment that very same man seized his arm, swiftly guiding it upwards and pointing it directly at the villains. Failed to stop the pin from being pulled. Failed to stop the rush of pure force that charged out in an army of raging fire, all accompanied by a thunderous boom that sent the unstable ground of the ruins zone surging forth, bringing each crumbling building to the floor in a plume of dust. There was a moment of still after all the rattling and chaos. For a brief period of time, though nobody was there to witness it, the ruins zone experienced such overwhelming and wistful calmness amidst what could only be described as a war zone. After all, beauty can be found in the ugliest of places. From beneath the rubble there was the subtle sound of meek stirring that disrupted the peace, plunging the zone right back into disarray. The noise progressively got louder and more disruptive until a giant slab of concrete tipped forward, revealing a sort of tunnel and three weary figures. Sighing dreamily, the second craned his head to get a better look at the damage he caused. In his expert opinion, property damage was the best sort of damage. The two kids slung over his shoulders wriggled fruitlessly in his grip, their movements hindered from the after effects of having a building unexpectedly dropped on them. Kirishima gave in pretty quickly, probably passing out, but Bakugo did not. The second could feel the boy's fierce glare boring into him, and it was getting increasingly more difficult to ignore. Stepping carefully over more rubble, the second finally decided to give in with another sigh. If this kept on, he'd start sounding like the third, which was a terrifying thought. He was meant to be the fun one, damn it. Kid, that blast didn't kill those thugs. Stop worrying about it. That was a lie. A few of them definitely bit the dust, literally and metaphorically. Though, Bakugo needn't know that fact, ever. He'd start feeling guilty about taking a life, as all heroes do, even though it was the second's actions. A violent yet weak hit told the second that Bakugo definitely was not worrying about that. Definitely. Okay, kid. He grinned. Distantly, the second could make out the faint outline of the third at the top of the staircase, beckoning him over with wild motions. It was nice to see him back after ditching so graciously. Your gauntlets sure are powerful, though. Making one-sided conversation was the only way to fill the silence. It would have been better if Bakugo wasn't on the verge of unconsciousness and could actually reply, though. Perhaps a break from the incessant yelling was a blessing in disguise, though. So let's stop pointing them at Midoriya? Yeah? That seemed to get a proper reaction out of the boy. He went completely rigid in the second's grip for a good minute before flopping back down like a rag doll, making the older snort. Absently, the second unbuckled Bakugo's second gauntlet, letting it fall to the floor with a sound of sloshing liquid the second knew was sweat but refused to acknowledge. Was it probably dangerous to leave such a powerful weapon on the floor? Absolutely. But it made the two boys easier to carry without needless extra weight, and the second was never one to pass up an opportunity to do minimum work. Izuku is tired. Which is concerning, since there should be so much adrenaline circulating through his body right now. Enough adrenaline to kill an adult cow, maybe. But ever since that tall man with the scar caught his arm, that adrenaline evaporated, like his dad, and Izuku knows he's rambling even though he's technically not speaking right now, but he can't help it. Every part of his body has been effectively shutting down, and he feels like his brain is going to go soon too, so he's squeezing out every single thought he can muster before the inevitable boot down. His legs had long since ceased to work, leaving him powerless to watch as the Nomu brought Mr. Aizawa's face to the concrete one. 2 times before some magical black appendages came and saved the day? Either Izuku died last year or the simulation was glitching, because that certainly felt unreal. Though that could be partly due to the fog clouding up his brain. Oh, he was expecting this, right? His eyes went next, becoming too heavy to even keep open. The darkness was welcoming, but Izuku still continued to resist it. Why was he passing out again? Amidst all the brain fog, he didn't ask, but with his cheek pressed to the plaza floor and lack of vision, he feels inclined to ponder it. Maybe he was cursed by a witch. No, that's the wrong genre of story. A strong gut feeling told Izuku that this whole thing was probably the mystery man's fault. His gut can't talk, though, so Izuku doesn't know where he got that thought from. That's fairly obvious, though. Oh boy, a disconnected part of Izuku, the disconnected rational part, metaphorically face-palmed. What an interesting out-of-body experience this is. No, not fun. He might actually die. Daigoro, did you knock Izuku out with Black Whip? A voice Izuku remembered as the mystery man yelled. Why did he know Izuku's name? Kinda creepy. If he had any feeling in his legs and a working mental capacity, perhaps Izuku would have ran and called stranger danger until he found a trusted adult, just like his mom taught him. Oh God, his mom would drown him with tears if he... Another more gruff voice responded frantically. Izuku might not be thinking rigged, but it sounded like this new arrival was above him. What, no? Are you still hung up over the time I flung you to Hosu? Let it go, dude. Concerning is the only word that came to mind. You flung forehead to Hosu? A younger voice cackled from next to him. Maybe. Izuku also feels like his perception of time and space is a bit wonky too. So who knows at this point? Certainly not Izuku. Didn't he already establish this? He can't. Really. Remember. And was Mystery Man called Forehead? Embarrassing. Izuku's going to pretend he didn't hear that. Now is not the time to be reliving the good old days, boys. A female voice shouted sternly. Footsteps bounced around in Izuku's skull as she got closer to him and picked up his weak little body. Izuku remembers training for 10 months straight. Thank you very much, but then again. He is a stupid Deku, right? So maybe he is weak. He can't quite remember much. Cold fingers lightly pressed into his neck and Izuku inwardly shivered at the touch. Normally the hands that touch him tend to burn. Or were those hands always cold too? Everything was fuzzy. His pulse is getting weak. What did you do? Who's he? He should go to the doctor. His pulse. Getting asterisk. The younger voice piped up again. Theory time, what's happening to Izuku and why is he dying? Considering the topic, this guy's tone seemed to be way too light and airy. It made Izuku feel bad for whoever Izuku was. Did this guy not care he was dying? Maybe Izuku was a loser though. Maybe nobody should care if Izuku's dying. Maybe he should just die. Maybe. Underlying health conditions? The gruff voice offered. Personally, I blame it on the phones. Kids these days? The younger voice droned. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact we're partially alive now? Mystery Man said certainly. The other voices quieted as if to intently listen. Izuku collapsed shortly after speaking to me, and that's when Nana and Daigoro managed to infiltrate and use their quirks on the physical world. That's weird. Ghosts exist. Or don't they? MAI. And us being alive is draining away Izuku's own life force of sorts? It's plausible. The female voice finished. Her tone was soothing despite everything, and it made Izuku feel safe. Izuku? There was more footsteps, heavier and rapid with purpose approaching. If that's the case, then we should wrap this up as quickly as possible, right? A new voice chirped. Hushed and relieved sighs of two were swept away in the wind's swirling dance. Wind doesn't dance, stupid Deku. Or maybe it does. Who is Deku anyway? Wasn't it Izuku a second ago? Kaken's confusing, calling him two different things. 6. Go looking for some of the students who are unaccounted for as you run. Keep your quirk active. I have a strong feeling we're going to need all the cover we can get. The gruff voice commanded. Who has a number for a name? That's almost as bad as being called Forehead. Wasn't he supposed to forget that? Who has Deku for a name? That's the lamest. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat. Did that mean he wanted to cry? But he was scared. Why though? He wants to remember. Don't see why? His head hurt. Why again? He doesn't want to die. WHY? Another new voice cut in with a flat tone and no audible expression. Completely deadpan and rather tired sounding. Izuku knew a man who was always tired. He thinks that man's dead though. What happened? Don't know. Though this man sounded tired in a completely different way, more bone deep than A's dash. There's a safety camp in the forest. As soon as you exit, look for the tallest tree and walk in that direction. You should see the first there. Got it? Yaoyorozu is in the mountain zone. She's pretty injured. Please help her in. The lady yelled worriedly. I'll save her, Nana. Bitter air nipped at Izuku's skin as even more footsteps approached. But there was something about these footsteps, something sinister that made Izuku internally shy away. By the sounds of it, the other voices moved away too, moving closer to Izuku protectively. Maybe they did like Izuku then. That's sweet and unusual. Nobody likes Deku. Izuku. Nobody likes who? Sensei warned me about you. The new arrival snarled in sick enjoyment, voice raspy and itchy. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Shigaraki Tamura had stepped forth with palms open and ready to fight. Eraser head momentarily forgotten under the sinking weight of the black Nomu. You've been having a bit too much fun, invading my game and disrupting the quest like the hackers you are. The villain lunged at the group. Die. Izuku finally succumbed to the darkness. Re-entering the USJ after depositing Yaoyorozu somewhere safe, filled N with a strong sense of dread sprinkled in with determination. Glass crunched under his boot with every step and thick furls of smoke obscured his vision as he paced back and forth. He stood on one of the walkways leading to the plaza. The roaring sounds of battle clouded his mind, leaving him unsure on what to do next. Should he leap into the fray alongside his fellow users or seek out more injured students? Fight or save? Seriously, and was not built for such difficult decisions. The pros and cons of each weighed heavily upon him until the surrounding area blurred, making only his rampaging thoughts clear. So deep in his own thoughts, The sixth failed to notice the hungry sounds of animalistic snarling until it was too late to effe. Blocking the main entrance to the plaza was one of the canine-looking Nomu and distinctly remembered taking a vow to avoid. His luck was certainly shining today. Tar-like slobber clumped grossly at the edges of its pointed muzzle, oozing until it dropped to the ground in an unsatisfying squelch that left N reeling in disgust. Its form was too similar to a dog for N to be comfortable, though its rear legs protruded outwards, bending at a height taller than the sixth himself. Up until today, N liked dogs. Standing in the face of death once again, N couldn't help but crack a wry grin. The Nomu prowled forward. He knew that compared to the others he was fundamentally weaker. With a quirk-like smokescreen, he wasn't particularly battle-oriented. Its paw pads slapped against the concrete threateningly. Not only that, he was immature. It was him who ratted out this field trip to all for one, accident or not. Was this karma? Damn. Pausing, the thing eyed its prey with eyes full of predatory glee. Against all of that though, it knows that even when plan A fails, which seems to be every single time, there's always a plan B. In this case, plan A went down the drain the second he dared to think, so it was prime time to initiate his backup plan. Bullshit until a better opportunity arises. This plan was his go-to, only getting him killed once but also allowing him to almost take down all for one. Asterisk, a feral Nomu blocks the way. Realistically, N knew there was no winning this fight, yet he still stepped forward with a cocky grin that made the beast ahead of him snarl. Death was a concept that N did not fear. To him it was an adventure into the unknown. Something to look forward to. Perhaps that particular thought process was what led him to the choices he made in life. Accepting one for all at a young age, the fire and friendships, marching into a battle of a lifetime. Though the sixth had already explored death, he wasn't against digging into its secrets further. Asterisk, act taunt. All right, Scooby, come at me. Sliding his left foot back and putting his fists up, N dropped his voice with his stance. I'll fucking put you down. Unlike fighting an ancient supervillain, the thought of brawling some mangy mutt with some form of hellish rabies exhilarated him in a way all for one could never have hoped to achieve. The oncoming fight would over quickly. It would be violently gory and fast-paced like his previous life-ending fight was not. Asterisk, although the Nomu cannot understand your language, it appears to be offended anyway. Its stance lowers and its legs bend. Asterisk, the path of destiny has been cemented with bloody clarity. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was definitely something different about, well, everything. Even seconds before his next demise, N found his thoughts drifting to relatively unimportant topics. It wasn't a startling difference, and it didn't really seem to hinder him at all. The way he went about his confrontation with the Nomu just seemed preordained. Like his options were limited from the start. As if the choices he had were clear and simple. Propelling off its grotesquely bent hind legs, the Nomu pounced. Inky black drool flung at all angles as its jaw unhinged to allow a cleaner bite. The half-exposed brain atop its head seemed to pulse in sick excitement as it shot through the air towards its food. Maybe a weird mind quirk got me? N muttered aloud, making sure his own voice bounced around his skull before it was totally silenced. Bravely making eye contact with oncoming death, N saw the beast's deep crimson eyes that resembled blood. Flecks of black dusted the red iris, as if the pupil had exploded. Death too, electric boogaloo. How would it differ from the first? Hey, it's into the unknown, right threesome? It seemed to be the quote of the day. Why a Frozen 2 quote was beyond N, but it's better than some of the other things his mind conjured. Familiar pain bloomed all over his body as nightmarish jaws clamped around his neck. Blistering heat soon followed, then the futile twitching. Adrenaline flowed through his veins, his bogus own little plan B. How cute! Despite everything, N refused to close his eyes, as if he were locked in a staring contest with the Grim Reaper. Black spots encroached on his vision, blocking out the majority of red that was no doubt flooding the area. He didn't need to see it. The warm feeling trickling down his arms and chest and back. Dizziness sent him to the floor. A nice view of the Nomu's unkempt claws marred his vision until sight didn't exist at all. The metallic taste in his mouth disappeared next, then the acrid smell of smoke and blood, the feeling of watered-down glue beneath his fingers as well as the solid ground, leaving the sounds of ripping and tearing that faded out like a grand orchestral piece. Nothing remained after that. Elsewhere, Izuku's heart started beating ever so slightly better. *GAMEOVER*. Yikes, that was hard to watch. Perhaps N should have been filled with joy, his senses were returning to him after all. But this voice. It was familiarly deep and somehow more annoying than bone-chilling, though that may be due to dying for a second time at the hands of a feral dog thing. When he finally mustered the will to open his eyes again, he was greeted by the welcoming darkness of the vestige world, its ripples of rainbow passing by gleefully. I honestly did not know it could do that. N started by wriggling his toes and moving his way up, pointedly ignoring the nuisance near him. Confident he was some degree of okay, he sat up, stretching his ghost joints. Sure enough, All for One was sat 4 feet away, in crossed-legged position like a dainty schoolgirl in front of, was that a TV? A game controller in hand. N felt things connect in his mind, assembling the ugliest jigsaw puzzle he ever saw. Hey you're finally awake? The supervillain said jovially, turning his full attention away from the screen and onto N. Don't fucking quote Skyrim in front of me, you scum. The audacity this old man has. Still, the villain snickered, turning back to whatever the fuck he was doing without further conversation. If All for One was this docile in the land of the living, life would have probably been a lot easier. Against all of his heroic morals and whatnot, N scooted closer towards the man responsible for his first death in order to gather more information on what the geezer was doing. Definitely not because he was ever so slightly shaken from dying again and in desperate need of a father figure in this trying time. Where did you get that idea from? The silly pit? The house of lies? The first thing N noted about the screen was the mass amount of red pixels. The second and most important thing he noticed was that the surrounding area looked strikingly similar to the destroyed USJ in semi-pixelated form. After that, he noticed the view was a first-person view from the height and had pegged the Nomu to approximately stand at, a secret talent that stemmed from being short. Suddenly root of the weirdness plaguing his battle sense because abundantly clear. The choices, the strange narrative his mind followed, the Skyrim reference, the evil douche sitting beside him with a gaming controller in hand. All for One had orchestrated the whole attack, taking special measures to make sure he could witness it firsthand while making it enjoyable for himself only. So, N started sweetly before dropping his voice to a growl. What the fuck kind of bullshit quirk is this? Seriousness really didn't suit him, but right now it was a necessary evil. All for One paused before placing his controller back into the void, disappearing in a cloud of silver. A useful one. The not long for this world man replied smugly. This fucking dude was begging for a clobbering at this point. You sir are insufferable. What's it useful for besides being a prick? Oh come now 6, it has plenty of uses and it's already completed one of them now that you're here. If this fucker sensed N's fist coming for his nose, he made no move to dodge it, taking it like a champ without so much as blinking. Actually, has this guy blinked at all since he got here? Great, another detail to get distracted by. Let me try and get a grip on this situation, let me know if I have the right idea. First off, you used a type of mental quirk that affects the way someone perceives a battle. Not sure if you just used it on me or everyone. Just you. The man way past his expiration date confirmed. And continued. This quirk made me think of my face-off with the Nomu with limited options one would normally associate with classic video game interface, with the fight, act and mercy options. Smart boy. The man from long ago nodded. His tone of voice indicated he was actually proud of N, and even if the sixth would normally be creeped out by such a comment from his previous nemesis, right now he smiled at the praise. This stupid man and his parental vibes would be the third damn death of him. The Nomu which basically just used me as a chew toy was being controlled by you. Whether that's part of the quirk used on me or an entirely different one is a mystery. Now quick fire question time. Where did you get this quirk? Why, what possessed you to do this, and finally what the actual fuck happened? The irritating elder continued to smile, unblinking for some reason. Where I got the quirk doesn't matter. The reason why I'm doing this is simply because I'm bored. The ghost of my amusingly reckless teenage years possessed me, And as for what the fuck happened, it's a bit complicated. I'm not stupid, you dinosaur. Despite what others may believe, I used to be the top of my class before I dropped out, thank you very much. In all for one's mind, he decided not to point out that dropping out in middle school meant his education was severely stunted. And in his own mind, he was buzzing with self-confidence. The first man to perhaps walk the earth nodded in affirmation and began explaining. The quirk I used on you has the ability to make any semi-sentient being a playable character. However, I couldn't exactly play you and the Nomu, so I opted to put you on automatic. That gave you free will while also maintaining the essence of a video game. The Nomu ripping you to shreds was me button mashing. Sorry kiddo. One deep breath in. And release it with a frustrated scream. Repeat until forcefully silenced. Okay, fair enough, but why me? The sixth shrieked. Surely Tuzi or Daigoro are more annoying. And I refuse to believe you, an ancient artifact of life, beat me by button mashing. I chose you because you were the easiest to tag aside from my sickly baby brother. Now, I'm not saying your quirk is weak. Honestly, I believe all quirks are amazing in their own way. It's how you utilize them that makes you powerful. The sixth gagged dramatically. W, who are you and where is my evil enemy I see as a father figure for some twisted reason I'm unwilling to discuss? I thought we established that I am not all for one but instead his core values before the mass amounts of quirks and years of life. The man deadpanned. And you see me as a father? That sweet son. Red crept across the sixth's ghostly cheeks as his brain froze because he was once again not meant to say most of that. Bruh. This is stupid, we're getting sidetracked. You got me killed again. Good for you, great even. But what do you want now? Well, I didn't give Tamura 2 of the canine Nomo for no reason. As he spoke, Grandfather Time held out his 2 palms flat. And watched, mystified as 2 controllers appeared in his hands, out of the silver mist that the sixth saw previously. Let's have a Nomu death match. If I win, you're out of the game for good, and if you win though, maybe I'll consider letting you respawn. And knew his mouth was hanging wide open. There was not a single thought in his mind as he picked up one of the controllers. It was as the screen in front of him split that he realized he still had mountains of questions. Pause. I'm not done interrogating you, sir. He pointed accusingly. If you must, I must. How the hell did you even get here without me summoning you? He meant to ask it earlier, but the crushing curiosity of what the hell happened had distracted him. If old MacDonald here could enter the vestige world all willy-nilly, then the afterlife was about to get astronomically worse. The villain shrugged. You left the vault door open? As he said it, he craned his neck in its general direction and then had never turned his head so fast. Lo and behold, a little ways away was a massive fucking door. Wide open. Revealing even more darkness that the sixth didn't even want to fuck with. Why is there even a fucking vault door here? Fucking crepes, I'll cry over that later. Who's controlling the big fella in the plaza? Tamura. Although that's a whole different thing to what we're doing right now. The Black Nomo only exists to follow the orders of my successor. I wonder how he's doing. It was him who inspired this whole video gaming nonsense. Peachy. Whomst the fuck is Tamura as like a person? Did you find him in the trash? Essentially. And as for who he is, you'll see. Damn you, you cryptid. Lastly, how do I play this game then? All for one chuckled. Lowly, looking N dead in the eye. I just said I button mashed my way to kill you and you're asking me how to play? Foolish boy, prepare to be taken down. Perhaps this could be fun. You're on, old man. Denki Kaminari was having a wild day. While the same could probably be said for everyone in his class, he feels as if he's a special case just like always. From the moment he woke up, the universe had been delivering a constant punch to his gut, leaving his fridge open all night by accident, forgetting to take his travel sickness tablet and almost puking on the bus. Not to mention tripping over his own feet as they entered the building. However, currently taking the cake for the worst thing happening today was the villain attack. Sweet villain attack. It seemed manageable at first. The portal he fell in made the travel sickness rush back in record speed, but it was manageable. Of course, a manageable situation wasn't enough to please the sadistic fates because the whole motherfucking ceiling collapsed. Crystalline shards of pointy glass rained down with a vengeance. And it hurt. He managed to miraculously miss most of the supersized pieces, but Gyre was hit pretty bad, a particularly large fragment making itself at home in her shoulder. Denki didn't know much about the human body, but even he could tell that was a nasty wound. Gyre was a capable hero in training, and Denki's sure that she would have been able to dodge on any other occasion. But with the trembling booms and ear-piercing shrieks, she was overstimulated. So that left him and Yaoyorozu to face the villains that conveniently showed up. At that moment Denki was over the moon at the fact 6-year-old him wrote a last will and testament in purple crayon during math. Actually, maybe that wasn't a good thing considering that it stated all his belongings should be thrown into the ocean so the lost city of Atlantis could advance. He knows that's pollution now. Thankfully Yaoyorozu has a full brain, and together they were able to kick villain ass with the help of a ghost. It probably wasn't a ghost, but the wind was being suspiciously helpful. Though Yaoyorozu looked like she was about to keel over, she still hoisted a now unconscious Gyru onto her back and began the painful and slow excursion to the exit. Of course Denki had offered to carry Gyru. He isn't a horrible person. But Yaoyorozu firmly shook her head and told him to seek out their other classmates to make sure they were also safe. The idea made Denki a bit sick, honestly. They had barely won their own battle and it was scary. However, Denki was training to be a hero, not a coward. Nodding resolutely, he sped off in the opposite direction towards the conflagration zone, which was just a fancy way of saying the pits of hell. The second Denki entered the smaller dome, he was met with angry flames and angrier shouts from villains who seemed to be dropping like flies. Ojiro is one scary monkey, he knows that now. Still, the blonde assisted his friend with the remaining few thugs and directed him to the entrance to help Gyru and Yaoyorozu. He ran around like a headless chicken for a bit longer, pointedly ignoring the plaza where he caught a glimpse of whatever clusterfuck was happening. Midoriya and Mr. Aizawa looked dead, and the mysterious new arrivals were fighting the main villains like the angels they appeared to be. That's where he ran into Tsuyu and Mineta. They told him what they saw, and he told them to go to the entrance. Running around one final time, Denki concluded it was time to save his own skin. Self-preservation and whatnot. Plus it seemed like everyone else was already gone, hopefully safe. Ignoring a patch of floor that was tinted redder than normal, Denki followed the path to safety, keeping close to the faux trees lining the pavement. He could hyperventilate about the situation tonight when he was safe. That leads us to his current situation. Hiding behind a fake tree as the two dog-like Nomo had what looked like a deathmatch? If Denki didn't know better, he would have assumed he died and this was his grand welcoming to the afterlife, just as confusing as his own life. Alas, the electric blonde could feel his heart pounding, doing a jig as it tried to free itself from the bony confines of his ribcage. Wouldn't it be hilarious if the creatures could smell fear? Looking at the Nomu, it could definitely be possible. The gaping nostrils took up 80% of the thing's black nose, one sharp intake of air, and they could probably tell him what the color pink smelled like. Seriously, leave some air for the rest of us? His brain chimed as he watched the fight. It wasn't his proudest moment, but Denki really could not suppress the snort that erupted from him. Damn it, he was just too funny. In an instant, both Nomo paused their deadly dance, their necks snapping in his general direction with a bone-crunching snap. Honestly, if Denki died because he laughed at his own joke, the universe was just one cosmic pun. There was no chance to even react as both of the creatures leapt towards him. His tree wasn't exactly the best defense. It wasn't even good at being a real tree. It was so quick, his facial expression hadn't even had the chance to catch up, still frozen in that split second of joy that came from his own darn joke. When a singular claw made contact with his skin, drawing a red line down the bridge of his nose, Denki realized it was do or die time. He dropped to the floor as the second Nomu came from behind the first, its beady eyes almost glowing with bloodlust as it tore into the back of the other. Denki could really only sit frozen in the face of the two apex predators as they fought within reaching distance. The murky blood of the evil Nomu sprayed everywhere, splashing all over the surrounding area including Denki. Its icky brownish-green color mixed with the perfect crimson leaking down the side of his nose, tainting it. Fuck, this was so traumatic and there wasn't enough material to make a joke with. So he actually had to address the fact this whole show was leaving a mental scar. This wasn't how he usually rolled. He couldn't find it in himself to acknowledge any possible bright sides. His tongue was still and his throat tight. Was he even breathing? Dribbling blood and slobber, the slightly less evil Nomu raised its head out of the other's carcass. It made direct eye contact with Denki, and truthfully the boy in question was about to faint. However, strangely enough, the creature bowed its head respectfully, closing its off-putting eyes before trudging away in the general direction of the flood zone. After it left, Denki exhaled with enough force to blow a grown man away to France. Trying his best to steady his shaking hands, he pointedly did not look at the dead Nomu while also trying to forget about the fact he was caked in the thing's blood. Maybe the flood zone was a good idea, just to wash away the negative vibes. He followed the Nomu warily. *YOUHAVWON. All for one threw his controller behind him with a petulant sigh, not even bothering to look at where it landed. After a century or two of always winning, losing a game was quite humbling. N would have thought he'd have been a sore loser, but the old man was handling his loss quite well. Well, a deal is a deal, I suppose. The man sighed again. Hell yeah it is. I rocked your shit, call it revenge. The sixth snickered, though his attention was still fully on the screen in front of him as he continued to steer his Nomu towards the flood zone. Can't believe you went for a kid and got distracted. What was it you said to me when we fought? Get your head out of the clouds and focus on me. The villain groaned. N nodded sagely. Yes. Take your own advice then, loser. This time the old man beside him audibly huffed. Now before you so lovingly revive me, I must go drown this Nomu. You do realize that you'll respawn where you leave the Nomu? Is the bottom of a lake really the wisest choice? Don't play your mind games with me, sir. I'm a perfectly great swimmer, and I'd honestly rather almost drown than have to fight one of the Nomu again. It's better for everyone if they're both out for the count. N explained, breaking his own controller over his knee when satisfied with the position of the creature. He also couldn't risk all for one inserting himself again. He turned to the villain in question expectantly, smiling at the man's clear annoyance at losing. Fair enough, he grumped. When I snap my fingers you'll be alive again until you get mauled to death again. Or Izuku Midoriya wakes up or croaks it. The video game quirk is still active because I said so, and if you die again, I refuse to bring you back. Ah, will you be lonely in the vestige world without me? N teased childishly. The supervillain next to him kindly flipped him off and snapped his fingers without saying a word. Not even a goodbye? How rude. His senses began to fade again, more graciously than before, and he was met with black once more. *CONTINUE? Yes no? Water enveloped him immediately. Luckily the sixth was conscious enough to let instinct take over as he began kicking for his life, parting the water above him until the light became more and more intense. Oxygen was a lovely thing, and was happy to have it back. What he was not happy about, though, was the below-freezing temperatures of the water. What the hell? Does this school actively try and kill the kids? He muttered aloud. God, did he love the sound of his own voice. It didn't have the same attention-demanding effect in the vestige world. The air was different in the land of the living. Heavy but sweet. Did he just taste the meaning of life? I'm pretty sure it actually does. A new voice chimed in, interrupting N's fleeing thoughts before they could get completely off track. It came from the bank opposite the plaza, and N instantly recognized the kid who almost got snarfed up by all for Nomu. The blonde startled, as if he hadn't meant to say that out loud, but grinned anyway. Ah, I'm Kaminari, by the way. You're one of those heroes, right? The cool new ones? And had never been recognized as a hero before, either because of his age or his apparently unstable demeanor, so the title made his posture straighten as he waded through the water. Why, yes I am, he declared proudly. Whoa, that really is cool. Doing it for the little people? The backhanded compliment acts as a hard blow to your ego. No physical damage has occurred, but at what cost? Through his psychic pain, and distantly noted that the weird narrator in his brain sounded a bit too much like all for one for him to be happy with. He didn't really connect the dots earlier, being too busy dying, but now it was glaringly clear that the asshole was in his head. Peachy. Sure. And decided to grit out, fighting the animalistic urge to leap at Kaminari and possibly traumatize him even more for saying such things. "What are you doing, by the way? Shouldn't you be evacuating?" The blonde blinked twice before realizing what he was doing. Water dripped off of his face and hero costume as he crouched at the water's bank, scooping up artificial flood water to rub into his face. "Oh, I'd rather not talk about it because if I do I think I'd end up crying." "Don't bottle up your emotions, kiddo," and said, like a hypocrite. To be fair, the sixth was more focused on the euphoria that calling someone kiddo brought him. He felt powerful. Is this what the others felt when addressing him as such? Kaminari jolted. "I'm not really planning on it. I just think it's a conversation for my therapist and not you." "That is a fair point. Asterisk, you have made it awkward. The air hangs unsure between you, even it doesn't dare to move. Good going, dipshit." It was difficult to suppress the homicidal urge to bash his own head in with a rock just to silence his kind, little, old narrator. Kaminari must have picked up on his inner turmoil turned rage because he immediately stood up to leave. "Anyway, I'm going to head out now, join my friends. Good luck with the villain, man." *KAMINARIHASFLEDTHESCENE. Watching the boy get further and further away filled in with embarrassment because he really just messed up that bad, huh? His ego really got in the way of a possibly beautiful and blossoming friendship. Oh well, he's a friend in In's book, which means that their friendship is 50% mutual, a passing grade. A particularly loud bang echoed out from the plaza and all of the sixth's responsibilities crashed down upon him at once. He should really go help out, regardless of if that bang was good for his fellow users or not. Still dripping wet and slightly shaky, En took off running because, even though swimming across the flood zone would be faster, he was not in the mood for more doggy paddling. The run towards battle was unremarkable in every way. Aside from the fact he discovered a deadly weapon just lying on the ground. Wait, did that count as remarkable? Lying on the floor thoughtlessly was one of Katsuki Bakugo's sweat gauntlets, fully loaded and ready to detonate. And wasn't sure how it ended up there unattended, but who is he to question possible divine intervention? The thing had the power to blow holes in buildings. Of course he would pick it up. After all, it could fall into the wrong hands. Many would argue N is the wrong hands, but their opinion is invalid because they are still currently fighting a villain boss in the plaza like losers. The fight should have ended by now. They're sloppy. "Hey N, where the A you been, huh?" Daigoro yelled from in the fountain. His poor bald head was now home to various wounds and one of his legs seemed to be pointing in the wrong direction. It was kind of funny to look at. To his credit, the sixth did not actually burst out laughing, instead raising an eyebrow. "Somehow having an even worse time than you, master? Is your leg pointing out the gates of heaven, or is there something in the sky I should be looking at?" "Ha!" the fifth retorted dryly. "Funny guy." The villain covered in hands snarled, although he seemed to be missing quite a few hands now. "Another one of you? Does this place have a hidden hero producing factory or something?" When Tamura leapt at him with an outstretched hand, En sighed because how predictable could a guy be? Asterisk, the fearsome Tamura Shigaraki rapidly approaches. Death lingers nearby ready to collect your ashes. Asterisk, fight, smokescreen, house of flames. That's cute. His imaginary video game menu has the name of his super moves. Tamura was lost in the gigantic cloud of smoke that enveloped the whole plaza, hiding the locations of everyone nearby. Though Daigoro probably didn't move from the fountain. "Can't you see I'm speaking, you dumpster child? Wait your turn." From somewhere in the smoke, Tamura squawked in angry offense, but everyone chose to ignore it. When he arrived, and could only really see Daigoro in the fountain, Aizawa and Izuku seemingly dead on the floor away from the battle, protected by for Nana floating with an armful of glass shards. Ouch, she was not here to play, and of course Tamura beside the Nomu looking a bit worse for wear. Now though, nobody could see anybody. Whether that was an advantage or not could be decided as the battle progressed. What was concerning though, was the distinct lack of Tuzi and threesome. They probably weren't dead, but that was even more alarming. Nothing good could come of leaving those two together in an undisclosed place, even En knew. "Ah! Speak of the devil and he shall appear." That gaudy sound of triumph obviously came from Tuzi. Vaguely, the smoke cleared a bit as the man in question speedily cut through the air with the goal of jumping atop the creature's shoulders. It worked. The creature roared alongside Tamura, wherever he was. Its arms raised quickly, preparing to throw the second off and maybe tear him in half for good measure, but it was no use. From below, the third struck, grabbing both of its arms in what looked like a death grip, if the veins popping out his hands meant anything. 7. Throw it? He bit out and Nana immediately complied. Incoming hit from the Nomu, 13 seconds from now. 2. Either brace or trust in us. The fourth called out. The second nodded, preparing to catch the oncoming projectile while adjusting his position to limit the damage any hit may cause. One particularly large and pointy shard of glass cut through the air, straight towards the second, who intercepted it with no problem at all, not even acknowledging the blood that surged out of his palm. As the Nomu began to grow frantic, Black Whip shot out, combined into a single rope, curling around the thing's legs and snaking around its lower body. And didn't need to see the smug look on Daigoro's face to know it was there. Raising the shard into the air, the second showed no mercy as he brought the knife-like fragment down into the Nomu's exposed brain. Before blood could even think to start gushing, Tuzi backflipped off the thing, perfectly avoiding being coated in the vile substance. "Got you, motherfucker!" The man celebrated, stomping his foot in the thing's blood to make a point. "I am God." Okay, maybe the man was having a bit of a manic episode. Swaying side to side rhythmically, the Nomu had yet to fall, even while its brain spat out blood. Tuzi looked more than ready to have a fist fight with it, but anyone could tell that was not a good idea considering his feral mood. And was suddenly hyper-aware of the weight around his arm and grinned. The silver pin was pulled effortlessly and the consequential explosion sent the Nomu blasting away. Tamura Shigaraki prepares his next attack. The Reaper of Death inches closer. Oh, thank Tuzi for this game, Quirk. Seems All for One was really putting in the work. Watch out. Both he and Forehead yelled out. OMB Jinx? Black Whip immediately split in two, wrapping around Tamura's arm and yanking him into the mist once more. What the fuck? Daigoro yelled. Where'd he go? I was gonna put him in a headlock. The second prowled, still obviously having a moment, and Nana lowered herself gracefully to the floor. All six of them cautiously approached the fountain only to discover Daigoro and Daigoro alone. Kurogiri and Tamura Shigaraki have warped away. YOUWON. You earned 0 XP and 0 gold. Is this implying N could have mugged the villain before he escaped? Because he would have. The Warper. He stated simply, and the other six simply face-palmed with an exasperated groan. Mist might hovers close. Act scream. Shamefully, the apparition genuinely did spook N to the point of frightfully yelling. It caused the others tell yell too. Mist might continued to just be there, unmoving and silent. The third came forward to inspect the ghostly thing, bringing a hand to his chin as he muttered incoherently. It wasn't very effective. Spare? Yes. If Misty is here, that means the heroes are too. I sent him to kind of merge with the eighth after all. The third finally said loudly. So we need to die before they come in here. Izuku is also about to bite the dust. What is with this man and saying shocking things so deadpan? Everyone nodded and paused. Wait, how do we do that? Daigoro asked. I am unkillable. Tuzi yelled, clenching both fists. The USJ's doors fly open with enough righteous vigor that it scares you right back into the ghostly plane. Or maybe it was something else. I'm not saying. Come say hi to an old man before he has to return, will you? GAMEOVER. Smiley face. The state of the USJ made Niza's fur stand on end as he mentally calculated the costs of all the damage. He concluded a 6-figure number in the end and decided not to say anything to add insult to injury. From 3's parting message, he assumed there would be some damage to the building, but this was improbable. Even with a horde of villains, the glass dome should have shattered. It was all might proof. Yet from afar, the sight of broken glass panes was abundantly clear. Seeing that, Nizu knew that his staff wouldn't be enough, so he called in a few other heroes who would meet them there. Namely Miruko and Hawks, possibly Endeavor since his son was at risk. However, the most infuriating part was the villains that blocked the road to the building like a barrier of sorts. It took way too long to get through and effectively deal with them. It was as if the entire villain underground had decided to revolt, and if it was this bad outside then, with the help of a few top heroes and All Might himself, they finally managed to bust down the door despite the fact there was plenty of holes in the surrounding glass walls. Nizu cannot deny the dramatic flair it added to the grim situation, but it wasn't exactly needed. Perhaps that's a side of heroics he may never understand. Silence greeted them, hauntingly still in a way that could not be classed as peaceful or tranquil. Mixed with an overwhelming stench of blood and smoke, the quiet atmosphere had a heavy feeling comparable to a war that had been won yet with a hefty price. A game of chess missing all the important pieces. Smoke drifted eerily into the open air, revealing the shards of glass littered on the floor. Revealing the emptiness. A broken teacher and a barely breathing student were all that remained inside at first glance. From the stilted gasps of the heroes around him, Nizu concluded that the sight could be considered melancholy. All Might was immediately in the plaza, crouching beside the two injured. The heaviness in his gaze broke the other heroes out of their stupor as they also began to move. They split up. One group was to search the inside of the rescue facility while the others scouted the surrounding forest for 13 and the missing class. Nizu remained at the top of the staircase, just observing, to gauge the reactions of such professionals in this frankly terrible situation. The faces of seasoned pros and newbies alike when 3 monstrous corpses were discovered, all mutilated in various ways. There was relief, palpable relief when Hawks reported that the students we found, all unconscious in a clearing in the woods alongside 13. He said there was no clear explanation for how they got there or why they were unconscious, but they were alive. Then, as quick as he arrived, he left again to direct the ambulances and police. Looking down on the plaza again, Nizu's own beady eyes caught 8 ghostly figures around Izuku Midoriya. From on high he could not see their expressions, but from their body language Nizu could guess. Worry, hatred, confidence, apprehension, and uncertainty. It plagued them, the rodent knew. He also knew that it was their hard work that prevented a worse outcome. Another ghost ran through the doors, sickly looking but beaming anyway. He erratically waved his arms as he sped down the long staircase towards his fellow one for all users, not even sparing Nizu a glance. Once he joined them, Nizu sighed, deciding to help with the outside cleanup. This is going to be one hell of a cover-up. The funny thing about almost dying is that it isn't actually very funny at all. But dying for real? Well, that was just peak comedy. As someone who recently almost kicked the bucket and still probably could at any time, Izuku feels like his opinion is valid to consider. After all, it's not every day you collapse mid-villain attack courtesy of some mystery ailment that came on so suddenly and with all the pent-up aggression of a kaken locked in a box. There was no way Izuku could have even formulated a plan to combat it. One second he was running to save his teacher and the next he was on the floor, going through an unholy bout of amnesia. See that is decidedly not funny in any way, shape or form. No matter how you slice it, the whole ordeal was actually quite tragic, maybe pushing sad. However, should he genuinely pass away right now, Izuku isn't sure if he could contain the side-splitting laughter that would no doubt erupt from his undead essence. Because waking up meant consequences, and consequences meant a migraine, and there was no fun in that. Death brought no consequences, just a hollow sense of unaccomplished dreams. How funny. For now though, Izuku's clogs remained firmly on his feet, totally unpopped. Teetering the line between life and death as if it were a simple tightrope over a foam pit. To say Izuku would be fine with falling either direction wouldn't be true. He wants to live, but who wouldn't want a nap in his situation? The real world will be there until the end of time. Why shouldn't Izuku take this moment to just not exist? Whether or not time truly did exist in this peaceful rendition of purgatory, Izuku found a way to let it pass him by. Like letting ghosts through the door before you. There's a chance ghosts aren't real, a very low chance, but it feels good to be respectful anyway. And when Izuku finally felt well-rested, he decided to take a crack at figuring out the weird sentient coma situation he was in. Izuku knew he wasn't really awake yet, he also knew he was conscious. It made no sense, but neither did literally anything in his life after meeting All Might. Seriously, it's almost as if he was the main character in a TV show that started when he got suicide baited. Yeah, moving on. After the psychic beating he took at the USJ courtesy of the fates or something, Izuku was fully expecting to be in extreme agony or at least some level of pain right now. However, staring at the sanitary white ceiling of what appeared to be the infirmary, he felt decidedly numb. Izuku knew modern medicine wasn't that good. Numb was the pessimistic way of putting it though, a happier term would be floaty. Floaty because his limbs felt as if they had no weight to them, floaty because he didn't feel panicked by this strange situation. Just floaty. That was his first clue that things were off. Because unless Uraraka was currently sending him to Mars, there was no reason Izuku should feel this way. Despite only having known Uraraka for a little more than a week, Izuku feels like she wouldn't do then unless he asked really nicely. So that theory was off the table. The second and most obvious clue that something was off became known when Izuku drearily propped himself up into sitting position to get a better grasp of his surroundings. Instantly he recognized the room to be hospital-esque, so he was either in Recovery Girl's office or an actual hospital. Izuku couldn't spot a single doctor, nor could he hear the ever-present buzz of nearby people. It was enchantingly silent. That silence mixed with the magical, blurry haze of the room really was the deciding factor that this was a hallucination or vivid dream. Then there was the boy. Short in stature with a young face and glossy black hair, he was either a second or third year, with critical eyes that seemed to track Izuku's every move. His outfit greatly reminded the green-haired boy of Best Jeanist with the collar that covered half of his face. They had similar hairstyles too. He was sat cross-legged at the end of Izuku's hospital bed, seemingly babbling on about nothing in particular. While he looked genuinely nice, Izuku hadn't made any move to openly acknowledge him. It wasn't anything personal, it was just that Izuku knew this whole thing wasn't real and therefore neither was the mystery boy. And Izuku didn't want to get involved with bad dream juju. No sir. Still, this boy was obviously aware Izuku noticed him by the way he was wittering on about random topics, trying to get some sort of rise out of him, which would never happen because Izuku has always been calm and collected in a crisis situation and nothing on the planet could ever break that composure. And your mentor All Might? Yeah. That guy has one foot in the grave for sure. I'm surprised he isn't dead yet honestly. Shitting hell. Bad dream juju be damned. Nobody, not even a ethereal dream spirit boy, could slander All Might's name in such a treasonous way. Against all of his principles, Izuku's head snapped to look at the boy, who was donning a shit-eating grin. All Might is perfectly capable of defending himself. Have you even seen any of his fights? Versus Toxic Chainsaw? Or even against Mr. Malice? That fight is definitely an oldie but a goodie. And what about? Izuku immediately cut himself off, allowing his lips to curl inwards guiltily. The boy chirped gleefully, adjusting his position on the end of the bed to lean in closer and rest his chin on his curled-up hands. It looked like they were about to start talking about their high school crushes honestly, and while Izuku feels like that could be fun, there's a time and a place. I have not seen nor heard of any of those fights you have mentioned. All I know is that your mentor looks like a strong gust of wind could knock him over. Izuku found himself pouting in spite of the boy's mischievous grin. How do you even know about that anyway? He muttered petulantly and the boy just laughed loudly, pulling the high collar of his coat up even further, though it really just settled back into where it originally sat thanks to gravity and whatnot. Izuku guessed it was a nervous habit since it didn't really do anything practical like hide more of his identity. Izuku also feels as if he should stop psychoanalyzing random humanoid dream juju. Not that this is a regular occurrence or anything. It's nice of you to finally acknowledge my existence by the way, dude, the boy said in fake offense, completely steamrolling over Izuku's question. I was running out of things to say and that is scary. If I ever stop talking, just know something is horrifically wrong. Eh? Well, that was foreshadowing and cryptic at the same time. Being the analyst he is, Izuku filed that information away for later in the dusty corner of his mind where he took note of his dad's neighbor's favorite coffee. Useless information that could be important under very specific circumstances. Still, Izuku had the sense to look sheepish, even though the boy obviously couldn't care less. Sorry, that was pretty rude of me. He half-heartedly tried to bow, but it made his head do pirouettes. I'm not exactly used to such vivid hallucinations, you know? Oh but oh, this isn't a hallucination. Izuku narrowed his eyes slightly. Dream then? The boy snorted and made an X with his fingers. Wrong again, my little green sponge. This, he gestured to the white room wildly, ever so slightly parting that mystical mist, is all 100% real and authentic. You, Izuku Midoriya, are actually here right now in a sense? What? It wasn't even a question, just a simple statement that properly conveyed Izuku's tangible disbelief at the notion. The boy laughed again. Welcome to the Vestige world. I made it look swanky for your arrival, though I actually also did protest the whole hospital aesthetic, but 3 is an edgy bitch. If it were my choice, we'd be in a room made out of cake right now. Alas, I lost the brawl that happened while you were actually knocked out still. His gestures were animated and grand, his voice rising with volume as he recounted getting decked in the face by an adult or two. And Izuku could only gawk. His brow twitched with the burning desire to figure out the puzzle before him, subconsciously reaching for a notebook. Who are you? He said simply. It didn't even matter if it was rude to interrupt the other boy's joyful wittering, he just needed to know. There were too many unanswered questions circulating throughout Izuku's thankfully now fully functional brain, and just theories weren't satisfying enough. Smiling wolfishly, the boy leaned in even closer, his nose almost touching Izuku's. There was no warm sensation of breath gracing Izuku's face as he spoke, just a chilly absence that posed more questions. Izuku. He sang childishly before steeling himself, dropping his tone to one of cold seriousness that seemed unnatural on him. Do you want to hear a story? Izuku smiled right back. You do, don't you? You totally do. He dissolved into hysterical cackles as Izuku made himself comfy for the incoming tale. Elsewhere, inside the dreamy hospitalscape of the Vestige world, 6 other ghosts stood within earshot of the passing conversation, face-palming at the 6th's dramatic antics. The 3rd huffed, crossing his arms over his chest. And I'm the edgy bitch? He huffed as N began to tell his story in the other room. The 2nd shushed him excitedly. Shut up, we're getting a backstory. This is so swag. Nana chuckled lightly from where she sat, tilting her head back and closing her eyes. She knew in story, she was part of it, lived it with him until the very last moment. It wasn't a happy tale, but she allowed herself to be taken away by the nostalgia regardless. The user's hushed chatter died down. It starts with a boy, painfully aware of the world he was trapped in. Hurling his backpack into a cobwebbed corner of the apartment, N stormed through the door with a face of thunder. A painful bruise had begun to blossom across his left cheek while a bloody gauze pad hung off his right. A double whammy is what he'd call it on any other day, when the sun shone through the window and clock hands marched on. There was no sun today though, and the various clocks in his dingy apartment were either smashed or effectively dead. There was nobody home to ask him about his day, to serve a warm meal, to ask him if he was okay, which he was very much not. Because at the age of 13, N was utterly alone. His parents weren't dead or anything, just busy. Busy. Their list of priorities was extensive, and sitting at the bottom, in rushed handwriting, was their one and only son. Mature little N, so ahead of his classmates. A good kid, fully capable of taking care of himself. With a quirk like his, he'll always be safe and sound. It's laughable. And didn't want to grow up as fast as he did. He wanted to fail in cookery class because he'd never worked a stove before, he wanted to be clueless about saving and spending money, he wanted to hang out with Nana and play silly games like hide and seek. He wanted to explore the far-fetched dream of being a hero like all the other kids. Life was unfair and that fucking sucked. Of course it would be him to draw the short straw. N sincerely hopes that whatever higher being that did this to him is at least getting a kick out of it. Opting to just tear off the flimsy gauze pad, N decided to throw that too. It soared through the air, heading in the general direction of the trash can, and it looked as if it might actually go in. The thing pathetically slapped against the wall and fell to the floor, joining its brethren in the biohazardous pile that had accumulated over the last few years. He should probably clean it up soon. Maybe later. That pile, much like N himself, was at the bottom of any priority list. Damn, he related to that manky pile on a spiritual level. Sitting comfortably at the top spot of N's priority list at the moment was laundry. After a month, he'd finally ran out of clean clothes. It was a good run. Skulking past the TV that consistently flipped between a new channel every 3 minutes and refused to turn off somehow, and made his way to the tiny room that housed the ancient washing machine. Hell, even ancient was putting it lightly. The thing was rusty, dusty and crusty all at once, held together by chewed gum and countless prayers. Did it clean clothes, or did it make them dirtier? He doubted even that hire being new. Normally he'd bite the bullet and hire Nana to help him carry his entire wardrobe of clothing to the laundromat and pay the fee, but regretfully N had splurged on bundles of KFC this month. Sue him, it was his birthday. Don't actually sue him though. So, it was up to the banged-up washing machine to do its job for once. With a deep sigh, N started stuffing his clothes into the machine, whispering encouragement to it as it sputtered like it knew it was about to die a painful death. Deep down N knew too, but he decided not to plan for the worst and live in the moment for once. Unlike his washing machine, there was a faint, drawn-out beep as the drum started to spin and brownish water pooled, soaking into the clothes grossly. The process wasn't smooth by any standard, but it was mesmerizing all the same. Continuous spinning, over and over again in a stupid loop. Was everything in this forsaken apartment symbolic of N? Because if he relates to one more manky, depressing thing, he might do something. He's not sure what, but man will it be something. Much like a washing machine cycle, N's life looped painfully. Wake up, go to school, get in a fight, get angry about life, do a chore, fail to sleep and so on. And much like the washing machine, life was a big fucking dumpster fire of loneliness and foul-smelling smoke. Wait a second. Since when was his silly appliance a dumpster fire? Last time N checked it was just a dumpster. And N checked literally 2 seconds ago. Hot diggity dog. Who knew such a drastic change could occur in such a short time span? Certainly not N. Because in a blink his trusty little washer went from not being on fire to, well, you guessed it, being on fire. A small part of him found this insanely funny while the majority was in a full-blown panic. N could absolutely not afford the damages a damn fire would cause. The flame was small, emerging from a grimy plug socket and slowly crawling along the bare wire while spreading to the very much wooden floor he neglected to put carpet over. Not that that would help. This was stressful. He needed water, right? Or would that make it worse? And remembers the course on fire safety. He aced the thing, top of his class just like always. But living in the moment rendered his memory more faulty than the fucking plug socket that just blew a fuse. Spoiler alert. N could relate to that as well. He needed to stop, drop and roll, right? Stop everything. Drop everything. And roll out. Wasn't that the phrase for when a person caught fire? What the hell was even happening anymore? Well, for one, the fire was spreading. Maybe get to that, N? Sending a quick prayer up to the deity that hates his guts, N decided that it was time to take action before his whole entire apartment burnt to the ground. But maybe that wouldn't be too bad. Okay, what in fresh hell was that? You have nothing to lose and neither do I, so let's run away. Me and you. Whipping his head around frantically, while simultaneously backing away from the growing fire he had yet to sort out, N but shuffled out the tiny laundry room and found himself in front of his haywire TV. Listen to me, really listen? Oh man, it was just the TV absently flicking through channels on its own once again. Kinda freaky. Attention half split between the burning room and the haunted TV, N saw the channel, which was some tacky drama, freeze up before switching again. Breaking news. The world-famous chef, Jacob Lowe, who was thought to have passed away last June, has been seen in France. Could this be a uncanny lookalike, or did he actually fake his death? More at, N feels as if his TV was trying to convey a message. Another flick. Is your life shitty? Are you living in a dump? Well, maybe you should just flick. Run, run, run. I gave you the perfect opportunity to escape, so please just run, flick. And I promise things will be so much better. I say, flick. Let it burn, 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 flick. And put on your Springer running shoes, just $4.99, flick. They'll never catch you, flick. But you must never look back, flick. Oh man. The ghost of his dead washing machine was definitely, totally, absolutely hinting at something here. It was a thought so terrible, so irresponsible, just so atrociously bad that he should be jailed for ever daring to consider it. By now the fire had fully engulfed the doorway to the main room, creeping towards the television as if to silence its poisonous words that spoke of that terrible plan, and was effectively glued to the floor, unable to stand as his gaze was torn between the raging inferno to his left and the dodgy TV to his right. His mind was alive with scattered thoughts echoed by laughter that might be his own. Faintly, N heard the distant wailing of a fire truck, the obnoxious siren becoming louder and louder. Look at that, his small baby fire had become borderline murderous as it disrupted the lives of those who unfortunately shared an apartment building within. There was a loud buzz of people congregating somewhere, the sound only being drowned out by the screeching fire alarm of the building that did its job a little too late. So many noises and blaring sounds, yet N could still hear the whispers of the television that spurred him to run away from his grotty life. And as reckless as that idea was, there was a small part of N that yearned for the adventure it could bring. No more school and no more fights. Zero chores while faulty electronics became a phantom of the past. Thinking of all the new people he could meet made him giddy until the rational part of his brain halted those excitable thoughts. How would he run away from the 5th floor while the place was flooded with firemen and police officers? They'll see a scrappy 13-year-old covered in ash and flock to him like flies to a carcass. Be one with your power, young one. A stereotypical wise master said to his student on the TV. It was N's favorite movie. Wear it like a coat and that freedom you desire will come easy, I swear it. And mindlessly quoted along with the television. Despite the situation, he grinned. But then the implications of that specific quote hit him like a truck of bricks. Looking at his very much shaking hands, N swallowed harshly as small plumes of smoke rolled off his skin and merged with the billowing smoke from the electrical fire. Be one with your power. Shrouded in endless smoke akin to the vapor permeating throughout the building, nobody would see him. More flames circled the building, blowing out the already cracked windows and reaching for the TV that sputtered out one final message. One from a pre-Quirk animated kids film. Just keep swimming. For one last time, the TV flickered before going entirely silent. And couldn't help but laugh out loud, scrambling to his feet whilst releasing as much smoke from his body as he could. He ran out the front door and never looked back, just as he was told. If he were a hero, he thinks this would make a cool ultimate move or something, called something cool like House of Flames, but he was getting distracted again. Wearing the smoke like a concealing cloak, N practically barreled out of the apartment block, evading anyone who would have caught him otherwise. With eyes completely trained on the burning building, nobody saw the young boy sprint away from the scene, leaking smoke and excessive joy. However, they all heard him, the vulgar cackling as a smart kid made a dumb decision. The best choice. Though, they would never know that, instead being left to mourn a boy who couldn't possibly be happier anywhere else. But I guess I'm getting ahead of myself there. Whether or not the broken TV really did egg him on, or if he was just looking for an excuse to flee, the outcome was the same. The boy was no longer bound to his shitty life. This is where the true story begins, Izuku. One of epic fights and found families. So buckle into your little hospital bed and listen closely. N continued to smile, even when the moon pushed away the sun and plunged everything into darkness. The path in front of him was barely illuminated by dregs of light leaking away from other buildings and lampposts. If it were a normal day, N would have been making sure to stay as close as possible to any civilization in order to minimize the chance of being mugged for the little moth in his empty wallet. However, today was not normal by any standard, and N wanted to explore some alleyways. Because alleyways had always been a wonderful place, a treasure trove of free items that were only a tiny bit grubby if you didn't think about it for too long. They were quiet and out of the way. Sure, a murder happened here or there, but N would never be so lucky to encounter that Not because he wishes to die, that's threesome's thing, but because it would be a great learning opportunity. Maybe one day he could run into a boogeyman type of villain. But the present is now and N cannot stand the thought of his new life path's uncertainty. So for now he'll dig through a random dumpster and laugh at the strange things people throw away because that always cheers him up. Not that he's even sad about his decision to leave. Amongst the boxes and bottles inside the dumpster were a few of the most random items N had ever seen, such as a joke book for short people, a giant mousetrap, a really unnecessarily pointy cactus, and what appeared to be a glowing, expensive-looking gem, and took the joke book and pocketed it slyly with an evil chuckle. He'd always been on the short side, so weaponizing this trashy joke book was definitely the better choice over some dodgy. However, before he could peer over the rim of the dumpster once more, something heavy seemingly fell out of the sky, straight into the dumpster with such intense velocity that the lid snapped shut. Muffled curse words and distressed grunts made N blink. Surprisingly, this wasn't even the weirdest thing to happen to him today. The thought made him smirk. And he kept that smirk as he threw the lid back open with all the strength his little noodle arms could muster. "Howdy there, sir. May I ask what brings you to this grand dumpster on this fine night?" The man in the dumpster coldly glared back at N, moonlight shining onto his bald head and exposed chest. Clutched in his hands was a ratty coat that looked much too small for him. "Better question for you, kid," he answered, propping himself up and ignoring the clatter of whatever he crushed beneath his weight. "Maybe the cactus, ouch. What are you doing at this fabulous dumpster on such a cold night? In a t-shirt too?" And felt his smirk morph into a toothy grin. "As a victim of a recent house fire, I am currently homeless. I was kinda looking for useful stuff before you gate crashed. Like a fallen angel," he replied poetically, wiping an imaginary tear from his dry eye while the man vaulted out of the dumpster and into the cramped alleyway, a familiar cactus firmly stabbed into his thigh. The man looked thoughtful as he plucked out the cactus, pocketing it before brushing gross trash particles off his clothes, which only really consisted of trousers and an open jacket with an edgy belt strapped around his shoulder in a bullet-type pattern. He shook the smaller coat vigorously too. "I'm pretty sure there's a special place for people like you that is not a dingy alleyway. A hospital, police station, an orphanage perhaps." N snorted. "Nah, I'm good. Better than I have been in a while actually." That's not something I'd expect a survivor of a house fire to say, but we move. The man nodded. "As a hero, the responsible thing for me to do would be hand you in, but I don't want to make you miserable again." "Wise decision, mister. I'd run away if you tried anyway." Flapping the smaller coat in the air once more for good measure, the man held it out for N to take. "Still," he said with a small smile of his own, "I don't want you to freeze to death, and I happened to come across this coat earlier, so please take it." N literally felt himself blue screen as the man thrust the coat into his arms, boisterously urging him to try it on, which N did so, rather robotically. The dark fabric was heavy and much too big. The collar covered at least half of his face when fully up. And the metal buttons were definitely rusted to some degree, but none of that mattered because it was warm. It heated the cool chill that rested upon his ashen skin and rosy cheeks, and it heated the frosty feeling that lived inside him since his parents left. Instinctively, N shoved his hands deep within the pockets and pouted slightly beneath the collar. The man clapped him on the back and gave a hearty thumbs up. A perfect fit. Yeah, N would probably disagree if he weren't being silenced by the struggle of fighting back tears. "Though I'm sure you'll grow into it, kiddo." Huh. Ducking his head slightly and shifting his hands, N answered again. "My name. It's N. Just N. Don't bother with family names or any of that crap." The man straightened his posture and put his hands on his hips, scanning N briefly before smiling even wider and ruffling his hair. "Then call me Daigoro or Lariat if you feel like calling me by my mighty hero name," he said grandly, making N laugh as he threw the man's massive hand off his now ruined hair. "Daigoro it is." N snorted, watching as the Daigoro in question deflated in fake offense. "Say, what the hell were you doing in the sky? Can you float? I have a friend who can do that. She'll probably kick my ass when she finds out I am not in fact a pile of sexy ash right now though. I can't float sadly because if I could float I wouldn't have fallen now," Would I, wise guy? Daigoro deadpanned and then made a small noise of realization. Man, he hadn't even missed a day of school and his precious brain cells were slipping. Well, actually, I was chasing a villain, but the story is so far-fetched there's no way you'll believe it's true. And narrowed his eyes. Hit me. The man laughed loudly again. I'll tell you on the way to my apartment, yeah? Don't want you catching a disease from this alleyway. There is a million reasons why following you is a bad idea, but honestly, not one decision I have made today has been inherently responsible, so let's go. You're here for a good time, not a long time, and I can respect that. Daigoro nodded sagely and En joined in too. So buckle into your cool little coat and listen closely to my epic story that's actually quite embarrassing. Quickly falling into step with the bulkier man, En was content to listen to his stupid tale as they traversed the nighttime cityscape, passing by 24-hour stores and empty bus stops. Every so often a car would slowly cruise by, in no particular rush at such a late time of night. The entire city seemed to be muted, making for a strangely tranquil atmosphere expected of the countryside rather than a big city in Japan. It was nice. So nice, and hadn't realized he had tuned out half of Daigoro's story in favor of taking in the scenery of the city he grew up in. And then this guy had the audacity to steal the alarm clock I had just bought with what little money I have and run with it. Like, surely there's better things to steal? So we're running, his coat is flapping in the wind as he takes to the rooftops, which, big mistake butto, that's my specialty. Just as I grab his coat, thinking I just caught this fucker, the thing comes straight off. His coat genuinely slips off like he wasn't even wearing it properly, which plot twist, he wasn't. Because even bigger plot twist, he had no arms. Wow. En snorted. I know, right? That's what I said. And because I was more focused on the fact this guy managed to steal my alarm clock with no hands, I missed the next jump and fell into the dumpster with his coat still in my hand. So I'm wearing a coat previously owned by an armless clock thief? Nice. No. Not nice. I needed that clock. What if I'm late to a really important event, then? Daigoro wailed, clearly very distraught over the loss of his precious alarm clock. It made him laugh again. I'm sure you'll be fine. And couldn't help but relish in the realization that he hadn't laughed this much in a very long time. So did we all meet each other in weird-ass ways? The second asked with a snort, smirking at the third who groaned. Because me and my little protégé also had a wacky meeting. He violently elbowed said protégé who groaned. The other users laughed except Daigoro, who had been unusually quiet since and began his story. Though that wasn't completely surprising, it was still strange to see the funky man they'd come to know be so subdued. Nana was quiet too. Even though she wasn't normally one to scream from the rooftops like Tuzi or even En, it was still strange. I remember him telling me about this. Your first meeting, I mean. He really didn't shut up about it, she said softly. Her eyes were closed and remained so as she spoke, as if she didn't dare look her best friend's mentor in the eyes. The other users quieted down, respectfully listening. It was a good day, Daigoro replied, voice tight. Certainly not one I could ever forget. Detail is engraved into my memory, from the way I was feeling to that goofy teary-eyed look on the kid's face. He told me that you were the one with the goofy look actually. The second grinned wryly. That's so in character for him, and I've only known him for a few weeks. Daigoro nodded. Maybe for a second longer than he needed to, but his mind was replaying all those memories he made with En on loop. Just as it did when he died. Nothing but cherished times, happy. So fucking happy. There was not a single bad moment spent with that kid. His kid in some way. When we all came back to consciousness, on that beach? Daigoro eventually said, capturing the other's attention in an instant. All eyes on him. I was so happy to see En and Nana again. Even Shinomori too. The fourth startled at the use of his name, unbroken by universal static. And even these past few weeks, getting to know the rest of you and Izuku. I was happy. But that doesn't change the fact we all died at some point, leaving our successors to grieve our loss alone. Just because we're back now doesn't mean that pain can be erased. He continued briskly before the second could ruin the moment with an unwanted snippy comment. When Shinomori died, I wasn't too heartbroken because it seemed natural. He passed in his sleep, Not in battle, so I wasn't driven by bloodthirsty revenge to go choke out our good friend all for one. Sure, the guy was about as likable as a lamppost in the middle of the path, but he didn't murder someone important to me. However, it was different for N and by extension Nana because I was killed. You knew him too, Nana? Yoichi asked, tilting his head a little. Well, yeah. The woman laughed. I was N's best friend and man, he was so desperate to introduce me to Daigoro. I was so nervous when I actually did meet him that I brought a pack of Uno cards so there was something to do. Turns out that was a massive mistake because Daigoro is an absolute god at Uno. In the other room, N echoed the sentiment, making sure Izuku properly understood how great his master was at the game. Daigoro laughed, a genuine one. Nana Shimura, you grew up to be such an outstanding young lady. I'm sorry I wasn't there to see it, and I'm sorry I took away N's chance to see it too. The third spoke up this time, his voice holding a little more emotion than normal as he slid down the wall into a sitting position level with Daigoro. Guilt. Guilt is something we must all endure after holding one for all. The act of choosing someone to walk into certain death is so excruciatingly painful. Especially when a close bond has been formed. You try and rationalize in your head too, thinking, hey, Hikage is strong and smart, surely he'll be the one to defeat all for one. And then you die, and you can't feel that guilt or futile hope anymore. You just don't know the pain your decision caused. It's a vicious cycle that's regretfully gone around 8 times. Seeing N on that beach, looking so young, almost exactly like I left him, Daigoro added. I was absolutely heartbroken and mortified. Because I did that to him. Right now, he's in there singing my praises when really, he should hate me for taking away his childhood. What if I didn't fall into that alleyway? Would he still be here? Would Nana still be here? The other users were completely silent. He really did love you, Dai, Nana said. And the silence stretched. Disbelieving. So you see, Izuku, Daigoro was a pretty great guy. And he still is, I guess. But back then, no matter how fun losing to him at Uno was, there was a looming threat. One that followed him everywhere he went. And when it finally caught up, he made sure to stay away. And was a week away from turning 16 when it happened. Daigoro had instructed him to go to the store and buy some paper plates for the birthday cake while Nana was at school. He looked like he was in a hurry, like he was late for something, but ever since the alarm clock thing, that wasn't anything new. So N had shrugged his shoulders and picked up some stray sofa money they all unearthed the previous night. It was an unenjoyable experience to pluck it out amidst all the dust, and Nana had practically floated away out of raw disgust. Just stupid things the three of them normally did together. But as he left Daigoro's apartment, the look on his face was different than normal. So, melancholy. Bittersweet, perhaps? It showed clearly on his face as he stopped his frantic rushing to put both hands on N's shoulders. His eyes portrayed a similar feeling. Looking into them made N's gut wrench. He had said, just N and no family name as per request from those 3 years ago when they met. Can we make a promise before you go? Now, this didn't strike the boy as unusual at the time because Daigoro often asked him to promise to stay out of trouble or stay safe. Never with such a serious expression, but N was all for maturity sometimes. So he nodded with the slightest smirk that seemed to reflect onto Daigoro in an instant. It's a doozy, so do you mind if we do it a little differently this time? Sure, old man. Daigoro nodded back and ushered N over to the family cactus, which was fished out of the same dumpster they met at. Well, not really fished as much as yanked out Daigoro's thigh. Nana always referred to it as N Jr. because it was prickly just like you, and couldn't see it. Pressing his thumb against one of the prickles, N watched with a raised brow as crimson leaked out the puncture wound. What, is this some sort of blood pact? He asked suspiciously. You aren't going to rub that stuff on my nose or you die? The older man laughed, short and loud. Sure, call it a blood pact if that's what you like. I prefer to call it voodoo because if you break this promise I guarantee I'll haunt you for the rest of your life. Oh, he said dramatically, and N laughed, reciprocating the action with the cactus and his own thumb. It didn't hurt, just a slight twinge, yet blood oozed out all the same. Yeah, as if I'm outliving you. N missed the way Daigoro's shoulders briefly shot upwards and his face soured, too enamored by the amount of blood such a tiny injury was causing. When he looked up again, Daigoro had the same happy-go-lucky expression that N had become accustomed to over the years, albeit a bit strained. What's this promise then? Daigoro cleared his throat. I want you to promise me, he said slowly, looking intently at his poised thumb next to N's. He seemed to be thinking hard about what to say, or if he should even say it at all. Smoothing his creased brow, Daigoro shook his head and plastered on an easygoing smile. That you won't buy the boring paper plates while you're out, okay kid? N groaned and their thumbs met, blood soaking into blood. Gah, seriously? That's it? Of course I wasn't going to buy the boring ones. Do you even know who I am, Daigoro Lariat Banjo? N fumed as he stormed towards the door, his hand gestures theatric and aggressively over the top. The old door opened with a guttural creak. Daigoro called out again and N paused his storming off to look back at him, something he wouldn't normally do, but today his voice had sounded different. Tighter and subdued. You forgot your coat. It's cold out there, son. He tossed over the worn coat and caught it with ease, shrugging it over his shoulders and subtly enjoying the warmth it still brought him. Thanks, Dai. He grinned as he walked out the door. See you soon, yeah? Yeah, kid. I'm happy I look back. But really, I wish I stayed instead. Now, and was walking home with a paper bag full of paper plates, marveling over the paperception he had unintentionally created when he saw, from the slimmest corner of his eye, a news broadcasting. Nothing out of the norm, but the scale of it was massive. Apparently some villain had gone mental in a nearby forest, almost impatient. Thankfully it was away from civilization, and thankfully pro-hero Lariat was already on the scene. From the way trees were being decimated, the newscasters were doubtful of his survival. There wasn't much to say. Wasn't much to do. Wasn't much to even think really. Oh, but there was almost too much to feel. Dread, anger, sadness, grief, confusion, denial, crushing guilt. Why was he there? It was outside of where he normally patrolled. Did he know? Was that why he was being weird this morning? Could he just not trust N enough to tell him? A week before his birthday too? He wasn't even watching the screen, just looking. All those swirling emotions were presented as a completely blank face. We can now confirm the death of pro-hero Lariat with a heavy heart? N blinked. Set down his paper bag full of paper plates gently. And gracefully sat down cross-legged on the sidewalk beside it, unmoving, unfeeling and empty. He continued to look at the screen, not daring to blink for fear of what might leak from his eyes. Pulling the collar of his coat up provided no warmth on this particular cold night. Not inside or out. It was a useless action, for gravity just pulled it right back down again without proper support. Sorry, Izuku. I know you're the type of person to cry just because I am, but don't worry. It got better. Well, a little better. Please stop crying. I literally just teared up. What? You're calling me a liar? Izuku, I thought we were friends. The funeral was public and on N's birthday. It was raining and the ceremony was outside too. And brought no umbrella, for he had not been to Daigoro's apartment since his death. Parading around the city like a nomad just to invoke some emotion. Futile. He had not managed to shed a single tear, even as fans of Daigoro wept all around him. How could they do that? They probably didn't even know his first name or that he could only sleep on gray sheets. So how could they cry over a stranger while N couldn't feel anything towards the man who was more like a father to him than his biological one? It made his head hurt, amplifying the migraine that had plagued him for days. He couldn't even really hear what the guy at the front was saying, nor did he care because that guy also didn't know shit about Daigoro. Nobody did but him and Nana. It would have made him angry. During what was maybe the middle of the service, N got up and left. Ignoring the curious eyes on him, he pulled at his coat's collar and left the cemetery. He didn't have a real destination in mind, but when he found himself at the door to Daigoro's apartment after a week, he didn't stop himself from walking in. The door was left unlocked since Daigoro was most certainly in a hurry before he left. Such a hurry, yet he made time to make a promise to N. Absently, he wondered if there was any alcohol in the cupboard but dismissed the thought almost immediately. Floorboards creaked under his weight and the place smelled just like home. Home with the peeling wallpaper and gray sheets on every bed. Home where Uno had a special makeshift pedestal. Home where N was truly happy. But this version of home was different though, it was quiet and empty. So devoid of life yet active with phantom-like memories that ghosted around every inch of the place. There never was a dull moment here, but things change, they flip. It was home, covered from floor to ceiling in envelopes addressed to him, forming a happy birthday banner from paper. Paperception, Doro gets it. Or he did. But he probably still would. On the table in the center of the room was a homemade birthday cake, sealed in a clear box so that it wouldn't go off, although that probably failed. It was accompanied by 2 letters, one labeled as super important and the other simply to N. The boy picked up the unimportant one, carefully unfolding the sealed envelope. Happy birthday, kiddo. Look at you being 16 and still about as tall as the dumpster we first met in. Unless you experience a biblical growth spurt between the time I write this and you reading it. Which in that case, awkward. But I have no faith in your ability to grow in, so I'm safe. I'm really sorry I'm not there with you, but please don't let that sour your day. Have some cake and wine back. Invite Nana over, heck throw a party if you must. I trust you won't trash the place. Too much. There's so much I want to write, but I'm already late enough, so I'll just have to trust that you know how much I love you, kid. You really brightened up my life, and if I had the time left, I'd adopt you in a heartbeat. That's how important you are to me, N. But happy birthday nonetheless, smoke bomb. Have a good one. Doro's smiley face. Pete, tell Nana I said hi. Pete, check the envelope for my secret to wiping the floor with you at Uno. And did as instructed, tipping the envelope upside down until a small card fell out onto the table with a light clatter. A +4 card. Written on the back in thick black Sharpie was always have cheat up your sleeve. It was absolutely ridiculous. Absurd in every way. This was how he always won? How stupid. He's stupid. And stupid for not catching it. You motherfucker. And said, a genuine smile forming on his face. You absolute spoon, you madman. Tears built up in his eyes and he burst out into uncontrollable and hysterical laughter, hugging the card close to his chest. He fell to his knees, they bashed against the wooden floor harshly, but that only made him laugh more. And laughed and laughed and cried until his throat was raw and his eyes dry. He slid the card into one of the pockets he always had his hands in, running a finger up and down the sharp edge. The warmth returned. Though, when he sat back up, his eyes immediately locked onto the second letter. He reached for it apprehensively. The information inside made him want to laugh more. Birthday cake is sweet, but revenge would always be sweeter, as sweet as new power and a drive to continue. What was in the letter? Izuku asked quietly, his eyes and nose were bright red. You said it was marked as super important? N chuckled darkly, unaware of his own rosy complexion. He raised a finger and spoke wisely for once. What was in that envelope is not something I should tell you. You need to find out firsthand through your own envelope or hopefully just through your master's teachings. Preferably the latter, because I'd hate to see you take the path I took after reading my letter. Remember this well, Izuku, the road of revenge may seem glorious when looking down it, but when you take a glance back, you'll truly see how ugly it really is. Stay true to yourself and wear your power like a coat. And finished with a smile, a nice one, not a grin or a smirk. Izuku nodded slowly as if taking in all the information he had just heard before he paused and went stiff. But that didn't answer my initial question. Sure, I know who you are, but I still don't know who you are. He said speedily, making approximately 0 sense. Still, N pretended to understand, appeasing the green-haired boy with placating hand gestures before answering. I'm your He started counting on his left hand, while continuing to hold up the right one in mock surrender. Great Grandmaster, I guess? He pulled up his coat's collar and it succumbed to gravity once more. Still a pointless gesture, but meaningful all the same. It was funny to see how Izuku quite literally balked, making a noise that sounded halfway between a choked scream and a goat. N laughed again, stretching his ghostly limbs while completely ignoring the sputtered half-questions coming from his green friend. Anywho, I think it's time you woke up for real now. I'm sure RG is doing that thing where she taps random objects with her scary cane out of pure nervousness. Tell her Smoke Bomb says hi, by the way. She might hit you and that'll be funny. Something told Izuku that she should not relay that particular message. En snapped his fingers and Izuku felt his eyelids grow heavier. The haziness around the room seemed to keep increasing until his vision was so muffled that everything appeared to be shrouded in an inky black that was simultaneously colorful. Or maybe Izuku just closed his eyes again. Probably the latter, since Thag seemed to be his new thing now, blacking out randomly at important times. From afar or maybe close by, En snorted. Izuku said that out loud, didn't he? Not that it mattered because he was fading. Hopefully not literally, but Izuku can never be too sure anymore. At least there was no amnesia this time around. I'll be watching you, Izuku Midoriya. Do your best for me. En called with a wave, watching as the comforting darkness of the true vestige world swallowed him in order to carefully guide him back to his own world probably. A world where everyone is alive. En lived there once too, but honestly. He prefers being dead much more, and he's sure all his fellow ghost friends would agree. Because it was fun again, and was having fun with all the people important to him. With new people as well who he was starting to care for just as much as Daigoro and Nana. Like Tuzi, who understood the life of a chaotic neutral. Threesome, who attacks him with love whenever he does something stupid. Forehead, who takes the dumb nicknames like a champ. And one who was like a nice big brother. It filled him with so much warmth. Looking up, and immediately made eye contact with Daigoro. You did so good, kid. His voice gravelly but familiar. Rubbing the card in his pocket, that somehow came with him in death though he wasn't about to question it, En sniffled before diving into a violent hug with his treasured master. The man's jacket smelled like home. Daigoro returned the embrace with just as much vigor, rubbing circles on the boy's back. I'm proud. Continuing to mutter encouragement into the boy's ear, Daigoro didn't even notice the wetness in his own eyes. The others stood back and watched the moment. The second clutched his heart, leaning into the third who shoved him away and into the first who also pushed him away with a grin. Nana was practically vibrating with the urge to join in the hug but refrained until the second was shoved right into her, sending her stumbling straight into the embrace. Falling right after her was the second, who took part just for the why Nazis, and thus a cuddle pile was initiated. One each of the users ended up joining. Even the third, though he doesn't exactly know how. In the center of it all, En and Daigoro continued to be in their own world, reveling in the comfort that the other brought. I'll never leave you alone again, kid. That's a promise.